This is Audible.
Oshet Audio presents A Supposedly Fun Thing I'll Never Do Again, Essays and Arguments. Written by David Foster Wallace. Read by Paul Michael Garcia. To Colin Harrison and Michael Peach. Derivative Sport in Tornado Alley. When I left my boxed township of Illinois farmland to attend my dad's alma mater in the lurid, jutting Berkshires of western Massachusetts, I all of a sudden developed a Jones for mathematics. I'm starting to see why this was so. College math evokes and catharts a Midwesterner's sickness for home. I'd grown up inside vectors, lines and lines athwart lines, grids, and, on the scale of horizons, broad curving lines of geographic force, the weird topographical drain swirl of a whole lot of ice-iron land that sits and spins atop plates. The area behind and below these broad curves at the seam of land and sky I could plot by eye way before I came to know infinitesimals as easements, an integral as schema. Math at a hilly eastern school was like waking up. It dismantled memory and put it in light. Calculus was, quite literally, child's play. In late childhood, I learned how to play tennis on the blacktop courts of a small public park carved from farmland that had been nitrogenized too often to farm anymore. This was in my home of Philo, Illinois, a tiny collection of corn silos and war-era Levittown homes whose native residents did little but sell crop insurance and nitrogen fertilizer and herbicide, and collect property taxes from the young academics at nearby Champaign-Urbana's University, whose ranks swelled enough in the flush 1960s to make outlying non-sequiturs like farm and bedroom community lucid. Between the ages of 12 and 15, I was a near-great junior tennis player. I made my competitive bones beating up on lawyers' and dentists' kids at little Champaign and Urbana country club events, and was soon killing whole summers being driven through dawns to tournaments all over Illinois, Indiana, Iowa. At 14, I was ranked 17th in the United States Tennis Association's Western section, Western being the creakily ancient USTA's designation for the Midwest. Farther west were the Southwest, Northwest, and Pacific Northwest sections. My flirtation with tennis excellence had way more to do with the township where I learned and trained, and with a weird proclivity for intuitive math, than it did with athletic talent. I was, even by the standards of junior competition, in which everyone's a bud of pure potential, a pretty untalented tennis player. My hand-eye was okay, but I was neither large nor quick, had a near-concave chest and wrists so thin I could bracelet them with a thumb and pinky, and could hit a tennis ball no harder or truer than most girls in my age bracket. What I could do was play the whole court. This was a piece of tennis truistics that could mean any number of things. In my case, it meant I knew my limitations, and the limitations of what I stood inside, and adjusted thusly. I was at my very best in bad conditions. Now, conditions in central Illinois are, from a mathematical perspective, interesting, and from a tennis perspective, bad. The summer heat and wet mitten humidity, the grotesquely fertile soil that sends grasses and broadleaves up through the court's surface by main force, the midges that feed on sweat, and the mosquitoes that spawn in the field's furrows and in the conferva-choked ditches that box each field, night tennis, next to impossible because the moths and crap gnats drawn by the sodium lights form a little planet around each tall lamp, and the whole lit court surface is aflutter with spastic little shadows. But mostly wind. The biggest single factor in central Illinois' quality of outdoor life is wind. There are more local jokes than I can summon about bent weather vanes and leaning barns, more downstate sobriquets for kinds of wind than there are in Malamut for snow. The wind had a personality, a poor temper, and apparently agendas. The wind blew autumn leaves into intercalated lines and arcs of force so regular you could photograph them for a textbook on Kramer's rule and the cross products of curves in three-space. It molded winter snow into blinding truncheons that buried stalled cars and required citizens to shovel out not only driveways but the sides of homes. A central Illinois blizzard starts only when the snowfall stops and the wind begins. Most people in Philo didn't comb their hair because why bother? Ladies wore those plastic flags tied down over their parlor jobs so regularly I thought they were required for a real classy coiffeur. Girls on the East Coast outside with their hair hanging and tossing around looked wanton and nude to me. Wind, etc., etc. The people I know from outside it distill the Midwest into blank flatness. Black land and fields of green fronds or 5 o'clock stubble, gentle swells and declivities that make the topology a sadistic exercise in plotting quadrics, highway vistas so same and dead they drive motorists mad. Those from Indiana, Wisconsin, northern Illinois think of their own Midwest as agronomics and commodity futures and corn detasseling and bean walking and seed company caps, apple-cheeked Nordic types, cider and slaughter and football games with white fog banks of breath exiting helmets. But in the odd central pocket that is Champaign-Urbana, Rantoul, Philo, Mahomet Seymour, Mattoon, Farmer City, and Tolona, Midwestern life is informed and deformed by wind. Weather-wise, our township is on the eastern upcurrent of what I once heard an atmospherist in brown tweed call a thermal anomaly. Something about southward rotations of crisp air off the Great Lakes and muggy southern stuff from Arkansas and Kentucky miscegenating, plus an odd dose of weird zephyrs from the Mississippi Valley 3 hours west. Chicago calls itself the Windy City, but Chicago, one big windbreak, does not know from a true religious-type wind. And meteorologists have nothing to tell people in Philo, who know perfectly well that the real story is that to the west, between us and the Rockies, there is basically nothing tall, and that weird zephyrs and stirs joined breezes and gusts and thermals and downdrafts and whatever out over Nebraska and Kansas and moved east like streams into rivers and jets and military fronts that gathered like avalanches and roared in reverse down pioneer ox trails toward our own personal unsheltered asses. The worst was spring, boys' high school tennis season, when the nets would stand out stiff as proud flags and an errant ball would blow clear to the easternmost fence, interrupting play on the next several courts. During a bad blow, some of us would get rope out and tell Rob Lord, who was our fifth man in singles and spectrally thin, that we were going to have to tie him down to keep him from becoming a projectile. Autumn, usually about half as bad as spring, was a low constant roar and the massive clicking sound of continents of dry leaves being arranged into force curves. I'd heard no sound remotely like this mega-clicking until I heard, at 19, on New Brunswick's Bay of Fundy, my first high tide wave break and get sucked back out over a shore of polished pebbles. Summers were manic and gusty, then often around August deadly calm. The wind would just die some August days, and it was no relief at all. The cessation drove us nuts. Each August, we realized afresh how much the sound of wind had become part of the soundtrack to life in Philo. The sound of wind had become, for me, silence. When it went away, I was left with the squeak of the blood in my head and the aural glitter of all those little eardrum hairs quivering like a drunk in withdrawal. It was months after I moved to western Massachusetts before I could really sleep in the pussified whisper of New England's wind sound. To your average outsider, central Illinois looks ideal for sports. The ground, seen from the air, strongly suggests a board game. Anally precise squares of dun or khaki cropland all cut and divided by plumb-straight tar roads. In all farmland, roads still seem more like impediments than avenues. In winter, the terrain always looks like Mannington bathroom tile. White quadrangles where bare, snow, black where trees and scrub have shaken free in the wind. From plains, it always looks to me like Monopoly, or Life, or a lab maze for rats. Then, from ground level, the arrayed fields of feed corn or soybeans, fields furrowed into lines as straight as only an Alice Chalmers and sextant can cut them, look laned like sprint tracks or Olympic pools, hash-marked for serious ball, replete with the angles and alleys of serious tennis. My part of the Midwest always looks laid down special, as if planned. The terrain's strengths are also its weaknesses. Because the land seems so even, designers of clubs and parks rarely bother to roll it flat before laying the asphalt for tennis courts. The result is usually a slight list that only a player who spends a lot of time on the courts will notice. Because tennis courts are, for sun and eye reasons, always laid lengthwise north-south, and because the land in central Illinois rises very gently as one moves east toward Indiana, and the subtle geologic summit that sends rivers doubled back against their own feeders somewhere in the east of that state, the court's forehand half, for a righty facing north, always seems physically uphill from the backhand. At a tournament in Richmond, Indiana, just over the Ohio line, I noticed the tilt was reversed. The same soil that's so full of hummus farmers have to be bought off to keep markets unflooded keeps clay courts chocked with Jimson and thistle and volunteer corn, and it splits asphalt courts open with the upward pressure of broadleaf weeds whose pioneer stock seeds are unthwarted by a half-inch cover of sealant and stone. So that all but the very best-maintained courts in the most affluent Illinois districts are their own little rural landscapes, with tufts and cracks and underground seepage puddles being part of the lay that one plays. A court's cracks always seem to start off to the side of the service box and meander in and back toward the service line. Foliated in pockets, the black cracks, especially against the forest green that contrasts with the barn red of the space outside the lines to signify fair territory, give the courts the eerie look of well-rivered sections of Illinois, seen from back aloft. A tennis court, 78 feet by 27 feet, looks from above, with its slender rectangles of doubles alleys flanking its whole length, like a cardboard carton with flaps folded back. The net, 3.5 feet high at the posts, divides the court widthwise in half. The service lines divide each half again into backcourt and fore. In the two forecourts, lines that run from the base of the net center to the service lines divide them into 21-foot by 13.5-foot service boxes. The sharply precise divisions and boundaries, together with the fact that, wind and your more exotic type spins aside, balls can be made to travel in straight lines only, make textbook tennis playing geometry. It is billiards with balls that won't hold still. It is chess on the run. It is to artillery and airstrikes what football is to infantry and attrition. Tennis-wise, I had two preternatural gifts to compensate for not much physical talent. Make that 3. The first was that I always sweated so much that I stayed fairly ventilated in all weathers. Oversweating seems an ambivalent blessing, and it didn't exactly do wonders for my social life in high school, but it meant I could play for hours on a Turkish bath July day and not flag a bit so long as I drank water and ate salty stuff between matches. I always looked like a drowned man by about game 4, but I didn't cramp, vomit, or pass out, unlike the gleaming Peoria kids whose hair never even lost its part right up until their eyes rolled up in their heads and they pitched forward onto the shimmering concrete. A bigger asset still was that I was extremely comfortable inside straight lines. None of the odd geometric claustrophobia that turns some gifted juniors into skittish zoo animals after a while. I found I felt best physically enwebbed in sharp angles, acute bisections, shaved corners. This was environmental. Philo, Illinois, is a cockeyed grid. 9 north-south streets against 6 northeast-southwest. 51 gorgeous slanted cruciform corners. The east and west intersection angles tangents could be evaluated integrally in terms of their secants. Around a 3-intersection central town common with a tank whose nozzle pointed northwest at Urbana, plus a frozen native sun, felled on the Salerno beachhead, whose bronze hand pointed true north. In the late morning, the Salerno guy's statue had a squat black shadow arm against grass dense enough to putt on. In the evening, the sun galvanized his left profile and cast his arm's accusing shadow out to the right, bent at the angle of a stick in a pond. At college, it suddenly occurred to me during a quiz that the differential between the direction the statue's hand pointed and the arc of its shadow's rotation was first order. Anyway, most of my memories of childhood, whether of furrowed acreage or of a harvester's sentry duty along Rural Road 104 West, or of the play of sharp shadows against the Legion Hall softball field's dusk, I could now reconstruct on demand with an edge and protractor. I liked the sharp intercourse of straight lines more than the other kids I grew up with. I think this is because they were natives, whereas I was an infantile transplant from Ithaca, where my dad had PhD'd. So I'd known, even horizontally and semi-consciously as a baby, something different. The tall hills and serpentine one-ways of upstate New York. I'm pretty sure I kept the amorphous mush of curves and swells as contrasting backlight somewhere down in the lizardy part of my brain, because the Philo children I fought and played with, kids who knew and had known nothing else, saw nothing stark or new worldish in the township's plainer layout, prized nothing crisp. Except, why do I think it significant that so many of them wound up in the military, performing smart right faces in razor-creased dress blues? Unless you're one of those rare mutant virtuosos of raw force, you'll find that competitive tennis, like money pool, requires geometric thinking, the ability to calculate not merely your own angles but the angles of response to your angles. Because the expansion of response possibilities is quadratic, you are required to think n shots ahead, where n is a hyperbolic function limited by the hyperbolic sine of opponent's talent and the hyperbolic cosine of the number of shots in the rally so far, roughly. I was good at this. What made me for a while near great was that I could also admit the differential complication of wind into my calculations. I could think and play octically. For the wind put curves in the lines and transformed the game into three-space. Wind did massive damage to many Central Illinois junior players, particularly in the period from April to July when it needed lithium badly, tending to gust without pattern, swirl and backtrack and die and rise, sometimes blowing in one direction at court level and in another altogether 10 feet overhead. The precision in thinking required one to induct trends in percentage, thrust, and retaliatory angle. Precision Our Guy and the other township's volunteer coaches were good at abstracting about with chalk and board, attaching a pupil's leg to the fence with clothesline to restrict his arc of movement in practice, placing laundry baskets in different corners and making us sink ball after ball, taking masking tape and laying down Chinese boxes within the court's own boxes for drills and wind sprints. All this theoretical prep went out the window when sneakers hit actual court in a tournament. The best planned, best hit ball often just blew out of bounds was the basic unlyrical problem. It drove some kids near mad with the caprice and unfairness of it all, and on real windy days these kids, usually with talent out the bazoo, would have their first apoplectic racket-throwing tantrum in about the match's third game, and lapse into a kind of sullen coma by the end of the first set, now bitterly expecting to get screwed over by wind, net, tape, sun. I, who was affectionately known as Slug because I was such a lazy turd in practice, located my biggest tennis asset in a weird robotic detachment from whatever unfairness of wind and weather I couldn't plan for. I couldn't begin to tell you how many tournament matches I won between the ages of 12 and 15 against bigger, faster, more coordinated, and better coached opponents simply by hitting balls unimaginatively back down the middle of the court in schizophrenic gales, letting the other kid play with more verve and panache, waiting for enough of his ambitious balls aimed near the lines to curve or slide via wind outside the green court and white stripe into the raw red territory that won me yet another ugly point. It wasn't pretty or fun to watch, and even with the Illinois wind I never could have won whole matches this way had the opponent not eventually had his small nervous breakdown, buckling under the obvious injustice of losing to a shallow-chested pusher because of the shitty rural courts and rotten wind that rewarded cautious automatism instead of verve and panache. I was an unpopular player with good reason. But to say that I did not use verve or imagination was untrue. Acceptance is its own verve, and it takes imagination for a player to like wind, and I liked wind. Or rather, I at least felt the wind had some basic right to be there, and found it sort of interesting, and was willing to expand my logistical territory to countenance the devastating effect a 15 to 30 mile per hour stutter breeze swirling southwest to east would have on my best calculations as to how ambitiously to respond to Joe Perfect Hair's topspin drive into my backhand corner. The Illinois combination of pocked courts, sickening damp, and wind required and rewarded an almost zen-like acceptance of things as they actually were on court. I won a lot. At 12, I began getting entry to tournaments beyond Philo and Champaign and Danville. I was driven by my parents or by the folks of Gil Antitois, son of a Canadian history professor from Urbana, to events like the Central Illinois Open in Decatur, a town built and owned by the A.E. Staley processing concern, and so awash in the stink of roasting corn that kids would play with bandanas tied over their mouths and noses. Like the Western Closed Qualifier on the ISU campus in Normal. Like the McDonald's Junior Open in the serious corn town of Galesburg, way out west by the river. Like the Prairie State Open in Pekin, insurance hub and home of Caterpillar Tractor. Like the Midwest Junior Clay Courts at a shishi private club in Peoria's pale version of Scarsdale. Over the next 4 summers, I got to see way more of the state than is normal or healthy. albeit most of this seeing was a blur of travel and crops, looking between not-outs at sunrises, abrupt and terribly candent over the crease between fields and sky. Plus you could see any town you were aimed at the very moment it came around the earth's curve. And the only part of Proust that really moved me in college was the early description of the kid's geometric relation to the distant church spire at Cambrai. Riding in station wagons, back seats, through Saturday dawns and Sunday sunsets. I got steadily better. Antitois, unfairly assisted by an early puberty, got radically better. By the time we were 14, Gil Antitois and I were the central Illinois cream of our age bracket, usually seeded 1 and 2 at area tournaments, able to beat all but a couple of even the kids from the Chicago suburbs who, together with a contingent from Grosse Pointe, Michigan, usually dominated the Western regional rankings. That summer, the best 14-year-old in the nation was a Chicago kid, Bruce Brescia, whose penchant for floppy white tennis hats, low socks with bunny tails at the heel, and lurid pastel sweater vests testified to proclivities that wouldn't dawn on me for several more years. But Brescia and his henchman, Mark Meese of Zanesville, Ohio, never bothered to play anything but the Midwestern clays and some indoor events in Cook County, being too busy jetting off to like the Pacific Hard Courts in Ventura and Junior Wimbledon and all that. I played Brescia just once, in the quarters of an indoor thing at the Rosemont Horizon in 1977, and the results were not pretty. Antitois actually got a set off Meese in the national qualifiers one year. Neither Brescia nor Meese ever turned pro. I don't know what happened to either of them after 18. Antitois and I ranged over the exact same competitive territory. He was my friend and foe and bane. Though I'd started playing 2 years before he was bigger, quicker, and basically better than I by about age 13, and I was soon losing to him in the finals of just about every tournament I played. So different were our appearances and approaches and general gestalts that we had something of an epic rivalry from 74 through 77. I had gotten so prescient at using stats, surface, sun, gusts, and a kind of stoic cheer that I was regarded as a physical savant, a medicine boy of wind and heat, and could play just forever, sending back moonballs baroque with spin. Antitois, uncomplicated from the get-go, hit the ever-living shit out of every round object that came within his ambit, aiming always for one of 2 backcourt corners. He was a slugger. I was a slug. When he was on, i.e. having a good day, he varnished the court with me. When he wasn't at his best, and the countless hours I and David Sabo from Bloomington and Kirk Ryhagen and Steve Castle of Danville spent in meditation and seminar on just what variables of diet, sleep, romance, car ride, and even sock color factored into the equation of Antitois' mood and level day to day, he and I had great matches, real marathon windsuckers. Of 11 finals we played in 1974, I won 2. Midwest junior tennis was also my initiation into true adult sadness. I had developed a sort of hubris about my Taoistic ability to control via non-control. I'd established a private religion of wind. I even liked to bike. Awfully few people in Philo bike, for obvious wind reasons, but I'd found a way to sort of tack back and forth against a stiff current, holding some wide book out at my side at about 120 degrees to my angle of thrust. Bain and Pugh's The Art of the Engineer and Cairo's Language of the Hand proved to be the best airfoils, so that through imagination and verve and stoic cheer I could not just neutralize but use an in-your-face gale for biking. Similarly, by 13, I'd found a way not just to accommodate, but to employ the heavy summer winds in matches. No longer just mooning the ball down the center to allow plenty of margin for error and swerve. I was now able to use the currents kind of the way a pitcher uses spit. I could hit curves way out into cross breezes that'd drop the ball just fair. I had a special wind serve that had so much spin the ball turned oval in the air and curved left to right like a smart slider, and then reversed its arc on the bounce. I developed the same sort of autonomic feel for what the wind would do to the ball that a standard trans driver has for how to shift. As a junior tennis player, I was for a time a citizen of the concrete physical world in a way the other boys weren't, I felt. And I felt betrayed at around 14 when so many of these single-minded, flailing boys became abruptly mannish and tall, with sudden sprays of hair on their thighs and wisps on their lips and ropey arteries on their forearms. My 15th summer, kids I'd been beating easily the year before all of a sudden seemed overpowering. I lost in 2 semifinals at Pekin and Springfield in 77 of events I'd beaten Antitois in the finals of in 76. My dad just about brought me to my knees after the Springfield loss to some kid from the Quad Cities when he said, trying to console me, that it had looked like a boy playing a man out there. And the other boys sensed something up with me too, smelled some breakdown in the odd détente I'd had with the elements. My ability to accommodate and fashion the exterior was being undercut by the malfunction of some internal alarm clock I didn't understand. I mention this mostly because so much of my Midwest's communal psychic energy was informed by growth and fertility. The agronomic angle was obvious, what with my whole township dependent for tax base on seed, dispersion, height, and yield. Something about the adults' obsessive weighing and measuring and projecting, this special calculus of thrust and growth, leaked inside us children's capped and bandanaed little heads out on the fields, diamonds and courts of our special interests. By 1977, I was the only one of my group of jock friends with virginity intact. I know this for a fact, and only because these guys are now schoolteachers and commoditists and insurers with families and standings to protect will I not share with you just how I know it. I felt, as I became a later and later bloomer, alienated not just from my own recalcitrant, glabrous little body, but in a way from the whole elemental exterior I'd come to see as my co-conspirator. I knew somehow that the call to height and hair came from outside, from whatever apart from Monsanto and Dow made the corn grow, the hog's rut, the wind soften every spring and hang with the scent of manure from the plain of bean fields north between us and Champaign. My vocation ebbed. I felt uncalled. I began to experience the same resentment toward whatever children abstract as nature that I knew Steve Castle felt when a soundly considered approach shot down the forehand line was blown out by a gust. That I knew Gil Antitois suffered when his pretty kick-serve, he was the only top-flight kid from the slow, weedy township courts to play serve and volley from the start, which is why he had such success on the slick cement of the West Coast when he went on to play for Cal Fullerton, was compromised by the sun. He was so tall and so stubborn about adjusting his high textbook service toss for solar conditions that serving from the court's north end in early afternoon matches always filled his eyes with violet blobs, and he'd lumber around for the rest of the point, flailing and pissed. This was back when sunglasses were unheard of on court. But so the point is, I began to feel what they'd felt. I began very quietly to resent my physical place in the great schema, and this resentment and bitterness a kind of slow root rot, is a big reason why I never qualified for the sectional championships again after 1977, and why I ended up in 1980 barely making the team at a college smaller than Urbana High, while kids I had beaten and then envied played scholarship tennis for Purdue, Fullerton, Michigan, Pepperdine, and even, in the case of Pete Boughton, who grew half a foot and 40 IQ points in 1977, for the hallowed U of I at Urbana-Champaign. Alienation from Midwest as fertility grid might be a little on the over-metaphysical side, not to mention self-pitying. This was the time, after all, when I discovered definite integrals and antiderivatives and found my identity shifting from jock to math weenie anyway. But it's also true that my whole Midwest tennis career matured and then degenerated under the aegis of the Peter Principle. In and around my township, where the courts were rural and budgets low and conditions so extreme that the mosquitoes sounded like trumpets and the bees like tubas and the wind like a 5-alarm fire, that we had to change shirts between games and use our water jugs to wash blown field chaff off our arms and necks and carry salt tablets in Pez containers. I was truly near great. I could play the whole court. I was in my element. But all the more important tournaments, the events into which my rural excellence was an easement, were played in a different real world. The court surface was redone every spring at the Arlington Tennis Center, where the national junior qualifier for our region was held. The green of these courts' fair territory was so vivid as to distract. Its surface so new and rough, it wrecked your feet right through your shoes, and so bare of flaw, tilt, crack, or seam that it was totally disorienting. Playing on a perfect court was, for me, like treading water out of sight of land. I never knew where I was out there. The 1976 Chicago Junior Invitational was held at Lincolnshire's Bath and Tennis Club, whose huge warren of 36 courts was enclosed by all these troubling green plastic tarps attached to all the fences, with little archer slits in them at eye level to afford some parody of spectation. These tarps were wind-begone windscreens, patented by the folks over at Cyclone Fence in 1971. They did cut down on the worst of the unfair gusts, but they also seemed to rob the court space of new air. Competing at Lincolnshire was like playing in the bottom of a well, and blue bug zapper lights festooned the light posts when really major Midwest tournaments played into the night. No clouds of midges around the head or jagged shadows of moths to distinguish from balls' flights, but a real unpleasant zotting and frying sound of bugs being decommissioned just overhead. I won't pause to mention the smell. The point is, I just wasn't the same, somehow, without deformities to play around. I'm thinking now that the wind and bugs and chuck holes formed for me a kind of inner boundary, my own personal set of lines. Once I hit a certain level of tournament facilities, I was disabled because I was unable to accommodate the absence of disabilities to accommodate. If that makes sense. Puberty angst and material alienation notwithstanding, my Midwest tennis career plateaued the moment I saw my first windscreen. Still strangely eager to speak of weather, let me say that my township, in fact, all of east-central Illinois, is a proud part of what meteorologists call Tornado Alley. Incidents of tornadoes all out of statistical proportion. I personally have seen 2 on the ground and 5 aloft, trying to assemble. Aloft tornadoes are gray-white, more like convulsions in the thunderclouds themselves than separate or protruding from them. Ground tornadoes are black only because of the tons of soil they suck in and spin around. The grotesque frequency of tornadoes around my township is, I'm told, a function of the same variables that cause our civilian winds. We are a coordinate where fronts and air masses converge. Most days from late March to June there are tornado watches somewhere in our TV station's viewing area. The stations put a little graphic at the screen's upper right, like a pair of binoculars for a watch and the tarot deck's tower card for a warning or something. Watches mean conditions are right and so on and so forth, which, big deal. It's only the rarer tornado warnings, which require a confirmed sighting by somebody with reliable sobriety, that make the civil defense sirens go. The siren on top of the Philo Middle School was a different pitch and cycle from the one off in the south part of Urbana, and the two used to weave in and out of each other in a god-awful trinity. When the sirens blew, the native families went to their canning cellars or fallout shelters. No kidding. The academic families in their bright prefab houses with new lawns and foundations of flat slab went with whatever good luck tokens they could lay hands on to the very most central point on the ground floor after opening every single window to thwart implosion from precipitous pressure drops. For my family, the very most central point was a hallway between my dad's study and a linen closet, with a reproduction of a Flemish Annunciation scene on one wall, and a bronze Aztec sunburst hanging with guillotinic mass on the other. I always tried to maneuver my sister under the sunburst. If there was an actual warning when you were outside and away from home, say at a tennis tournament in some godforsaken public park at some city fringe zoned for sprawl, you were supposed to lie prone in the deepest depression you could locate. Since the only real depressions around most tournament sites were the irrigation and runoff ditches that bordered cultivated fields, ditches icky with conferva and mosquito spray and always heaving with what looked like conventions of copperheads and just basically places your thinking man doesn't lie prone in under any circumstances. In practice, at a warned tournament, you zipped your rackets into their covers and ran to find your loved ones or even your liked ones and just all milled around trying to look like you weren't about to lose sphincter control. Mothers tended sometimes to wail and clutch childish heads to their bosoms. Mrs. Swearingen of Pekin was particularly popular for clutching even strange kids' heads to her formidable bosom. I mention tornadoes for reasons directly related to the purpose of this essay. For one thing, they were a real part of Midwest childhood, because as a little kid I was obsessed with dread over them. My earliest nightmares, the ones that didn't feature mile-high robots from Lost in Space wielding huge croquet mallets, don't ask, were about shrieking sirens and dead white skies, a slender monster on the Iowa horizon, jutting less phallic than saurian from the lowering sky, whipping back and forth with such frenzy that it almost doubled on itself, trying to eat its own tail, throwing off chaff and dust and chairs. It never came any closer than the horizon. It didn't have to. In practice, watches and warnings both seem to have a kind of boy and wolf quality for the natives of Philo. They just happened too often. Watches seemed especially irrelevant because we could always see storms coming from the west way in advance. And by the time they were over, say, Decatur, you could diagnose the basic condition by the color and height of the clouds. The taller the anvil-shaped thunderheads, the better the chance for hail and warnings. Pitch-black clouds were a happier sight than gray shot with an odd nacreous white. The shorter the interval between the sight of lightning and the sound of thunder, the faster the system was moving, and the faster the system, the worse. Like most things that mean you harm, severe thunderstorms are brisk and no nonsense. I know why I stayed obsessed as I aged. Tornadoes, for me, were a transfiguration. Like all serious winds, they were our little stretch of plane's z-coordinate, a move up from the Euclidean monotone of furrow, road, axis, and grid. We studied tornadoes in junior high. A Canadian high straight lines it southeast from the Dakotas. A moist, warm mass draws on up north from, like, Arkansas. The result was not a Greek chi, or even a Cartesian gamma, but a circling of the square, a curling of vectors, concavation of curves. It was alchemical, Leibnizian. Tornadoes were, in our part of central Illinois, the dimensionless point at which parallel lines met and whirled and blew up. They made no sense. Houses blew not out, but in. Brothels were spared while orphanages next door bought it. Dead cattle were found 3 miles from their silage without a scratch on them. Tornadoes are omnipotent and obey no law. Force without law has no shape, only tendency and duration. I believe now that I knew all this without knowing it as a kid. The only time I ever got caught in what might have been an actual one was in June '78 on a tennis court at Hassel Park in Champaign, where I was drilling one afternoon with Gil Antitois. Though a contemptible and despised tournament opponent, I was a coveted practice partner because I could transfer balls to wherever you wanted them with the mindless consistency of a machine. This particular day, it was supposed to rain around supper time, and a couple times we thought we'd heard the tattered edges of a couple sirens out west toward Monticello. But Antitois and I drilled religiously every afternoon that week on the slow, clayish Hartrue of Hassel, trying to prepare for a beastly clay invitational in Chicago, where it was rumored both Brescia and Mies would appear. We were doing butterfly drills. My cross-court forehand is transferred back down the line to Antitois' backhand. He cross-courts it to my backhand. I send it down the line to his forehand. 4 45-degree angles, though the intersection of just his cross-courts make an X, which is 4 90 degrees, and also a crucifix rotated the same quarter turn that a swastika, which involves 8 90-degree angles, is rotated on Hitlerian bunting. This was the sort of stuff that went through my head when I drilled. Hassel Park was scented heavily with cheese from the massive craft factory at Champagne's western limit, and it had wonderful, expensive, soft Hartrue courts of such a deep, piney color that the flights of the fluorescent balls stayed on one's visual screen for a few extra seconds, leaving trails, which is also why the angles and hieroglyphs involved in butterfly drill seem important. But the crux here is that butterflies are primarily a conditioning drill. Both players have to get from one side of the court to the other between each stroke, and once the initial pain and wind-sucking are over, assuming you're a kid who's in absurd shape because he spends countless mindless hours jumping rope or running laps backward or doing star drills between the court's corners or straight sprints back and forth along the perfect furrows of early bean fields each morning. Once the first pain and fatigue of butterflies are got through, if both guys are good enough so that there are few unforced errors to break up the rally, a kind of fugue state opens up inside you where your concentration telescopes toward a still point and you lose awareness of your limbs and the soft shush of your shoes slide. You have to slide out of a run on Hartrue, and whatever's outside the lines of the court, and pretty much all you know then is the bright ball and the octangled butterfly outline of its trail across the billiard green of the court. We had one just endless rally, and I'd left the planet in a silent swoop inside when the court and ball and butterfly trail all seemed to surge brightly and glow as the daylight just plain went out in the sky overhead. Neither of us had noticed that there'd been no wind blowing the familiar grit into our eyes for several minutes, a bad sign. There was no siren. Later they said the CD alert network had been out of order. This was June 6, 1978. The air temperature dropped so fast you could feel your hair rise. There was no thunder and no air stirred. I could not tell you why we kept hitting. Neither of us said anything. There was no siren. It was high noon. There was nobody else on the courts. The riding mower, out over east at the softball field, was still going back and forth. There were no depressions except a saprogenic ditch along the field of new corn just west. What could we have done? The air always smells of mowed grass before a bad storm. I think we thought it would rain at worst, and that we'd play till it rained and then go sit in Auntie Toi's parents' station wagon. I do remember a mental obscenity. I had gut strings in my rackets, strings everybody with a high sectional ranking got free for letting the Wilson sales rep spray paint a W across the racket face. So they were free, but I liked this particular string job on this racket. I liked them tight, but not real tight. 62 to 63 psi on a ProFlight stringer, and gut becomes pasta if it gets wet. But we were both in the fugue state, that exhaustion through repetition brings on. A fugue state I've decided that my whole time playing tennis was spent chasing. A fugue state I associated, too, with plowing and seeding and detasseling and spreading herbicides back and forth in sentry duty along perfect lines, up and back, or military marching on flat blacktop, hypnotic, a mental state at once flat and lush, numbing and yet exquisitely felt. We were young, we didn't know when to stop. Maybe I was mad at my body and wanted to hurt it, wear it down. Then the whole knee-high field to the west along Kirby Avenue all of a sudden flattened out in a wave coming toward us as if the field was getting steamrolled. Auntie Toi went wide west for a forehand cross, and I saw the corn get laid down in waves, and the sycamores in a copse lining the ditch point our way. There was no funnel. Either it had just materialized and come down, or it wasn't a real one. The big heavy swings on the industrial swing sets took off, wrapping themselves in their chains around and around the top crossbar. The park's grass got laid down the same way the field had. The whole thing happened so fast I'd seen nothing like it. Recall that Bimini H-bomb film of the shockwave visible in the sea as it comes toward the ship's film crew. This all happened very fast, but in serial progression. Field, trees, swings, grass, then the feel like the lift of the world's biggest mitt, the net suddenly and sexually up and out straight, and I seem to remember whacking a ball out of my hand at Auntie Toi to watch its radical west-east curve, and for some reason trying to run after this ball I'd just hit, but I couldn't have tried to run after a ball I had hit. But I remember the heavy gentle lift at my thighs, and the ball curving back closer, and my passing the ball and beating the ball in flight over the horizontal net, my feet not once touching the ground over 50-odd feet, a cartoon. And then there was chaff and crud in the air, all over, and both Auntie Toi and I either flew or were blown pinwheeling, for I swear it must have been 50 feet to the fence one court over, the easternmost fence. We hit the fence so hard, we knocked it halfway down, and it stuck at 45 degrees. Auntie Toi detached a retina and had to wear those funky Jabbar retina goggles for the rest of the summer. and the fence had two body-shaped indentations like in cartoons, where the guy's face makes a cast in the skillet that hit him. Two catcher's masks of fence. We both got deep, quadrangular lines impressed on our faces, torsos, legs fronts, from the fence. My sister said we looked like waffles. But neither of us got badly hurt, and no homes got whacked. Either the thing just ascended again for no reason right after they do that, obey no rule, follow no line, hop up and down at something that might as well be will, or else it wasn't a real one. Auntie Toi's tennis continued to improve after that, but mine didn't. 1990. E Unibus Plurum. Television and U.S. Fiction. Act natural. Fiction writers as a species tend to be oglers. They tend to lurk and to stare. They are born watchers. They are viewers. They are the ones on the subway about whose nonchalant stare there is something creepy, somehow, almost predatory. This is because human situations are writers' food. Fiction writers watch other humans sort of the way gapers slow down for car wrecks. They covet a vision of themselves as witnesses. But fiction writers tend, at the same time, to be terribly self-conscious, devoting lots of productive time to studying closely how people come across to them. Fiction writers also spend lots of less productive time wondering nervously how they come across to other people, how they appear, how they seem, whether their shirt tail might be hanging out of their fly, whether there's maybe lipstick on their teeth, whether the people they're ogling can maybe size them up as somehow creepy, as lurkers and starers. The result is that a majority of fiction writers, born watchers, tend to dislike being objects of people's attention, dislike being watched. The exceptions to this rule, Mailer, McInerney, sometimes create the impression that most belletristic types covet people's attention. Most don't. The few who like attention just naturally get more attention. The rest of us watch. Most of the fiction writers I know are Americans under 40. I don't know whether fiction writers under 40 watch more television than other American species. Statisticians report that television is watched over 6 hours a day in the average American household. I don't know any fiction writers who live in average American households. I suspect Louis Erdrich might. Actually, I have never seen an average American household, except on TV. Right away you can see a couple of things that look potentially great for U.S. fiction writers about U.S. television. First, television does a lot of our predatory human research for us. American human beings are a slippery and protean bunch in real life. Hard as hell to get any kind of universal handle on, but television comes equipped with just such a handle. It's an incredible gauge of the generic. If we want to know what American normality is, i.e., what Americans want to regard as normal, we can trust television. For television's whole raison is reflecting what people want to see. It's a mirror. Not the Stendhalian mirror that reflects the blue sky and mud puddle. More like the overlit bathroom mirror before which the teenager monitors his biceps and determines his better profile. This kind of window on nervous American self-perception is simply invaluable in terms of writing fiction. And writers can have faith in television. There is a lot of money at stake, after all, and television owns the best demographers applied social science has to offer, and these researchers can determine precisely what Americans in the 1990s are, want, see, what we as audience want to see ourselves as. Television, from the surface on down, is about desire. And fiction-wise, desire is the sugar in human food. The second great seeming thing is that television looks to be an absolute godsend for a human subspecies that loves to watch people but hates to be watched itself. For the television screen affords access only one way: a psychic ball check valve. We can see them. They can't see us. We can relax unobserved as we ogle. I happen to believe this is why television also appeals so much to lonely people, to voluntary shut-ins. Every lonely human I know watches way more than the average U.S. 6 hours a day. The lonely, like the fictive, love one-way watching. For lonely people are usually lonely not because of hideous deformity or odor or obnoxiousness. In fact, there exist today support and social groups for persons with precisely these attributes. Lonely people tend, rather, to be lonely because they decline to bear the psychic costs of being around other humans. They are allergic to people. People affect them too strongly. Let's call the average U.S. lonely person Joe Briefcase. Joe Briefcase fears and loathes the strain of the special self-consciousness which seems to afflict him only when other real human beings are around, staring, their human sense antennae abristle. Joe B. fears how he might come across, to watchers. He chooses to sit out the enormously stressful U.S. game of appearance poker. But lonely people, at home, alone, still crave sights and scenes, company. Hence television. Joe can stare at them on the screen. They remain blind to Joe. It's almost like voyeurism. I happen to know lonely people who regard television as a veritable deus ex machina for voyeurs. And a lot of the criticism, the really rabid criticism less leveled than sprayed at networks, advertisers, and audiences alike, has to do with the charge that television has turned us into a nation of sweaty, slack-jawed voyeurs. This charge turns out to be untrue, but it's untrue for interesting reasons. What classic voyeurism is espial, i.e. watching people who don't know you're there, as those people go about the mundane but erotically charged little businesses of private life. It's interesting that so much classic voyeurism involves media of framed glass, windows, telescopes, etc. Maybe the framed glass is why the analogy to television is so tempting, but TV watching is different from genuine peeping Tomism, because the people we're watching through TV's framed glass screen are not really ignorant of the fact that somebody is watching them. In fact, a whole lot of somebodies. In fact, the people on television know that it is in virtue of this truly huge crowd of ogling somebodies that they are on the screen engaging in broad, non-mundane gestures at all. Television does not afford true espial because television is performance, spectacle, which by definition requires watchers. We're not voyeurs here at all. We're just viewers. We are the audience. Megametrically many, though most often we watch alone, e unibus plurum. This, and thus part of this essay's title, is from a marvelous toss-off in Michael Sorkin's Faking It, published in Todd Gitlin, editor, Watching Television, Random House/Pantheon, 1987. One reason fiction writers seem creepy in person is that by vocation they really are voyeurs. They need that straightforward visual theft of watching somebody who hasn't prepared a special watchable self. The only illusion in true espial is suffered by the voyee, who doesn't know he's giving off images and impressions. A problem with so many of us fiction writers under 40 using television as a substitute for true espial, however, is that TV voyeurism involves a whole gorgeous orgy of illusions for the pseudo-spy when we watch. Illusion 1 is that we're voyeurs here at all. The voyees behind the screen's glass are only pretending ignorance. They know perfectly well we're out there. And that we're there is also very much on the minds of those behind the second layer of glass, namely the lenses and monitors via which technicians and arrangers apply enormous ingenuity to hurl the visible images at us. What we see is far from stolen, it's proffered, illusion 2. And illusion 3, what we're seeing through the framed panes isn't people in real situations that do, or even could go on without consciousness of audience, i.e., what young writers are scanning for data on some reality to fictionalize is already composed of fictional characters in highly formalized narratives. And 4, we're not really even seeing characters at all. It's not Major Frank Burns, pathetic self-important putz from Fort Wayne, Indiana. It's Larry Linville of Ojai, California, actor stoic enough to endure thousands of letters, still coming in, even in syndication, from pseudo-voyeurs berating him for being a putz from Indiana. And then 5, it's ultimately, of course, not even actors we're espying, not even people. It's EM-propelled analog waves and ion streams and rear-screen chemical reactions throwing off phosphenes in grids of dots not much more lifelike than Seurat's own impressionist commentaries on perceptual illusion. Good Lord, and 6, the dots are coming out of our furniture. All we're really spying on is our own furniture. And our very own chairs and lamps and book spines sit visible but unseen at our gazes frame as we contemplate Korea or are taken live to Jerusalem, or regard the plusher chairs and classier spines of the Huxtable home as illusory cues that this is some domestic interior whose membrane we have, slyly, unnoticed, violated. 7. And 8? And illusions ad infinitum. Not that these realities about actors and phosphenes and furniture are unknown to us. We choose to ignore them. They are part of the belief we suspend. But it's an awfully heavy load to hoist aloft for 6 hours a day. Illusions of voyeurism and privileged access require serious complicity from the viewer. How can we be made so willingly to acquiesce to the delusion that the people on the TV don't know they're being watched, to the fantasy that we're somehow transcending privacy and feeding on unself-conscious human activity? There might be lots of reasons why these unrealities are so swallowable. But a big one is that the performers behind the glass are, varying degrees of thespian talent notwithstanding, absolute geniuses at seeming unwatched. Make no mistake, seeming unwatched in front of a TV camera is an art. Take a look at how non-professionals act when a TV camera is pointed at them. They often spaz out, or else they go all stiff, frozen with self-consciousness. Even PR people and politicians are, in terms of being on camera, rank amateurs. And we love to laugh at how stiff and fake non-pros appear on television, how unnatural. But if you've ever once been the object of that terrible blank, round glass stare, you know all too well how paralyzingly self-conscious it makes you feel. A harried guy with earphones and a clipboard tells you to act natural as your face begins to leap around on your skull, struggling for a seeming unwatched expression that feels so impossible because seeming unwatched is like acting natural, oxymoronic. Try hitting a golf ball right after someone asks you whether you in or exhale on your backswing, or getting promised lavish rewards if you can avoid thinking of a green rhinoceros for 10 seconds, and you'll get some idea of the truly heroic contortions of body and mind that must be required for a David Duchovny or Don Johnson to act unwatched as he's watched by a lens that's an overwhelming emblem of what Emerson, years before TV, called the gaze of millions. For Emerson, Only a certain very rare species of person is fit to stand this gaze of millions. It is not your normal, hard-working, quietly desperate species of American. The man who can stand the mega-gaze is a walking imago, a certain type of transcendent semi-human who, in Emerson's phrase, carries the holiday in his eye. The Emersonian holiday that television actors' eyes carry is the promise of a vacation from human self-consciousness, not worrying about how you come across, a total unallergy to gazes. It is contemporarily heroic. It is frightening and strong. It is also, of course, an act, for you have to be just abnormally self-conscious and self-controlled to appear unwatched before cameras and lenses and men with clipboards. This self-conscious appearance of unself-consciousness is the real door to TV's whole mirror hall of illusions, and for us, the audience, it is both medicine and poison. For we gaze at these rare, highly trained, unwatched-seeming people for 6 hours daily, and we love these people. In terms of attributing to them true supernatural assets and desiring to emulate them, it's fair to say we sort of worship them. In a real Joe Briefcase world, that shifts ever more starkly from some community of relationships to networks of strangers connected by self-interest and technology. The people we espy on TV offer us familiarity, community, intimate friendship. But we split what we see. The characters may be our close friends, but the performers are beyond strangers. They're imagos, demigods, and they move in a different sphere. Hang out with and marry only each other, seem even as actors accessible to audience only via the mediation of tabloid, talk show, EM signal. And yet both actors and characters, so terribly removed and filtered, seem so terribly, gloriously natural when we watch. Given how much we watch and what watching means, it's inevitable for those of us fictionists or Joe Briefcases who fancy ourselves voyeurs to get the idea that these persons behind the glass, persons who are often the most colorful, attractive, animated, alive people in our daily experience, are also people who are oblivious to the fact that they are watched. This illusion is toxic. It's toxic for lonely people because it sets up an alienating cycle, namely, why can't I be like that, etc. And it's toxic for writers because it leads us to confuse actual fiction research with a weird kind of fiction consumption. Self-conscious people's oversensitivity to real humans tends to put us before the television and its one-way window in an attitude of relaxed and total reception, rapt. We watch various actors play various characters, etc. For 360 minutes per diem, we receive unconscious reinforcement of the deep thesis that the most significant quality of truly alive persons is watchableness, and that genuine human worth is not just identical with, but rooted in the phenomenon of watching. Plus, the idea that the single biggest part of real watchableness is seeming to be unaware that there's any watching going on. Acting natural. The persons we young fiction writers and assorted shut-ins study, feel for, feel through most intently are, by virtue of a genius for feigned unself-consciousness, fit to stand people's gazes. And we, trying desperately to be nonchalant, perspire creepily on the subway. The finger. Existentio-voyeuristic conundra notwithstanding, there's no denying the simple fact that people in the USA watch so much television basically because it's fun. I know I watch for fun most of the time, and that at least 51% of the time I do have fun when I watch. This doesn't mean I do not take television seriously. One big claim of this essay is going to be that the most dangerous thing about television for U.S. fiction writers is that we don't take it seriously enough as both a disseminator and a definer of the cultural atmosphere we breathe and process, that many of us are so blinded by constant exposure that we regard TV the way Reagan's lame FCC chairman Mark Fowler professed to see it in 1981, as just another appliance, a toaster with pictures. It's undeniable, nevertheless, that watching television is pleasurable, and it may seem odd that so much of the pleasure my generation takes from television lies in making fun of it. But you have to remember that younger Americans grew up as much with people's disdain for TV as we did with TV itself. I knew it was a vast wasteland way before I knew who Newton Minow and Mark Fowler were. And it really is fun to laugh cynically at television, at the way the laughter from sitcoms' live studio audiences is always suspiciously constant in pitch and duration, or at the way travel is depicted on The Flintstones by having the exact same cut-rate cartoon tree, rock, and house go by 4 times. It's fun when a withered June Allison comes on screen for Depend Adult Undergarments and says, "If you have a bladder control problem, you're not alone." To hoot and shout back, "Well, chances are you're alone quite a bit, June." Most scholars and critics who write about U.S. popular culture, though, seem both to take TV very seriously and to suffer terrible pain over what they see. There's this well-known critical litany about television's vapidity and irrealism. The litany is often even cruder and triter than the shows the critics complain about, which I think is why most younger Americans find professional criticism of television less interesting than professional television itself. I found solid examples of what I'm talking about on the first day I even looked. The New York Times Arts and Leisure section for Sunday, 8/05/90, simply bulged with bitter critical derision for TV. And some of the most unhappy articles weren't about low-quality programming so much as about how TV's become this despicable instrument of cultural decay. In a summary review of all 1990s crash-and-burn summer box office hits, in which realism seems to have gone almost entirely out of fashion, it takes Janet Maslin only a paragraph to locate her true anti-reality culprit. We may be hearing about real life only on television shows made up of 15-second sound bites, in which real people not only speak in brief, neat truisms, but actually seem to think that way, perhaps as a result of having watched too much reality-molding television themselves. And one Stephen Holden, in what starts out as a scathing assessment of the pass pop music's come to, feels he knows perfectly well what's behind what he hates. Pop music is no longer a world unto itself, but an adjunct of television, whose stream of commercial images projects a culture in which everything is for sale, and the only things that count are fame, power, and the body beautiful. This stuff just goes on, article after article in the Times. The only arts and leisure piece I could find with anything upbeat to say about TV that morning was a breathless article on how lots of Ivy League graduates are now flying straight from school to New York and Los Angeles to become television writers and are clearing well over $200,000 to start and enjoying rapid advancement to harried clipboarded production status. In this regard, 805's Times is a good example of a strange mix that's been around for a few years now. Weary contempt for television as a creative product and cultural force, combined with beady-eyed fascination about the actual behind-the-glass mechanics of making that product and projecting that force. Surely I'm not alone in having acquaintances I hate to watch TV with because they so clearly loathe it. They complain relentlessly about the hackneyed plots, the unlikely dialogue, the cheese whiz resolutions, the bland condescension of the news anchors, the shrill wheedling of the commercials, and yet are just as clearly obsessed with it, somehow need to loathe their 6 hours a day, day in and out. Junior advertising executives, aspiring filmmakers, and grad school poets are, in my experience, especially prone to this condition, where they simultaneously hate, fear, and need television, and try to disinfect themselves of whatever so much viewing might do to them by watching TV with weary contempt instead of the rapt credulity most of us grew up with. Note that most fiction writers still tend to go for the rapt credulity. But since the wearily contemptuous Times has its own demographic thumb to the pulse of readerly taste, it's probably safe to assume that most educated Times-buying Americans are wearily disgusted by television, have this weird hate/need/fear 6 hours daily gestalt about it. Published TV scholarship sure reflects this mood, and the numbingly dull quality to most literary television analyses is due less to the turgid abstraction scholars employ to make television seem an okay object of aesthetic inquiry, which see part of an 86 treatise. The form of my Tuesday evening's prime-time pleasure is structured by a dialectic of elision and rift among various windows through which flow is more a circumstance than a product. The real output is the quantum, the smallest maneuverable broadcast bit. Than to the jaded cynicism of TV scholars who mock and revile the very phenomenon they've chosen as vocation. These scholars are like people who despise, big-time, long-term despise, their spouses or jobs, but won't split up or quit. Critical complaint seems long ago to have degenerated into plain, old whining. The important question about U.S. television is no longer whether there are some truly nasty problems involved in Americans' relation to television, but rather what might possibly be done about them. On this question, pop critics and scholars are resoundingly mute. The fact is that it's only in the U.S. arts, particularly in certain strands of contemporary American fiction, that the really interesting questions about fin de siècle TV, what exactly is it about televisual culture that we hate so much? Why are we so immersed in it if we hate it so? What implications are there in our sustained, voluntary immersion in something we hate are being addressed? But they are also, weirdly, being asked and answered by television itself. This is another reason why most TV criticism seems so empty. Television's managed to become its own most profitable analyst. Mid-morning, 8:05:90, as I was scanning and sneering at the sneering tone of the aforementioned Times articles, a syndicated episode of Saint Elsewhere was on TV, cleaning up in a Sunday morning Boston market otherwise occupied by televangelists, infomercials, and the steroid and polyurethane-ridden American gladiators, itself not charmless, but definitely a low-dose show. Syndication is another new era of public fascination, not only because huge cable stations like Chicago's WGN and Atlanta's TBS have upped the stakes from local to national, but because syndication is changing the whole creative philosophy of network television. Since it is in syndication deals, where the distributor gets both an upfront fee for a program and a percentage of the ad slots for his own commercials, that the creators of successful television series realize truly gross profits, many new programs are designed and pitched with both immediate prime time and down-the-road syndication audiences in mind, and are now informed less by dreams of the 10-year beloved TV institution-type run, MASH, Cheers, than of a modest 3-year run that will yield the 78 in-can episodes required for an attractive syndication package. By the way, I, like millions of other Americans, know this technical insider-type stuff because I saw a special 3-part report about syndication on Entertainment Tonight, itself the first nationally syndicated news program. and the first infomercial so popular that TV stations were willing to pay for it. Sunday morning syndication is also intriguing because it makes for juxtapositions as eerily opposite as anything French surrealists could come up with. Lovable warlocks on Bewitched and commercially satanic heavy metal videos on Top 10 Countdown run opposite airbrushed preachers decrying demonism in U.S. culture. You can surf back and forth between a televised masses "This is my blood" and Gladiator's Zap breaking a civilian's nose with a polyurethane bataka. Or even better, have a look at 80590's St. Elsewhere episode 94, originally broadcast in 1988, which airs in syndication on Boston's Channel 38 immediately following two back-to-back episodes of The Mary Tyler Moore Show, that icon of 70s pathos. The plots of the two Mary Tyler Moore shows are unimportant here. But the St. Elsewhere episode that followed them was partly concerned with a cameo role mental patient, who presented with the delusional belief that he was Mary Richards from The Mary Tyler Moore Show. He further believed that a fellow cameo role mental patient was Rhoda, that Dr. Westfall was Mr. Grand, and that Dr. Aushlander was Murray. This psychiatric subplot was a one-shot. It was resolved by episode's end. The pseudo-Mary, a sad, lumpy-looking guy, portrayed by an actor whose name I didn't catch, but who I remember used to play one of Dr. Hartley's neurotic clients on the old Bob Newhart show, rescues the other cameo role mental patient, whom he believes to be Rhoda, and who has been furious in his denials that he is female, much less fictional, and who is himself played by the guy who used to play Mr. Carlin, Dr. Hartley's most intractable client, from assault by a bit part Hebefreen. In gratitude, Rhoda, Mr. Carlin, mental patient, declares that he'll consent to be Rhoda if that's what Mary, neurotic client, mental patient wants. At this too real generosity, the pseudo-Mary's psychotic breaks. The sad, lumpy guy admits to Dr. Aushlander that he's not Mary Richards. He's actually just a plain old amnesiac, a guy without a meaningful identity, existentially adrift. He has no idea who he is. He's lonely. He watches a lot of TV. He says he figured it was better to believe I was a TV character than not to believe I was anybody. Dr. Aushlander takes the penitent patient for a walk in the wintry Boston air and promises that he, the identityless guy, can someday very probably find out who he really is, provided he can dispense with the distraction of television. Extremely grateful and happy at this prognosis, the patient removes his own fuzzy winter beret and throws it into the air. The episode ends with a freeze of the airborne hat, leaving at least one viewer credulously rapt. This would have been just another clever low-concept 80s TV story, where the final cap-tossing coyly undercuts Dr. Aushlander's put-down of television, were it not for the countless layers of ironic, involuted TV imagery and data that whirled around this incredibly high-concept installment. Because another of this episode's cameo stars, drifting through a different subplot, is one Betty White, Sue Ann Nivens of the old Mary Tyler Moore Show, here playing a tortured NASA surgeon, don't ask. It is with almost tragic inevitability, then, that Miss White, at 32 minutes into the episode, meets up with the TV-deluded pseudo-Mary in their respective tortured wanderings through the hospital's corridors, and that she greets the mental patient's inevitable joyful cries of "Sue Ann" with a too straight face as she says that he must have her confused with someone else. Of the convolved levels of fantasy and reality and identity here, for example, the patient simultaneously does not, and does have Betty White confused with Sue Ann Nivens. We needn't speak in detail. Doubtless a Yale contemporary culture dissertation is underway on Deleuze and Guattari, and just this episode. But the most interesting levels of meaning here lie, and point, behind the lens. For NBC's St. Elsewhere, like The Mary Tyler Moore Show, and The Bob Newhart Show before it, was created, produced, and guided into syndication by MTM Studios, owned by Mary Tyler Moore and overseen by her erstwhile husband, eventual NBC CEO Grant Tinker, and St. Elsewhere's scripts and subplots are story-edited by Mark Tinker, Mary's stepson, Grant's heir. The deluded mental patient, an exiled, drifting veteran of one MTM program, reaches piteously out to the exiled, drifting, literally, NASA, for God's sake, veteran of another MTM production, and her deadpan rebuff is scripted by MTM personnel who accomplish the parodic undercut of MTM's Dr. Oshlander with the copyright MTM hat gesture of one MTM veteran who's deluded he's another. Dr. A's Fowler-esque dismissal of TV as just a distraction is less naive than insane. There is nothing but television on this episode. Every character and conflict and joke and dramatic surge depends on involution, self-reference, meta-television. It is in-joke within in-joke. So then why do I get the in-joke? Because I, the viewer, outside the glass with the rest of the audience, am in on the in-joke. I've seen Mary Tyler Moore's real toss of that fuzzy beret so often it's moved past cliché into warm nostalgia. I know the mental patient from Bob Newhart, Betty White from Everywhere, and I know all sorts of intriguing, irrelevant stuff about MTM Studios and syndication from Entertainment Tonight. I, the pseudo-voyeur, am indeed behind the scenes, primed to get the in-joke. But it is not I, the spy, who have crept inside television's boundaries. It is vice versa. Television, even the mundane little businesses of its production, has become our own interior. And we seem a jaded, weary, but willing, and above all knowledgeable audience. And this knowledgeability utterly transforms the possibilities and hazards of creativity in television. St. Elsewhere's episode was nominated for a 1988 Emmy for Best Original Teleplay. The best TV of the last 5 years has been about ironic self-reference like no previous species of postmodern art could ever have dreamed of. The colors of MTV videos, blue-black and lambently flickered, are the colors of television. Moonlighting's David and Bueller's Ferris throw asides to the viewer every bit as bald as an old melodrama villain's monologued gloat. Segments of the new late-night Glitz News After Hours end with a tease that features harried earphoned guys in the production booth ordering the teas. MTV's television trivia game show, the dry-titled Remote Control, got so popular it burst out of its MTV membrane and is now syndicated band-wide. The hippest commercials with stark computerized settings and blank-faced models in mirrored shades and plastic slacks genuflecting before various forms of velocity, excitement, and prestige seem like little more than TV's vision of how TV offers rescue to those lonely Joe briefcases passively trapped into watching too much TV. What explains the pointlessness of most published TV criticism is that television has become immune to charges that it lacks any meaningful connection to the world outside it. It's not that charges of non-connection have become untrue, but that they've become deeply irrelevant. It's that any such connection has become ocious. Television used to point beyond itself. Those of us born in, say, the 60s were trained by television to look where it pointed, usually at versions of real life made prettier, sweeter, livelier by succumbing to a product or temptation. Today's mega audience is way better trained, and TV has discarded what's not needed. A dog, if you point at something, will look only at your finger. Meta-watching. It's not like self-reference is new to U.S. entertainment. How many old radio shows, Jack Benny, Burns and Allen, Abbott and Costello, were mostly about themselves as shows? So, Lou and you said I couldn't get a big star like Miss Lucille Ball to be a guest on our show, you little twerp, etc. But once television introduces the element of watching, and once it informs an economy and culture like radio never could have, the referential stakes go way up. 6 hours a day is more time than most people consciously do any other one thing. How human beings who absorb such high doses understand themselves will naturally change, become vastly more spectatorial, self-conscious, because the practice of watching is expansive, exponential. We spend enough time watching. Pretty soon we start watching ourselves watching. Pretty soon we start to feel ourselves feeling, yearn to experience experiences. And that American subspecies into fiction writing starts writing more and more about. The emergence of something called metafiction in the American 60s was hailed by academic critics as a radical aesthetic, a whole new literary form, literature unshackled from the cultural cinctures of mimetic narrative and free to plunge into reflexivity and self-conscious meditations on aboutness. Radical it may have been, but thinking that postmodern metafiction, evolved unconscious of prior changes in readerly taste, is about as innocent as thinking that all those college students we saw on television protesting the Vietnam War were protesting only because they hated the Vietnam War. They may have hated the war, but they also wanted to be seen protesting on television. TV was where they'd seen this war, after all. Why wouldn't they go about hating it on the very medium that made their hate possible? Metafictionists may have had aesthetic theories out the bazoo, but they were also sentient citizens of a community that was exchanging an old idea of itself as a nation of doers and beers for a new vision of the USA as an atomized mass of self-conscious watchers and appearers. For metafiction, in its ascendant and most important phases, was really nothing more than a single-order expansion of its own great theoretical nemesis, realism. If realism called it like it saw it, metafiction simply called it as it saw itself seeing itself see it. This high-cultural, postmodern genre, in other words, was deeply informed by the emergence of television and the metastasis of self-conscious watching. And, I claim, American fiction remains deeply informed by television, especially those strains of fiction with roots in postmodernism, which, even at its rebellious metafictional zenith, was less a response to televisual culture than a kind of abiding in TV. Even back then, the borders were starting to come down. It's strange that it took television itself so long to wake up to watching's potent reflexivity. Television shows about the business of television shows were rare for a long time. The Dick Van Dyke Show was prescient, and Mary Moore carried its insight into her own decade-long exploration of local market angst. Now, of course, there's been everything from Murphy Brown to Max Headroom to Entertainment Tonight. And with Letterman, Miller, Shandling, and Leno's battery of hip, sardonic, this-is-just-TV shticks, the circle back to the days of, "We've just got to get Miss Ball on our show, bud," has closed and come spiral. Television's power to jettison connection and castrate protest fueled by the very ironic postmodern self-consciousness it had first helped fashion. It will take a while, but I'm going to prove to you that The nexus where television and fiction converse and consort is self-conscious irony. Irony is, of course, a turf fictionists have long worked with zeal. And irony is important for understanding TV because TV, now that it's gotten powerful enough to move from acronym to way of life, revolves off just the sorts of absurd contradictions irony's all about exposing. It is ironic that television is a syncretic, homogenizing force that derives much of its power from diversity and various affirmations thereof. It is ironic that an extremely canny and unattractive self-consciousness is necessary to create TV performers' illusion of unconscious appeal. That products presented as helping you express individuality can afford to be advertised on television only because they sell to enormous numbers of people, and so on. Television regards irony sort of the way educated, lonely people regard television. Television both fears irony's capacity to expose and needs it. It needs irony because television was practically made for irony. For TV is a bisensuous medium. Its displacement of radio wasn't picture displacing sound. It was picture added. Since the tension between what's said and what's seen is irony's wholesale territory, classic televisual irony works via the conflicting juxtaposition of pictures and sounds. What's seen undercuts what's said. A scholarly article on Network News describes a famous interview with a corporate guy from United Fruit on a CBS special about Guatemala. "I sure don't know of anybody being so-called oppressed," this guy, in a 70s leisure suit and bad comb-over, tells Ed Rabel. "I think this is just something that some reporters have thought up." The whole interview is intercut with commentless footage of big-bellied kids in Guatemalan slums and union organizers lying in the mud with cut throats. Television's classic irony function came into its own in the summer of 1974, as remorseless lenses opened to view the fertile credibility gap between the image of official disclaimer and the reality of high-level shenanigans. A nation was changed as audience. If even the president lies to you, whom are you supposed to trust to deliver the real? Television that summer got to present itself as the earnest, worried eye on the reality behind all images. The irony that television is itself a river of image, however, was apparent even to a 12-year-old sitting there, rapt. After 74, there seemed to be no way out. Images and ironies all over the place. It's not a coincidence that Saturday Night Live, that Athens of irreverent cynicism, specializing in parodies of 1, politics, and 2, television, premiered the next fall on television. I'm worried when I say things like television fears and television presents itself, because even though it's kind of a necessary abstraction, talking about television as if it were an entity can easily slip into the worst sort of anti-TV paranoia, treating of TV as some autonomous, diabolical corrupter of personal agency and community gumption. I am concerned to avoid anti-TV paranoia here. Though I'm convinced that television today lies, with a potency somewhere between symptom and synecdoche, behind a genuine crisis for U.S. culture and literature, I do not agree with reactionaries who regard TV as some malignancy visited on an innocent populace, sapping IQs and compromising SAT scores while we all sit there on ever fatter bottoms with little mesmerized spirals revolving in our eyes. Critics like Samuel Huntington and Barbara Tuchman, who try to claim that TV's lowering of our aesthetic standards is responsible for a contemporary culture taken over by commercialism, directed to the mass market and necessarily to mass taste. can be refuted by observing that their propter hoc isn't even post hoc. By 1830, de Tocqueville had already diagnosed American culture as peculiarly devoted to easy sensation and mass-marketed entertainment. Spectacles vehement and untutored and rude, that aimed to stir the passions more than to gratify the taste. Treating television as evil is just as reductive and silly as treating it like a toaster with pictures. It is, of course, undeniable that television is an example of low art, the sort of art that has to please people in order to get their money. Because of the economics of nationally broadcast, advertiser-subsidized entertainment, television's one goal, never denied by anybody in or around TV since RCA first authorized field tests in 1936, is to ensure as much watching as possible. TV is the epitome of low art in its desire to appeal to and enjoy the attention of unprecedented numbers of people. But it is not low because it is vulgar or prurient or dumb. Television is often all these things, but this is a logical function of its need to attract and please audience. And I'm not saying that television is vulgar and dumb because the people who compose audience are vulgar and dumb. Television is the way it is simply because people tend to be extremely similar in their vulgar and prurient and dumb interests and wildly different in their refined and aesthetic and noble interests. It's all about syncretic diversity. Neither medium nor audience is faultable for quality. Still, for the fact that individual American human beings are consuming vulgar, prurient, dumb stuff at the astounding average per household dose of 6 hours a day, for this both TV and we need to answer. We are responsible basically because nobody is holding any weapons on us, forcing us to spend amounts of time second only to sleep doing something that is, when you come right down to it, not good for us. Sorry to be a killjoy, but there it is. 6 hours a day is not good. Television's greatest minute-by-minute appeal is that it engages without demanding. One can rest while undergoing stimulation, receive without giving. In this respect, television resembles certain other things one might call special treats. For example, candy, liquor. That is, treats that are basically fine and fun in small amounts, but bad for us in large amounts, and really bad for us if consumed in the massive regular amounts reserved for nutritive staples. One can only guess at what volume of gin or poundage of Toblerone 6 hours of special treat a day would convert to. On the surface of the problem, television is responsible for our rate of its consumption only in that it's become so terribly successful at its acknowledged job of ensuring prodigious amounts of watching. Its social accountability seems sort of like that of designers of military weapons. Unculpable right up until they get a little too good at their job. But the analogy between television and liquor is best, I think. Because, bear with me a second, I'm afraid good old average Joe Briefcase might be a teleholic. That is, watching TV can become malignantly addictive. It may become malignantly addictive only once a certain threshold of quantity is habitually passed. But then, the same is true of wild turkey. And by malignant and addictive, I again do not mean evil or hypnotizing. An activity is addictive if one's relationship to it lies on that downward-sloping continuum between liking it a little too much and really needing it. Many addictions, from exercise to letter writing, are pretty benign. But something is malignantly addictive if, 1, it causes real problems for the addict, and 2, it offers itself as a relief from the very problems it causes. I didn't get this definition from any sort of authoritative source, but it seems pretty modest and commonsensical. A malignant addiction is also distinguished for spreading the problems of the addiction out and in interference patterns, creating difficulties for relationships, communities, and the addict's very sense of self and spirit. In the abstract, some of this hyperbole might strain the analogy for you, but concrete illustrations of malignantly addictive TV watching cycles aren't hard to come by. If it's true that many Americans are lonely, and if it's true that many lonely people are prodigious TV watchers, and it's true that lonely people find in television's 2D images relief from their stressful reluctance to be around real human beings, then it's also obvious that the more time spent at home alone watching TV, the less time spent in the world of real human beings, and that the less time spent in the real human world, the harder it becomes not to feel inadequate to the tasks involved in being a part of the world, thus fundamentally apart from it, alienated from it, solipsistic, lonely. It's also true that to the extent one begins to view pseudo-relationships with Bud Bundy or Jane Pauley as acceptable alternatives to relationships with real people, one will have commensurately less conscious incentive even to try to connect with real 3D persons, connections that seem pretty important to basic mental health. For Joe Briefcase, as for many addicts, the special treat begins to substitute for something nourishing and needed. And the original genuine hunger, less satisfied than bludgeoned, subsides to a strange, objectless unease. TV watching as a malignant cycle doesn't even require special preconditions like writerly self-consciousness or neuroallergic loneliness. Let's for a second imagine Joe Briefcase as now just an average U.S. male, relatively unlonely, adjusted, married, blessed with 2.3 apple-cheeked issue, utterly normal, home from hard work at 5:30, starting his average 6-hour stint in front of the television. Since Joe B. is average, he'll shrug at pollsters' questions and answer averagely that he most often watches television to unwind from those elements of his day and life he finds unpleasant. It's tempting to suppose that TV enables this unwinding simply because it offers an Auschlandrian distraction, something to divert the mind from quotidian troubles. But would mere distraction ensure continual massive watching? Television offers way more than distraction. In lots of ways, television purveys and enables dreams, and most of these dreams involve some sort of transcendence of average daily life. The modes of presentation that work best for TV, stuff like action with shootouts and car wrecks, or the rapid-fire collage of commercials, news, and music videos, or the hysteria of primetime soap and sitcom with broad gestures, high voices, too much laughter, are unsuitable in their whispers that somewhere life is quicker, denser, more interesting, more, well, lively than contemporary life as Joe Briefcase knows it. This might seem benign until we consider that what good old average Joe Briefcase does more than almost anything else in contemporary life is watch television, an activity which anyone with an average brain can see does not make for a very dense and lively life. Since television must seek to attract viewers by offering a dreamy promise of escape from daily life, and since stats confirm that so grossly much of ordinary U.S. life is watching TV, TV's whispered promises must somehow undercut television watching in theory. Joe, there's a world where life is lively, where nobody spends 6 hours a day unwinding before a piece of furniture, while reinforcing television watching in practice, Joe, Joe, your best and only access to this world is TV. Well, average Joe Briefcase has an okay brain, and deep down inside he knows, as we do, that there's some kind of psychic shell game going on in this system of conflicting whispers. But if it's so bald a delusion, why do he and we keep watching in such high doses? Part of the answer, a part which requires discretion lest it slip into anti-TV paranoia, is that the phenomenon of television somehow trains or conditions our viewership. Television has become able not only to ensure that we watch, but somehow to inform our deepest responses to what's watched. Take jaded TV critics, or our acquaintances who sneer at the numbing sameness of all the television they sit still for. I always want to grab these unhappy guys by the lapels and shake them until their teeth rattle and point to the absence of guns to their heads and ask why the hell they keep watching then. But the truth is that there's some complex high-dose psychic transaction between TV and audience whereby audience gets trained to respond to, and then like, and then expect trite, hackneyed, numbing television shows, and to expect them to such an extent that when networks do occasionally abandon time-tested formulas, audience usually punishes them for it by not watching novel shows in sufficient numbers to let them get off the ground. Hence the network's bland response to its critics that in the majority of cases, and until the rise of hip meta-television you could count the exceptions on one hand, different or high-concept programming simply doesn't get ratings. High-quality television cannot stand up to the gaze of millions somehow. Now, it's true that certain PR techniques, for example, shock, grotesquerie, or irreverence, can ease novel sorts of shows rise to national demographic viability. Examples here might be the shocking A Current Affair, the grotesque Real People, the irreverent Married with Children. But these programs, like most of those touted by the industry as fresh or outrageous, turn out to be just tiny transparent variations on old formulas. It's not fair to blame television's shortage of originality on any lack of creativity among network talent. The truth is that we seldom get a chance to know whether anybody behind any TV show is creative, or more accurately, that they seldom get a chance to show us. Despite the unquestioned assumption on the part of pop culture critics that television's poor old audience deep down craves novelty, all available evidence suggests rather that the audience really craves sameness but thinks deep down that it ought to crave novelty. Hence the mixture of devotion and sneer on so many viewerly faces. Hence also the weird viewer complicity behind TV's sham breakthrough programs. Joe Briefcase needs that PR patina of freshness and outrageousness to quiet his conscience while he goes about getting from television what we've all been trained to want from it. Some strangely American, profoundly shallow, and eternally temporary reassurance. Particularly in the last decade, this tension in the audience between what we do want and what we think we ought to want has been television's breath and bread. TV's self-mocking invitation to itself as indulgence, transgression, a glorious giving in, again not exactly foreign to addictive cycles, is one of two ingenious ways it's consolidated its 6-hour hold on my generation's cojones. The other is postmodern irony. The commercials for Alf's Boston debut in a syndicated package feature the fat, cynical, gloriously decadent puppet, so much like Snoopy, like Garfield, like Bart, like Butthead, advising me to eat a whole lot of food and stare at the TV. His pitch is an ironic permission slip to do what I do best whenever I feel confused and guilty. Assume, inside, a sort of fetal position, a pose of passive reception to comfort, escape, reassurance. The cycle is self-nourishing. Guilty fictions. Not, again, that the cycle's root conflict is new. You can trace the opposition between what persons do and ought to desire, at least as far back as Plato's Chariot or the Prodigal's Return. But the way entertainments appeal to and work within this conflict has been transformed in televisual culture. This culture of watching's relation to the cycle of indulgence, guilt, and reassurance has important consequences for U.S. art. And though the parallels are easiest to see with respect to Warhol's pop or Elvis's rock, the most interesting intercourse is between television and American literature. One of the most recognizable things about this century's postmodern fiction has always been the movement's strategic deployment of pop cultural references, brand names, celebrities, television programs, and even its loftiest high art projects. Think of just about any example of avant-garde U.S. fiction in the last 25 years, from Slothrop's passion for slippery elm throat lozenges and his weird encounter with Mickey Rooney in Gravity's Rainbow, to Yu's fetish for the New York Post's Coma Baby feature in Bright Lights, Big City, to Don DeLillo's pop-hip characters saying stuff to each other like Elvis fulfilled the terms of the contract. Excess, deterioration, self-destructiveness, grotesque behavior, a physical bloating, and a series of insults to the brain, self-delivered. The apotheosis of the pop in post-war art marked a whole new marriage between high and low culture. For the artistic viability of postmodernism was a direct consequence, again, not of any new facts about art, but of facts about the new importance of mass commercial culture. Americans seemed no longer united so much by common beliefs as by common images. What binds us became what we stand witness to. Nobody sees this as a good change. In fact, pop cultural references have become such potent metaphors in U.S. fiction not only because of how united Americans are in our exposure to mass images, but also because of our guilty indulgent psychology with respect to that exposure. Put simply, the pop reference works so well in contemporary fiction because 1, we all recognize such a reference, and 2, we're all a little uneasy about how we all recognize such a reference. The status of low cultural images in postmodern and contemporary fiction is very different from those images' place in postmodernism's artistic ancestors. For example, the dirty realism of a Joyce, or the Dadaism of something like Duchamp's toilet sculpture. Duchamp's aesthetic display of that vulgarest of appliances served an exclusively theoretical end. It was making statements like, the museum is the mausoleum is the men's room, etc. It was an example of what Octavio Paz calls meta-irony, an attempt to reveal that categories we divide into superior arty and inferior vulgar are in fact so interdependent as to be coextensive. The use of low references in a lot of today's high literary fiction, on the other hand, serves a less abstract agenda. It is meant, 1, to help create a mood of irony and irreverence, 2, to make us uneasy and so comment on the vapidity of U.S. culture, and 3, most important these days, to be just plain realistic. Pynchon and DeLillo were ahead of their time. Today, the belief that pop images are basically just mimetic devices is one of the attitudes that separates most U.S. fiction writers under circa 40 from the writerly generation that precedes us, reviews us, and designs our grad school curricula. This generation gap in conceptions of realism is, again, TV-dependent. The U.S. generation born after 1950 is the first for whom television was something to be lived with instead of just looked at. Our elders tend to regard the set rather as the flapper did the automobile, a curiosity turned treat turned seduction. For younger writers, TV's as much a part of reality as Toyotas and gridlock. We literally cannot imagine life without it. We're not different from our fathers in that television presents and defines our contemporary world. Where we are different is that we have no memory of a world without such electric definition. This is why the derision so many older fictionists heap on a brat pack generation they see as insufficiently critical of mass culture is at once understandable and misguided. It's true that there's something sad about the fact that David Levitt's short stories' sole description of some characters is that their T-shirts have certain brand names on them. But the fact is that, for most of Levitt's educated young readership, members of a generation raised and nourished on messages equating what one consumes with who one is, Levitt's descriptions really do the job. In our post-1950s, inseparable from TV association pool, brand loyalty really is synecdochic of character. This is simply a fact. For those U.S. writers whose ganglia were formed pre-TV, those who are big on neither Duchamp nor Paz, and who lack the oracular foresight of DeLillo, the mimetic deployment of pop culture icons seems at best an annoying tick and at worst a dangerous vapidity that compromises fiction's seriousness by dating it out of the platonic always where it ought to reside. In one of the graduate workshops I went through, a certain gray eminence kept trying to convince us that a literary story or novel should always eschew any feature which serves to date it, because serious fiction must be timeless. This professor was the sort of guy who used which when the appropriate relative pronoun was the less fancy that, to give you an idea. When we protested that in his own well-known work, characters moved about electrically lit rooms, drove cars, spoke not Anglo-Saxon but post-war English, and inhabited a North America already separated from Africa by continental drift, he impatiently amended his prescription to those explicit references that would date a story in the frivolous now. When pressed for just what stuff evoked this FN, he said of course he meant the trendy mass-popular media reference. And here, at just this point, transgenerational discourse broke down. We looked at him blankly. We scratched our little heads. We didn't get it. This guy and his students simply did not conceive the serious world the same way. His automobiled timeless and our MTV'd own were different. If you read the big literary supplements, you've doubtless seen the intergenerational squabble this sort of scene typifies. If you want to see a typical salvo in this generation war, look at William Gass's A Failing Grade for the Present Tense in the 10/11/87 New York Times Book Review. The plain fact is that certain things having to do with fiction production are different for young U.S. writers now, and television is at the vortex of most of the flux. Because younger writers are not only artists probing for the nobler interstices in what Stanley Cavell calls the reader's willingness to be pleased. We are also, now, self-defined parts of the great U.S. audience, and have our own aesthetic pleasure centers, and television has formed and trained us. It won't do, then, for the literary establishment simply to complain that, for instance, young written characters don't have very interesting dialogues with each other, that young writers' ears seem tinny. Tinny they may be, but the truth is that, in younger Americans' experience, people in the same room don't do all that much direct conversing with each other. What most of the people I know do is they all sit and face the same direction and stare at the same thing and then structure commercial-length conversations around the sorts of questions that myopic car crash witnesses might ask each other. Did you just see what I just saw? Plus, if we're going to talk about the virtues of realism, the paucity of profound conversation in younger fiction seems accurately to reflect more than just our own generation. I mean, 6 hours a day, in average households, young and old, just how much conversation can really be going on. So now whose literary aesthetic seems dated? In terms of literary history, it's important to recognize the distinction between pop and televisual references, on the one hand, and the mere use of TV-like techniques on the other. The latter have been around in fiction forever. The Voltaire of Candide, for instance, uses a bisensuous irony that would do Ed Rabel proud. Having Candide and Pangloss run around smiling and saying, all for the best of all worlds, amid war dead, pogroms, rampant nastiness, etc. Even the stream of consciousness guys who fathered modernism were, on a very high level, constructing the same sorts of illusions about privacy puncturing and espial on the forbidden that television has found so effective. And let's not even talk about Balzac. It was in post-atomic America that pop influences on literature became something more than technical. About the time television first gasped and sucked air, mass popular U.S. culture seemed to become high art viable as a collection of symbols and myth. The episcopate of this pop reference movement were the post-Nabokovian black humorists, the metafictionists and assorted Frank and Latinophiles only later comprised by postmodern. The erudite, sardonic fictions of the black humorists introduced a generation of new fiction writers who saw themselves as sort of avant-garde, not only cosmopolitan and polyglot, but also technologically literate, products of more than just one region, heritage, and theory, and citizens of a culture that said its most important stuff about itself via mass media. In this regard, one thinks particularly of the Gaddis of the Recognitions, and J.R., the Barth of the End of the Road, and the Sotweed Factor, and the Pynchon of The Crying of Lot 49. But the movement toward treating of the pop as its own reservoir of mythopoeia gathered momentum and quickly transcended both school and genre. Plucking from my shelves almost at random, I find poet James Cummins's 1986 The Whole Truth, a cycle of Sestina's deconstructing Perry Mason. Here's Robert Coover's 1977 A Public Burning, in which Eisenhower buggers Nixon on air, and his 1968 A Political Fable, in which the Cat in the Hat runs for president. I find Max Apple's 1986 The Profiteers, a novel-length imagining of Walt Disney's travails. Or here's part of poet Bill Knott's 1974 And Other Travels. In my hand a cat o' nine tails on every tip of which was Clearasil. I was worried because Dick Clark had told the cameraman, not to put the camera on me during the dance parts of the show because my skirts were too tight. Which serves as a great example because even though this stanza appears in the poem without anything you'd normally call context or support, it is in fact self-supported by a reference we all, each of us, immediately get, conjuring as it does with bandstand ritualized vanity, teenage insecurity, the management of spontaneous moments. It is the perfect pop image, at once slight and universal, soothing and discomfiting. Recall that the phenomena of watching and consciousness of watching are by nature expansive. What distinguishes another, later wave of postmodern literature is a further shift from television images as valid objects of literary allusion to television and meta-watching as themselves valid subjects. By this, I mean certain literature beginning to locate its raison in its commentary on, response to, a U.S. culture more and more of and for watching, illusion, and the video image. This involution of attention was first observable in academic poetry. See, for instance, Stephen Dobbin's 1980 Arrested Saturday Night. This is how it happened. Peg and Bob had invited Jack and Roxanne over to their house to watch the TV, and on the big screen they saw Peg and Bob, Jack and Roxanne watch themselves on progressively smaller TVs. Or Knott's 1983 Crash Course. I strap a TV monitor on my chest so that all who approach can see themselves and respond appropriately. The true prophet of this shift in U.S. fiction, though, was the aforementioned Don DeLillo, a long underrated conceptual novelist who has made signal and image his unifying topoi, the same way Barthes and Pynchon had sculpted in Paralysis and Paranoia a decade earlier. DeLillo's 1985 white noise sounded, to fledgling fictionists, a kind of televisual clarion call. Scenelets like the following seemed especially important. Several days later, Murray asked me about a tourist attraction known as the most photographed barn in America. We drove 22 miles into the country around Farmington. There were meadows and apple orchards. White fences trailed through the rolling fields. Soon the signs started appearing. The most photographed barn in America. We counted 5 signs before we reached the site. We walked along a cowpath to the slightly elevated spot set aside for viewing and photographing. All the people had cameras. Some had tripods, telephoto lenses, filter kits. A man in a booth sold postcards and slides, pictures of the barn taken from the elevated spot. We stood near a grove of trees and watched the photographers. Murray maintained a prolonged silence, occasionally scrawling some notes in a little book. "No one sees the barn," he said finally. A long silence followed. "Once you've seen the signs about the barn, it becomes impossible to see the barn." He fell silent once more. People with cameras left the elevated site, replaced at once by others. "We're not here to capture an image. We're here to maintain one. Can you feel it, Jack? An accumulation of nameless energies?" There was an extended silence. The man in the booth sold postcards and slides. "Being here is a kind of spiritual surrender. We see only what the others see. The thousands who were here in the past, those who will come in the future. We've agreed to be part of a collective perception. This literally colors our vision. A religious experience in a way, like all tourism." Another silence ensued. "They are taking pictures of taking pictures," he said. I quote this at such length not only because it's too good to edit, but also to draw your attention to 2 relevant features. One is the Dobsonesque message here about the metastasis of watching. For not only are people watching a barn whose only claim to fame is being an object of watching, but the pop culture scholar Murray is watching people watch a barn, and his friend Jack is watching Murray watch the watching, and we readers are pretty obviously watching Jack, the narrator, watch Murray watching, etc. If you leave out the reader, there's a similar regress of recordings of barn and barn watching. But more important are the complicated ironies at work in the scene. The scene itself is obviously absurd and absurdist. But most of the writing's parodic force is directed at Murray, the would-be transcender of spectation. Murray, by watching and analyzing, would try to figure out the how and whys of giving in to collective visions of mass images that have themselves become mass images only because they've been made the objects of collective vision. The narrator's extended silence in response to Murray's blather speaks volumes. But it's not to be taken as implying sympathy with the sheep-like photograph-hungry crowd. These poor Joe briefcases are no less objects of ridicule for the fact that their scientific critic is himself being ridiculed. The narrative tone throughout is a kind of deadpan sneer, irony's special straight face, with Jack himself mute during Murray's dialogue. Since to speak out loud in the scene would render the narrator a part of the farce instead of a detached, transcendent observer and recorder, and so himself vulnerable to ridicule. With his silence, DeLillo's alter ego Jack eloquently diagnoses the very disease from which he, Murray, barn watchers, and readers all suffer. I do have a thesis. I want to persuade you that irony, poker-faced silence, and fear of ridicule are distinctive of those features of contemporary U.S. culture, of which cutting-edge fiction is a part, that enjoy any significant relation to the television whose weird, pretty hand has my generation by the throat. I'm going to argue that irony and ridicule are entertaining and effective, and that, at the same time, they are agents of a great despair and stasis in U.S. culture, and that for aspiring fiction writers, they pose especially terrible problems. My two big premises are that, on the one hand, a certain subgenre of pop-conscious postmodern fiction, written mostly by young Americans, has lately arisen and made a real attempt to transfigure a world of and for appearance, mass appeal, and television, and that, on the other hand, televisual culture has somehow evolved to a point where it seems invulnerable to any such transfiguring assault. Television, in other words, has become able to capture and neutralize any attempt to change or even protest the attitudes of passive unease and cynicism that television requires of audience in order to be commercially and psychologically viable at doses of several hours per day. Image fiction. The particular fictional subgenre I have in mind has been called by some editors postmodernism and by some critics hyperrealism. Some of the younger readers and writers I know call it image fiction. Image fiction is basically a further involution of the relations between lit and pop that blossomed with the 60s postmodernists. If the postmodern church fathers found pop images valid reference and symbols in fiction, and if, in the 70s and early 80s, this appeal to the features of mass culture shifted from use to mention, that is, certain avant-gardists starting to treat of pop and TV watching as themselves fertile subjects, the new fiction of image uses the transient received myths of popular culture as a world in which to imagine fictions about real, albeit pop-mediated characters. Early uses of imagist tactics can be seen in the DeLillo of Great Jones Street, the Coover of Burning, and in Max Apple, whose 70s short story The Oranging of America projects an interior life onto the figure of Howard Johnson. But in the late 80s, despite publisher unease over the legalities of imagining private lives for public figures, a real bumper crop of this behind-the-glass stuff started appearing, authored largely by writers who didn't know or cross-fertilize one another. Apple's Profiteers, Jay Cantor's Crazy Cat, Coover's A Night at the Movies, or You Must Remember This, William T. Vollmann's You Bright and Risen Angels, Stephen Dixon's Movies, 17 Stories, and DeLello's own fictional hologram of Oswald in Libra are all notable post-85 instances. Observe, too, that in another 80s medium, the arty Zelig, Purple Rose of Cairo, and Sex, Lies, and Videotape, plus the low-budget Scanners and Videodrome and Shockers, all began to treat of mass entertainment screens as permeable. It's in the last year that the image fiction scene has really taken off. A.M. Holmes's 1990 The Safety of Objects features a stormy love affair between a boy and a Barbie doll. Vollmann's 1989 The Rainbow Stories has Sonys as characters in Heideggerian parables. Michael Martone's 1990 Fort Wayne is Seventh on Hitler's List is a tight cycle of stories about the Midwest's pop culture giants, James Dean, Colonel Sanders, Dillinger, the whole project of which, spelled out in a preface about image fiction's legal woes, involves questioning the border between fact and fiction when in the presence of fame. And Mark Lehner's 1990 campus smash, My Cousin, My Gastroenterologist, less a novel than what the book's jacket copy describes as a fiction analog of the best drug you ever took, features everything from meditations on the color of carefree panty shield wrappers to Big Squirrel, the TV kiddie show host and kung fu mercenary, to NFL instant replays in an X-ray vision which shows leaping skeletons in a bluish void surrounded by 75,000 roaring skulls. One thing I have to insist you realize about this new subgenre is that it's distinguishable not just by a certain neo-postmodern technique, but by a genuine socio-artistic agenda. The fiction of image is not just a use or mention of televisual culture, but an actual response to it, an effort to impose some sort of accountability on a state of affairs in which more Americans get their news from television than from newspapers, and in which more Americans every evening watch Wheel of Fortune than all 3 network news programs combined. And please see that image fiction, far from being a trendy avant-garde novelty, is almost atavistic. It is a natural adaptation of the hoary techniques of literary realism to a 90s world, whose defining boundaries have been deformed by electric signal. For one of realistic fiction's big jobs used to be to afford easements across borders, to help readers leap over the walls of self and locale and show us unseen or dreamed of people and cultures and ways to be. Realism made the strange familiar. Today, when we can eat Tex-Mex with chopsticks while listening to reggae and watching a Soviet satellite newscast of the Berlin Wall's fall, that is, when damn near everything presents itself as familiar, it's not a surprise that some of today's most ambitious realist fiction is going about trying to make the familiar strange. In so doing, in demanding fictional access behind lenses and screens and headlines, and reimagining what human life might truly be like over there across the chasms of illusion, mediation, demographics, marketing, imago, and appearance, image fiction is paradoxically trying to restore what's taken for real to 3 whole dimensions, to reconstruct a univocally round world out of disparate streams of flat sights. That's the good news. The bad news is that, almost without exception, image fiction doesn't satisfy its own agenda. Instead, it most often degenerates into a kind of jeering, surfacey look behind the scenes of the very televisual front people already jeer at, a front they can already get behind the scenes of via Entertainment Tonight and remote control. The reason why today's image fiction isn't the rescue from a passive, addictive TV psychology that it tries so hard to be is that most image fiction writers render their material with the same tone of irony and self-consciousness that their ancestors, the literary insurgents of beat and postmodernism, used so effectively to rebel against their own world and context. And the reason why this irreverent postmodern approach fails to help the new imagists transfigure TV is simply that TV has beaten the new imagists to the punch. The fact is that for at least 10 years now, television has been ingeniously absorbing, homogenizing, and representing the very same cynical postmodern aesthetic that was once the best alternative to the appeal of low, over-easy, mass-marketed narrative. How TV's done this is blackly fascinating to see. A quick intermission contra paranoia. By saying that image fiction aims to rescue us from TV, I again am not suggesting that television has diabolic designs, or wants souls, or brainwashes people. I'm just referring again to the kind of natural audience conditioning consequent to high daily doses, a conditioning so subtle it can be observed best obliquely, through examples. And so, if a term like conditioning still seems hyperbolic or hysterical to you, I'll ask you to consider for a moment the exemplary issue of prettiness. One of the things that makes the people on television fit to stand the mega gaze is that they are, by ordinary human standards, extremely pretty. I suspect that this, like most television conventions, is set up with no motive more sinister than to appeal to the largest possible audience. Pretty people tend to be more appealing to look at than non-pretty people. But when we are talking about television, the combination of sheer audience size and quiet psychic intercourse between images and oglers starts a cycle that both enhances pretty people's appeal and erodes us viewers' own security in the face of gazes. Because of the way human beings relate to narrative, we tend to identify with those characters we find appealing. We try to see ourselves in them. The same ID relation, however, also means that we try to see them in ourselves. When everybody we seek to identify with for 6 hours a day is pretty, it naturally becomes more important to us to be pretty, to be viewed as pretty. Because prettiness becomes a priority for us, the pretty people on TV become all the more attractive, a cycle which is obviously great for TV. But it's less great for us civilians, who tend to own mirrors, and who also tend not to be anywhere near as pretty as the TV images we want to identify with. Not only does this cause some angst personally, but the angst increases because, nationally, everybody else is absorbing 6-hour doses and identifying with pretty people and valuing prettiness more too. This very personal anxiety about our prettiness has become a national phenomenon with national consequences. The whole USA gets different about things it values and fears. The boom in diet aids, health and fitness clubs, neighborhood tanning parlors, cosmetic surgery, anorexia, bulimia, steroid use among boys, girls throwing acid at each other because one girl's hair looks more like Farrah Fawcett's than another. Are these supposed to be unrelated to each other? To the apotheosis of prettiness in a televisual culture? It's not paranoid or hysterical to acknowledge that television in enormous doses affects people's values and self-perception in deep ways. Nor that televisual conditioning influences the whole psychology of one's relation to himself, his mirror, his loved ones, and a world of real people and real gazes. No one's going to claim that a culture all about watching and appearing is fatally compromised by unreal standards of beauty and fitness. But other facets of TV training reveal themselves as more rapacious, more serious than any irreverent fiction writer would want to take seriously. Irony's aura. It's widely recognized that television, with its horn-rimmed battery of statisticians and pollsters, is awfully good at discerning patterns in the flux of popular ideologies, absorbing those patterns, processing them, and then representing them as persuasions to watch and to buy. Commercials targeted at the 80s upscale boomers, for example, are notorious for using processed versions of tunes from the rock culture of the 60s and 70s, both to elicit the yearning that accompanies nostalgia and to yoke purchase of products with what for yuppies is a lost era of genuine conviction. Ford sport vans are advertised with, "This is the dawning of the age of the Aerostar." Ford recently litigates with Bette Midler over the theft of her old vocals on "Do You Want to Dance?" The California Raisin Board's claymation raisins dance to "Heard It Through the Grapevine," etc. If the cynical reuse of songs and the ideals they used to symbolize seems distasteful, it's not like pop musicians are paragons of non-commercialism themselves. And anyway, nobody ever said selling was pretty. The effects of any one instance of TV absorbing and pablumizing cultural tokens seem innocuous enough. The recycling of whole cultural trends and the ideologies that inform them is a different story. U.S. pop culture is just like U.S. serious culture in that its central tension has always set the nobility of individualism against the warmth of communal belonging. For its first 20 or so years, it seemed as though television sought to appeal mostly to the group belonging side of the equation. Communities and bonding were extolled on early TV, even though TV itself, and especially its advertising, has from the outset projected itself at the lone viewer, Joe Briefcase alone. Television commercials always make their appeals to individuals, not groups, a fact that seems curious in light of the unprecedented size of TV's audience, until one hears gifted salesmen explain how people are always most vulnerable, hence frightened, hence persuadable, when they are approached solo. Classic television commercials were all about the group. They took the vulnerability of Joe Briefcase, sitting there, watching his furniture, lonely, and capitalized on it by linking purchase of a given product with Joe B's inclusion in some attractive community. This is why those of us over 21 can remember all those interchangeable old commercials featuring groups of pretty people in some ecstatic context, all having just way more fun than anybody has a license to have, and all united as happy group by the conspicuous fact that they're holding a certain bottle of pop or brand of snack. The blatant appeal here is that the relevant product can help Joe Briefcase belong. We're the Pepsi generation. But since at least the 80s, the individualist side of the great U.S. conversation has held sway in TV advertising. I'm not sure just why or how this happened. There are probably great connections to be traced with Vietnam, youth culture, Watergate and recession, and the new right's rise, but the point is that a lot of the most effective TV commercials now make their appeal to the lone viewer in a terribly different way. Products are now most often pitched as helping the viewer express himself, assert his individuality, stand out from the crowd. The first instance I ever saw was a perfume vividly billed in the early 80s as reacting specially with each woman's unique body chemistry and creating her own individual scent. The ad depicting a cattle line of languid models waiting cramped and expressionless to get their wrists squirted one at a time, each smelling her moist individual wrist with a kind of biochemical revelation, then moving off in what a backpan reveals to be different directions from the squirter. We can ignore the obvious sexual connotations, squirting and all that. Some tactics are changeless. Or think of that recent series of overdreary black and white Cherry 7-Up ads, where the only characters who get to have color and stand out from their surroundings are the pink people, who become pink at the exact moment they imbibe good old Cherry 7-Up. Examples of stand-apart ads are pretty much ubiquitous now, except for being sillier. For example, products billed as distinguishing individuals from crowds sell to huge crowds of individuals. These ads aren't really any more complicated or subtle than the old join the fulfilling group ads that now seem so quaint. But the new stand-out-from-the-pack ads' relation to their mass of lone viewers is both complex and ingenious. Today's best ads are still about the group, but they now present the group as something fearsome, something that can swallow you up, erase you, keep you from being noticed. But noticed by whom? Crowds are still vitally important in the stand-apart ads thesis on identity, but now a given ad's crowd, far from being more appealing, secure, and alive than the individual, functions as a mass of identical featureless eyes. The crowd is now, paradoxically, both, one, the herd, in contrast to which the viewer's distinctive identity is to be defined, and two, the witnesses whose sight alone can confer distinctive identity. The lone viewer's isolation in front of his furniture is implicitly applauded. It's better, realer, these solipsistic ads imply, to fly solo, and yet it's also implicated as threatening, confusing, since after all Joe Briefcase is not an idiot sitting here and knows himself as a viewer to be guilty of the two big sins the ads decry, being a passive watcher of TV and being part of a great herd of TV watchers and stand-apart product buyers. How odd. The surface of standout ads still presents a relatively unalloyed buy this thing, but the deep message of television with respect to these ads looks to be that Joe Briefcase's ontological status as just one in a reactive watching mass is at some basic level shaky, contingent, and that true actualization of self would ultimately consist in Joe's becoming one of the images that are the objects of this great herd-like watching. That is, television's real pitch in these commercials is that it's better to be inside the TV than to be outside, watching. The lonely grandeur of stand-apart advertising not only sells companies' products then, it manages brilliantly to ensure, even in commercials that television gets paid to run, that ultimately it's TV, and not any specific product or service, that will be regarded by Joe B. as the ultimate arbiter of human worth. An oracle to be consulted a lot. Advertising scholar Mark C. Miller puts it succinctly. TV has gone beyond the explicit celebration of commodities to the implicit reinforcement of that spectatorial posture which TV requires of us. Solipsistic ads are another way television ends up pointing at itself, keeping the viewer's relation to his furniture at once alienated and anaclitic. Maybe, though, the relation of contemporary viewer to contemporary television is less a paradigm of infantilism and addiction than it is of the USA's familiar relation to all the technology we equate at once with freedom and power and slavery and chaos. For, as with television, whether we happen personally to love technology, hate it, fear it, or all three, we still look relentlessly to technology for solutions to the very problems technology seems to cause. See, for example, catalysis for smog, SDI for nuclear missiles, transplants for assorted rot. And as with tech, so the gestalt of television expands to absorb all problems associated with it. The pseudo-communities of primetime soaps like Knots Landing and 30-something are viewer-soothing products of the very medium whose ambivalence about the group helps erode people's sense of connection. The staccato editing, sound bites, and summary treatment of knotty issues is network news accommodation of an audience whose attention span and appetite for complexity have naturally withered a bit after years of high-dose spectation, etc. But TV has technology-bred problems of its own. The advent of consumer cable, often with packages of over 40 channels, threatens networks and local affiliates alike. This is particularly true when the viewer is armed with a remote control gizmo. Joe B. is still getting his 6 total hours of daily TV, but the amount of his retinal time devoted to any one option shrinks as he remote scans a much wider band. Worse, the VCR, with its dreaded fast-forward and zap functions, threatens the very viability of commercials. Television advertisers' entirely sensible solution? Make the ads as appealing as the programs, or at any rate, try to keep Joe B. from disliking the commercials enough that he's willing to move his thumb to check out 2.5 minutes of Hazel on the Superstation while NBC sells lip balm. Make the ads prettier, livelier, full of enough rapidly juxtaposed visual quanta so that Joe's attention just doesn't get to wander, even if he remote kills the volume. As one ad executive underputs it, commercials are becoming more like entertaining films. At Footcone and Belding, quoted by Miller, so the guy said it in the mid-'80s. There's an obverse way, of course, to make commercials resemble programs. Have programs start to resemble commercials. That way, the ads seem less like interruptions than like pace-setters, metronomes, commentaries on the show's theory. Invent a Miami Vice where there's little annoying plot to interrupt, but an unprecedented emphasis on appearances, visuals, attitude, a certain look. A similar point is made about Miami Vice in We Build Excitement, Todd Gitlin's own essay in his anthology. Make music videos with the same amphetamimic pace and dreamy archetypal associations as ads. It doesn't hurt that videos are basically long music commercials anyway. Or introduce the sponsor-supplied infomercial that poses, in a light-hearted way, as a soft news show, like Amazing Discoveries or those Robert Vaughn-hosted hair loss reports that haunt TV's wee cheap hours. Blur, just as postmodern lit did, the lines between genres, agendas, commercial art, and arty commercials. Still, television and its sponsors had a bigger long-term worry, and that was their shaky détente with the individual viewer's psyche. Given that television must revolve off basic antinomies about being and watching, about escape from daily life, the averagely intelligent viewer can't be all that happy about his daily life of high-dose watching. Joe Briefcase might have been happy enough when watching, but it was hard to think he could be too terribly happy about watching so much. Surely, deep down, Joe was uncomfortable with being one part of the biggest crowd in human history, watching images that suggest that life's meaning consists in standing visibly apart from the crowd. TV's guilt, indulgence, reassurance cycle addresses these concerns on one level. But might there not be some deeper way to keep Joe Briefcase firmly in the crowd of watchers by somehow associating his very viewership with transcendence of watching crowds? But that would be absurd. Enter irony. I've claimed, so far, sort of vaguely, that what makes television's hegemony so resistant to critique by the new fiction of image is that TV has co-opted the distinctive forms of the same cynical, irreverent, ironic, absurdist post-World War II literature that the new imagists use as touchstones. The fact is that TV's reuse of postmodern cool has actually evolved as an inspired solution to the keep Joe at once alienated from and part of the million-eyed crowd problem. The solution entailed a gradual shift from over-sincerity to a kind of bad boy irreverence in the big face that TV shows us. This in turn reflected a wider shift in U.S. perceptions of how art was supposed to work, a transition from arts being a creative instantiation of real values to arts being a creative rejection of bogus values. And this wider shift, in its turn, paralleled both the development of the postmodern aesthetic and some deep and serious changes in how Americans chose to view concepts like authority, sincerity, and passion in terms of our willingness to be pleased. Not only are sincerity and passion now out, TV-wise, but the very idea of pleasure has been undercut. As Mark C. Miller puts it, contemporary television no longer solicits our rapt absorption or hearty agreement, but, like the ads that subsidize it, actually flatters us for the very boredom and distrust it inspires in us. Miller's 1986 Deride and Conquer, far and away the best essay ever published about network advertising, details vividly an example of how TV's contemporary kind of appeal to the lone viewer works. It concerns a 1985-86 ad that won Clio Awards and still occasionally runs. It's that Pepsi commercial where a special Pepsi sound van pulls up to a packed, sweltering beach, and the impish young guy in the van activates a lavish PA system and opens up a Pepsi and pours it into a cup next to the microphone. And the dense, glittered sound of much carbonation goes out over the beach's heat-wrinkled air, and heads turn vanward as if pulled with strings as his gulp and refreshed-sounding spirants and gasps are broadcast. And the final shot reveals that the sound van is also a concession truck, and the whole beach's pretty population has now collapsed to a clamoring mass around the truck, everybody hopping up and down and pleading to be served first. As the camera's view retreats to an overhead crowd shot and the slogan is flatly intoned, Pepsi, the choice of a new generation. Truly a stunning commercial. But need one point out, as Miller's essay does in some detail, that the final slogan is here tongue-in-cheek? There's about as much choice at work in this commercial as there was in Pavlov's bell kennel. The use of the word choice here is a dark joke. In fact, the whole 30-second spot is tongue-in-cheek, ironic, self-mocking. As Miller argues, it's not really choice that the commercial is selling Joe Briefcase on, but the total negation of choices. Indeed, the product itself is finally incidental to the pitch. The ad does not so much extol Pepsi per se, as recommend it by implying that a lot of people have been fooled into buying it. In other words, the point of this successful bit of advertising is that Pepsi has been advertised successfully. There are important things to realize here. First, this Pepsi ad is deeply informed by a fear of remote gizmos, zapping, and viewer disdain. An ad about ads, it uses self-reference to seem too hip to hate. It protects itself from the scorn today's TV cognoscenti feels for both the fast-talking, hard-sell ads Dan Aykroyd parodied into oblivion on Saturday Night Live, and the quixotic associative ads that linked soda drinking with romance, prettiness, and group inclusion, ads that today's hip viewer finds old-fashioned and manipulative. In contrast to a blatant "buy this thing," the Pepsi commercial pitches parody. The ad is utterly upfront about what TV ads are popularly despised for doing, viz., using primal flim-flam appeals to sell sugary crud to people whose identity is nothing but mass consumption. This ad manages simultaneously to make fun of itself, Pepsi, advertising, advertisers, and the great U.S. watching consuming crowd. In fact, the ad is unctuous in its flattery of only one person, the lone viewer, Joe B., who even with an average brain can't help but discern the ironic contradiction between the choice slogan, sound, and the Pavlovian orgy around the van, sight. The commercial invites Joe to see through the manipulation the Beach's horde is rabidly buying. The commercial invites a complicity between its own witty irony and veteran viewer Joe's cynical nobody's fool appreciation of that irony. It invites Joe into an in-joke the audience is the butt of. It congratulates Joe Briefcase, in other words, on transcending the very crowd that defines him. And entire crowds of Joe B's responded. The ad boosted Pepsi's market share through 3 sales quarters. Pepsi's campaign is not unique. Isuzu Inc. hit pay dirt in the late 80s with its series of Joe Isuzu spots featuring an oily, satanic-looking salesman who told whoppers about Isuzu's genuine llama skin upholstery and ability to run on tap water. Though the ads never said much of anything about why Isuzus are in fact good cars, sales and awards accrued. The ads succeeded as parodies of how oily and satanic car commercials are. They invited viewers to congratulate Isuzu's ads for being ironic, to congratulate themselves for getting the joke, and to congratulate Isuzu Inc. for being fearless and irreverent enough to acknowledge that car ads are ridiculous, and that audience is dumb to believe them. The ads invite the lone viewer to drive an Isuzu as some sort of anti-advertising statement. The ads successfully associate Isuzu purchase with fearlessness and irreverence, and the capacity to see through deception. You can now find successful television ads that mock TV ad conventions almost anywhere you look. From Settlemeyer's Federal Express and Wendy's spots with their wizened, sped-up burlesques of commercial characters, to those hip Doritos splices of commercial spokesmen and campy old clips of Beaver and Mr. Ed. Plus, you can see this tactic of heaping scorn on pretensions to those old commercial virtues of authority and sincerity, thus, 1. Shielding the heaper of scorn from scorn, and 2. Congratulating the patron of scorn for rising above the mass of people who still fall for outmoded pretensions employed to serious advantage on many of the television programs the commercials support. Show after show, for years now, has been either a self-acknowledged blank visual postmodern illusion and attitude fest, or, even more common, an uneven battle of wits between some ineffectual spokesman for hollow authority and his precocious children, mordant spouse, or sardonic colleagues. Compare television's treatment of earnest authority figures on pre-ironic shows. The FBI's Erskine, Star Trek's Kirk, Beaver's Ward, The Partridge Family's Shirley, Hawaii Five-O's McGarrett, to TV's depiction of Al Bundy on Married with Children, Mr. Owens on Mr. Belvedere, Homer on The Simpsons, Daniels and Hunter on Hill Street Blues, Jason Seaver on Growing Pains, Dr. Craig on St. Elsewhere. The modern sitcom in particular is almost wholly dependent for laughs and tone on the MASH-inspired savaging of some buffoonish spokesman for hypocritical pre-hip values at the hands of bitingly witty insurgents. As Hawkeye savaged Frank, and later Charles, So Herb is savaged by Jennifer and Carlson by Jay Fever on WKRP, Mr. Keaton by Alex on Family Ties, Boss by Typing Pool on 9 to 5, Seaver by Whole Family on Pains, Bundy by Entire Planet on Married With, the ultimate sitcom parody of sitcoms. Miller's Deride has a similar analysis of sitcoms, but Miller ends up arguing that the crux is some weird Freudio-patricidal element in how TV comedy views the father. In fact, just about the only authority figures who retain any credibility on post-80s shows, besides those like Hill Street's Farillo and Elsewhere's Westfall, who are beset by such relentless squalor and stress that simply hanging in there week after week renders them heroic, are those upholders of values who can communicate some irony about themselves, make fun of themselves before any merciless group around them can move in for the kill. See Huxtable on Cosby, Belvedere on Belvedere, Twin Peaks Special Agent Cooper, Fox TV's Gary Shandling, the theme to whose show goes, "This is the theme to Gary's show," and the ironic 80s true angel of death, Mr. D. Letterman. Its promulgation of cynicism about authority works to the general advantage of television on a number of levels. First, to the extent that TV can ridicule old-fashioned conventions right off the map, it can create an authority vacuum. And then, guess what fills it? The real authority on a world we now view as constructed and not depicted becomes the medium that constructs our worldview. Second, to the extent that TV can refer exclusively to itself and debunk conventional standards as hollow, it is invulnerable to critics' charges that what's on is shallow or crass or bad, since any such judgments appeal to conventional, extra-televisual standards about depth, taste, quality. 2. The ironic tone of TV's self-reference means that no one can accuse TV of trying to put anything over on anybody. As essayist Lewis Hyde points out, self-mocking irony is always sincerity with a motive. And, more to the original point, if television can invite Joe Briefcase into itself via in-gags and irony, it can ease that painful tension between Joe's need to transcend the crowd and his inescapable status as audience member. For to the extent that TV can flatter Joe about seeing through the pretentiousness and hypocrisy of outdated values, it can induce in him precisely the feeling of canny superiority it's taught him to crave, and can keep him dependent on the cynical TV watching that alone affords this feeling. And to the extent that it can train viewers to laugh at characters' unending put-downs of one another, to view ridicule as both the mode of social intercourse and the ultimate art form, television can reinforce its own queer ontology of appearance. The most frightening prospect for the well-conditioned viewer becomes leaving oneself open to others' ridicule by betraying passé expressions of value, emotion, or vulnerability. Other people become judges. The crime is naivete. The well-trained viewer becomes even more allergic to people, lonelier. Joe B's exhaustive TV training in how to worry about how he might come across, seem to watching eyes, makes genuine human encounters even scarier. But televisual irony has the solution. Further viewing begins to seem almost like required research. Lessons in the blank, bored, too wise expression that Joe must learn how to wear for tomorrow's excruciating ride on the brightly lit subway, where crowds of blank, bored-looking people have little to look at but each other. What does TV's institutionalization of hip irony have to do with U.S. fiction? Well, for one thing, American literary fiction tends to be about U.S. culture and the people who inhabit it. Culture-wise, Shall I spend much of your time pointing out the degree to which televisual values influence the contemporary mood of jaded Weltschmerz, self-mocking materialism, blank indifference, and the delusion that cynicism and naivete are mutually exclusive? Can we deny connections between an unprecedentedly powerful consensual medium that suggests no real difference between image and substance on one hand, and stuff like the rise of Teflon presidencies, the establishment of nationwide tanning and liposuction industries, the popularity of voguing to a cynical synthesized command to strike a pose, or, in contemporary art, that televisual disdain for hypocritical retro values like originality, depth, and integrity has no truck with those recombinant appropriation styles of art and architecture in which past becomes pastiche, or with the repetitive psalmizations of a Glass or a Reich, or with the self-conscious catatonia of a platoon of Raymond Carver wannabes? In fact, the numb blank bored demeanor, what one friend calls the girl who's dancing with you but would obviously rather be dancing with somebody else expression that has become my generation's version of cool is all about TV. Television, after all, literally means seeing far, and our 6 hours daily not only helps us feel up close and personal at like the Pan Am Games or Operation Desert Shield, but also, inversely, trains us to relate to real-life, personal, up-close stuff the same way we relate to the distant and exotic, as if separated from us by physics and glass, extant only as performance, awaiting our cool review. Indifference is actually just the 90s version of frugality for U.S. young people, wooed several gorgeous hours a day for nothing but our attention. We regard that attention as our chief commodity, our social capital, and we are loath to fritter it. In the same regard, see that in 1990 flatness, numbness, and cynicism in one's demeanor are clear ways to transmit the televisual attitude of standout transcendence. Flatness and numbness transcend sentimentality, and cynicism announces that one knows the score, was last naive about something at maybe like age 4. Whether or not 1990s youth culture seems as grim to you as it does to me, surely we can agree that the culture's TV-defined pop ethic has pulled a marvelous touche on the postmodern aesthetic that originally sought to co-opt and redeem the pop. Television has pulled the old dynamic of reference and redemption inside out. It is now television that takes elements of the postmodern, the involution, the absurdity, the sardonic fatigue, the iconoclasm and rebellion, and bends them to the ends of spectation and consumption. This has been going on for a while. As early as '84, critics of capitalism were warning that what began as a mood of the avant-garde has surged into mass culture. But postmodernism didn't just all of a sudden surge into television in 1984. Nor have the vectors of influence between the postmodern and the televisual been one way. The chief connection between today's television and today's fiction is historical. The two share roots. For postmodern fiction, authored almost exclusively by young, white, overeducated males, clearly evolved as an intellectual expression of the rebellious youth culture of the 60s and 70s. And since the whole gestalt of youthful U.S. rebellion was made possible by a national medium that erased communicative boundaries between regions and replaced a society segmented by location and ethnicity with what rock music critics have called a national self-consciousness stratified by generation, the phenomenon of TV had as much to do with postmodernism's rebellious irony as it did with peaceniks' protest rallies. In fact, by offering young, overeducated fiction writers a comprehensive view of how hypocritically the USA saw itself circa 1960, early television helped legitimize absurdism and irony as not just literary devices, but sensible responses to a ridiculous world. For irony, exploiting gaps between what's said and what's meant, between how things try to appear and how they really are, is the time-honored way artists seek to illuminate and explode hypocrisy. And the television of lone gunman westerns, paternalistic sitcoms, and jut-jawed law enforcement circa 1960 celebrated what by then was a deeply hypocritical American self-image. Miller describes nicely how the 1960s sitcom, like the westerns that preceded them, negated the increasing powerlessness of white-collar males with images of paternal strength and manly individualism. Yet by the time these sitcoms were produced, the world of small business, whose virtues were the Hugh Beaumontish ones of self-possession, probity, and sound judgment, had been superseded by what C. Wright Mills called the managerial demiurge, and the virtues personified by Dad were, in fact, passé. In other words, early U.S. TV was a hypocritical apologist for values whose reality had become attenuated in a period of corporate ascendancy, bureaucratic entrenchment, foreign adventurism, racial conflict, secret bombing, assassination, wiretaps, etc. It's not one bit accidental that postmodern fiction aimed its ironic crosshairs at the banal, the naive, the sentimental and simplistic and conservative, for these qualities were just what 60s TV seemed to celebrate as distinctively American. And the rebellious irony in the best postmodern fiction wasn't just credible as art. It seemed downright socially useful in its capacity for what counterculture critics called a critical negation that would make it self-evident to everyone that the world is not as it seems. Kesey's black parody of asylums suggested that our arbiters of sanity were often crazier than their patients. Pynchon reoriented our view of paranoia from deviant psychic fringe to central thread in the corporo-bureaucratic weave. DeLillo exposed image, signal, data, and tech as agents of spiritual chaos and not social order. Burroughs's icky explorations of American narcosis exploded hypocrisy. Gaddis's exposure of abstract capital as deforming exploded hypocrisy. Coover's repulsive political farces exploded hypocrisy. Irony in post-war art and culture started out the same way youthful rebellion did. It was difficult and painful and productive, a grim diagnosis of a long-denied disease. The assumptions behind early postmodern irony, on the other hand, were still frankly idealistic. It was assumed that etiology and diagnosis pointed toward cure, that a revelation of imprisonment led to freedom. So then, how have irony, irreverence, and rebellion come to be not liberating but enfeebling in the culture today's avant-garde tries to write about? One clue's to be found in the fact that irony is still around, bigger than ever after 30 long years as the dominant mode of hip expression. It's not a rhetorical mode that wears well. As Hyde, whom I pretty obviously like, puts it, irony has only emergency use. Carried over time, it is the voice of the trapped who have come to enjoy their cage. This is because irony, entertaining as it is, serves an almost exclusively negative function. It's critical and destructive, a ground clearing. Surely, this is the way our postmodern fathers saw it. But irony is singularly unuseful when it comes to constructing anything to replace the hypocrisies it debunks. This is why Hyde seems right about persistent irony being tiresome. It is unmeaty. Even gifted ironists work best in sound bites. I find gifted ironists sort of wickedly fun to listen to at parties, but I always walk away feeling like I've had several radical surgical procedures. And as for actually driving cross-country with a gifted ironist, or sitting through a 300-page novel full of nothing but trendy, sardonic exhaustion, one ends up feeling not only empty, but somehow oppressed. Think for a moment of Third World rebels and coups. Third World rebels are great at exposing and overthrowing corrupt, hypocritical regimes, but they seem noticeably less great at the mundane, non-negative task of then establishing a superior governing alternative. Victorious rebels, in fact, seem best at using their tough, cynical rebel skills to avoid being rebelled against themselves. In other words, they just become better tyrants. And make no mistake, irony tyrannizes us. The reason why our pervasive cultural irony is at once so powerful and so unsatisfying is that an ironist is impossible to pin down. All U.S. irony is based on an implicit, I don't really mean what I'm saying. So what does irony as a cultural norm mean to say? That it's impossible to mean what you say? That maybe it's too bad it's impossible, but wake up and smell the coffee already? Most likely, I think, today's irony ends up saying, how totally banal of you to ask what I really mean. Anyone with heretical gall to ask an ironist what he actually stands for ends up looking like an hysteric or a prig. And herein lies the oppressiveness of institutionalized irony, the too successful rebel. The ability to interdict the question without attending to its subject is, when exercised, tyranny. It is the new junta, using the very tool that exposed its enemy to insulate itself. This is why our educated teleholic friends' use of weary cynicism to try to seem superior to TV is so pathetic. And this is why the fiction-writing citizen of our televisual culture is in such very deep shit. What do you do when postmodern rebellion becomes a pop-cultural institution? For this, of course, is the second answer to why avant-garde irony and rebellion have become dilute and malign. They have been absorbed, emptied, and redeployed by the very televisual establishment they had originally set themselves athwart. Not that television is culpable for any evil here, just for immoderate success. This is, after all, what TV does. It discerns, decocts, and represents what it thinks U.S. culture wants to see and hear about itself. No one and everyone is at fault for the fact that television started gleaning rebellion and cynicism as the hip upscale baby boomer imago populi. But the harvest has been dark. The forms of our best rebellious art have become mere gestures, shticks, not only sterile but perversely enslaving. How can even the idea of rebellion against corporate culture stay meaningful when Chrysler Incorporated advertises trucks by invoking the Dodge Rebellion? How is one to be a bona fide iconoclast when Burger King sells onion rings with, "Sometimes you gotta break the rules"? How can an image fiction writer hope to make people more critical of televisual culture by parodying television as a self-serving commercial enterprise when Pepsi and Subaru and FedEx parodies of self-serving commercials are already doing big business? It's almost a history lesson. I'm starting to see just why turn-of-the-last-century Americans' biggest fear was of anarchists and anarchy. For if anarchy actually wins, if rulelessness becomes the rule, Then protest and change become not just impossible, but incoherent. It'd be like casting a ballot for Stalin. You are voting for an end to all voting. So here's the stumper for the U.S. writer who both breathes our cultural atmosphere and sees himself heir to whatever was neat and valuable in avant-garde literature. How to rebel against TV's aesthetic of rebellion, how to snap readers awake to the fact that our televisual culture has become a cynical, narcissistic, essentially empty phenomenon when television regularly celebrates just these features in itself and its viewers? These are the very questions DeLillo's poor schmuck of a popologist was asking back in '85 about America. That most photographed of barns. What was the barn like before it was photographed? He said. What did it look like? How was it different from other barns? How was it similar to other barns? We can't answer these questions because we've read the signs, seen the people snapping the pictures. We can't get outside the aura. We're part of the aura. We're here. We're now. He seemed immensely pleased by this. End of the line. What responses to television's commercialization of the modes of literary protest seem possible then today? One obvious option is for the fiction writer to become reactionary, fundamentalist, declare contemporary television evil and contemporary culture evil, and turn one's back on the whole spandexed mess and invoke instead good old pre-1960s Hugh Beaumontish virtues and literal readings of the Testaments and be pro-life, anti-fluoride, antediluvian. The problem with this is that Americans who've opted for this tack seem to have one eyebrow straight across their forehead and knuckles that drag on the ground and really tall hair, and in general just seem like an excellent crowd to want to transcend. Besides, the rise of Reagan, Bush, Gingrich showed that hypocritical nostalgia for a kinder, gentler, more Christian pseudo-past is no less susceptible to manipulation in the interests of corporate commercialism and PR image. Most of us will still take nihilism over Neanderthalism. Another option would be to adopt a somewhat more enlightened political conservatism that exempts viewer and networks alike from any complicity in the bitter stasis of televisual culture and which instead blames all TV-related problems on certain correctable defects in technology. Enter media futurologist George Gilder, a Hudson Institute senior fellow and author of Life After Television, The Coming Transformation of Media and American Life. The single most fascinating thing about Life After Television is that it's a book with commercials. Published in something called the Larger Agenda series by one Whittle Direct Books in Federal Express Inc.'s Knoxville headquarters, the book sells for only $11 hard, including postage, is big and thin enough to look great on executive coffee tables, and has very pretty full-page ads for Federal Express on every 5th page. The book's also largely a work of fiction, plus it's a heart-rending dramatization of why anti-TV conservatives, motivated by simple convictions like television is at heart a totalitarian medium whose system is an alien and corrosive force in democratic capitalism, are going to be of little help with our ultra-radical TV problems, attached as conservative intellectuals are to their twin-tired remedies for all U.S. ills, viz., the beliefs that, 1. The discerning consumer instincts of the little guy will correct all imbalances if only big systems will quit stifling his freedom to choose, and that, 2. Technology-bred problems can be resolved technologically. Gilder's basic diagnosis runs thus. Television, as we know and suffer it, is a technology with supreme powers but deadly flaws. The really fatal flaw is that the whole structure of television programming, broadcasting, and reception is still informed by the technological limitations of the old vacuum tubes that first enabled TV. The expense and complexity of these tubes used in television sets meant that most of the processing of signals would have to be done at the networks. A state of affairs which dictated that television would be a top-down system, in electronic terms, a master-slave architecture. A few broadcasting centers would originate programs for millions of passive receivers or dumb terminals. By the time the transistor, which does essentially what vacuum tubes do but in less space at lower cost, found commercial applications, the top-down TV system was already entrenched and petrified, dooming viewers to docile reception of programs they were dependent on a very few networks to provide, and creating a psychology of the masses in which a trio of programming alternatives aimed to appeal to millions and millions of Joe B's. The TV signals are analog waves. Analogs are the required medium, since, with little storage or processing available at the set, the signals would have to be directly displayable waves, and analog waves directly simulate sound, brightness, and color. But analog waves can't be saved or edited by their recipient. They're too much like life. They're in gorgeous toto one instant and then gone. What the poor TV viewer gets is only what he sees. This state of affairs has cultural consequences Gilder describes in apocalyptic detail. Even high-definition television, HDTV, touted by the industry as the next big advance in entertainment, will, according to Gilder, be just the same vacuous emperor in a snazzier suit. But for Gilder, TV, still clinging to the crowd-binding and hierarchical technologies of yesterdecade, is now doomed by the advances in microchip and fiber-optic technology of the last few years. The user-friendly microchip, which consolidates the activities of millions of transistors on one 49-cent wafer, and whose capacities will get even more attractive as controlled electron conduction approaches the geodesic paradigm of efficiency, will allow receivers, TV sets, to do much of the image processing that has hitherto been done for the viewer by the broadcaster. In another happy development, transporting images through glass fibers rather than via the EM spectrum will allow people's TV sets to be hooked up with each other in a kind of interactive net, instead of all feeding passively at the transmitting teat of a single broadcaster. And fiber optic transmissions have the further advantage that they conduct characters of information digitally, since, as Gilder explains, digital signals have an advantage over analog signals in that they can be stored and manipulated without deterioration, as well as being crisp and interferenceless as quality CDs. They'll allow the microchipped television receiver, and thus the viewer, to enjoy much of the discretion over selection, manipulation, and recombination of video images that is today restricted to the director's booth. For Gilder, the new piece of furniture that will free Joe Briefcase from passive dependence on his furniture will be the telecomputer, a personal computer adapted for video processing and connected by fiber optic threads to other telecomputers around the world. The fibrous TC will forever break the broadcast bottleneck of television's one-over-many structure of image dissemination. Now, everybody'll get to be his own harried guy with earphones and clipboard. In the new millennium, U.S. television will finally become ideally GOP-ishly democratic, egalitarian, interactive, and profitable without being exploitative. Boy, does Gilder know his larger agenda audience. You can just see saliva overflowing lower lips in boardrooms as Gilder forecasts that the consumer's whole complicated, fuzzy, inconveniently transient world will become storable, manipulable, broadcastable, and viewable in the comfort of his own condo. With artful programming of telecomputers, you could spend a day interacting on the screen with Henry Kissinger, Kim Basinger, or Billy Graham. Rather ghastly interactions to contemplate, perhaps, but then, in Gilderland, each to his own. Celebrities could produce and sell their own software. You could view the Super Bowl from any point in the stadium you choose, or soar above the basket with Michael Jordan. Visit your family on the other side of the world with moving pictures hardly distinguishable from real-life images. Give a birthday party for Grandma in her nursing home in Florida, bringing her descendants from all over the country to the foot of her bed in living color. And not just warm 2D images of family. Any experience will be transferable to image and marketable, manipulable, consumable. People will be able to go comfortably sightseeing from their living room through high-resolution screens, visiting third-world countries without having to worry about airfares or exchange rates. You could fly an airplane over the Alps or climb Mount Everest, all on a powerful high-resolution display. We will, in short, be able to engineer our own dreams. So, in sum, a conservative tech writer offers a really attractive way of looking at viewer passivity, at TV's institutionalization of irony, narcissism, nihilism, stasis, loneliness. It's not our fault. It's outmoded technology's fault. If TV dissemination were up to date, it would be impossible for it to institutionalize anything through its demonic mass psychology. Let's let Joe B., the little lonely average guy, be his own manipulator of video bits. Once all experiences finally reduced to marketable image, once the receiving user of user-friendly receivers can break from the coffle and choose freely, Americanly, from an Americanly infinite variety of moving images hardly distinguishable from real-life images, and can then choose further just how he wishes to store, enhance, edit, recombine, and present those images to himself in the privacy of his very own home and skull, then TV's ironic totalitarian grip on the American psychic cojones will be broken. Note that Gilder's semiconducted vision of a free, orderly video future is way more upbeat than postmodernism's old view of image and data. The novels of Pynchon and DeLillo revolve metaphorically off the concept of interference. The more connections, the more chaos, and the harder it is to cull any meaning from the seas of signal. Gilder would call their gloom outmoded, their metaphor infected with the deficiencies of the transistor. In all networks of wires and switches, except for those on the microchip, complexity tends to grow exponentially as the number of interconnections rises. But in the silicon maze of microchip technology, efficiency, not complexity, grows as the square of the number of interconnections to be organized. Rather than a vacuous TV culture drowning in cruddy images, Gilder foresees a TC culture redeemed by a whole lot more to choose from and a whole lot more control over what you choose to, see? Pseudo-experience? Dream? It's wildly unrealistic to think that expanded choices alone will resolve our televisual bind. The advent of cable upped choices from 4 or 5 to 40-plus synchronic alternatives, with little apparent loosening of television's grip on mass attitudes. It seems, rather, that Gilder sees the 90s impending breakthrough as U.S. viewers' graduation from passive reception of facsimiles of experience to active manipulation of facsimiles of experience. It's worth questioning Gilder's definition of televisual passivity. His new tech would indeed end the passivity of mere reception. But the passivity of audience, the acquiescence inherent in a whole culture of and about watching, looks unaffected by TCs. The appeal of watching television has always involved fantasy, and contemporary TV has gotten vastly better at enabling the viewer's fantasy that he can transcend the limitations of individual human experience, that he can be inside the set, imagoed, anyone, anywhere, a term Gitlin uses in We Build Excitement. Since the limitations of being one human being involve certain restrictions on the number of different experiences possible to us in a given period of time, it's arguable that the biggest TV tech advances of recent years have done little but abet this fantasy of escape from the defining limits of being human. Cable expanded our choices of evening realities. Handheld gizmos let us leap instantly from one reality to another. VCRs let us commit experiences to an eidetic memory that permits re-experience at any time without loss or alteration. These advances sold briskly and up to average viewing doses, but they sure haven't made U.S. televisual culture any less passive or cynical. Of course, the downside of TV's big fantasy is that it's just a fantasy. As a treat, my escape from the limits of genuine experience is neato. As a steady diet, though, it can't help but render my own reality less attractive, because in it I'm just one Dave with limits and restrictions all over the place. Render me less fit to make the most of it, because I spend all my time pretending I'm not in it, and render me ever more dependent on the device that affords escape from just what my escapism makes unpleasant. It's tough to see how Gilder's satirical vision of having more control over the arrangement of high-quality fantasy bits is going to ease either the dependency that is part of my relation to TV, or the impotent irony I must use to pretend I'm not dependent. Whether I'm passive or active as a viewer, I still must cynically pretend because I'm still dependent, because my real dependency here is not on a single show or a few networks any more than the hophead's is on the Turkish florist or the Marseilles refiner. My real dependence is on the fantasies and the images that enable them, and thus on any technology that can make images both available and fantastic. Make no mistake, we are dependent on image technology, and the better the tech, the harder we're hooked. The paradox in Gilder's rosy forecast is the same as in all forms of artificial enhancement. The more enhancing the mediation, see for instance binoculars, amplifiers, graphic equalizers, or moving pictures hardly distinguishable from real-life images, the more direct, vivid, and real the experience seems, which is to say, the more direct, vivid, and real the fantasy and dependence are. An exponential surge in the mass of televisual images and a commensurate increase in my ability to cut, paste, magnify, and combine them to suit my own fancy can do nothing but render my interactive TC a more powerful enhancer and enabler of fantasy. My attraction to that fantasy stronger, the real experiences of which my TC offers more engaging and controllable simulacra paler and more frustrating to deal with, and me just a whole lot more dependent on my furniture. Jacking the number of choices and options up with better tech will remedy exactly nothing, so long as no sources of insight on comparative worth, no guides to why and how to choose among experiences, fantasies, beliefs, and predilections are permitted serious consideration in U.S. culture. Insights and guides to value used to be among literature's jobs, didn't they? But then who's going to want to take such stuff seriously in ecstatic post-TV life, with Kim Basinger waiting to be interacted with? Oh God, I've just reread my criticisms of Gilder. That he is naive. That he is an ill-disguised apologist for corporate self-interest. That his book has commercials. That beneath its futuristic novelty, it's just the same old American same old that got us into this televisual mess, that Gilder vastly underestimates the intractability of the mess, its hopelessness, our gullibility, fatigue, disgust. My attitude reading Gilder has been sardonic, aloof, depressed. I have tried to make his book look ridiculous, which it is, but still. My reading of Gilder is televisual. I am in the aura. Well, but at least good old Gilder is unironic. In this respect, he's like a cool summer breeze compared to Mark Lehner, the young New Jersey medical ad copywriter whose My Cousin, My Gastroenterologist is the biggest thing for campus hipsters since The Fountainhead. Lehner's novel exemplifies a third kind of literary response to our problem. For, of course, young U.S. writers can resolve the problem of being trapped in the televisual aura the same way French post-structuralists resolve their hopeless enmeshment in the logos. We can resolve the problem by celebrating it, transcend feelings of mass-defined angst by genuflecting to them. We can be reverently ironic. My Cousin, My Gastroenterologist is new not so much in kind as in degree. It is a methadone compound of pop pastiche, offhand high-tech, and dazzling televisual parody, formed with surreal juxtapositions and grammarless monologues and flash-cut editing, and framed with a relentless irony designed to make its frantic tone seem irreverent instead of repellent. You want send-ups of commercial culture? I had just been fired from McDonald's for refusing to wear a kilt during production launch week for their new McHaggis sandwich. He picks up a copy of Das Pluma Denken, New England's most disreputable German-language news magazine. Blastin' egg cream factory kills. Philatelist, he turns the page radioactive glow-in-the-dark semen found in Canada. He turns the page modern day. Hottentots carry young in resealable sandwich bags. He turns the page. Wayne Newton calls mother's womb single occupancy Garden of Eden. Morgan Fairchild calls Sally Struthers Lonnie Anderson. What color is your mozzarella? I ask the waitress. It's pink. It's the same color as the top of a Men and Lady Speed Stick dispenser. You know that color? No, ma'am, I said. It's the same color they use for the Gillette Daisy disposable razors for women. You know that color? Nope. Well, it's the same pink as Pepto-Bismol. You know that color? Oh, yeah, I said. Well, do you have spaghetti? You want mordant send-ups of television? Muriel got the TV guide, flipped to Tuesday, 8 p.m., and read aloud. There's a show called A Tumult of Pubic Hair and Bobbing Flaccid Penises as sweaty, naked, chubby men run from the sauna screaming, "Snake! Snake!" It also stars Brian Keith, Buddy Ebsen, Nipsey Russell, and Leslie Ann Warren. You like mocking self-reference? The novel's whole last chapter is a parody of its own About the Author page. Or maybe you're into hip identitylessness. Grandma rolled up a magazine and hit Buzz on the side of the head. Buzz's mask was knocked loose. There was no skin beneath that mask. There were two white eyeballs protruding on stems from a mass of oozing blood-red musculature. I can't tell if she's human or fifth-generation gynomorphic android, and I don't care. Parodic mediation on the boundaryless flux of televisual monoculture? I'm stirring a pitcher of Tanqueray martinis with one hand and sliding a tray of frozen clams oreganata into the oven with my foot. God, these methadone suppositories that Yogi Vitaldas gave me are good. As I iron a pair of tennis shorts, I dictate a haiku into the tape recorder and then do 3 minutes on the speed bag before making an origami praying mantis, and then reading an article in High Fidelity magazine as I stir the coq au vin. The decay of both the limits and the integrity of the single human self? There was a woman with the shrunken, wrinkled face of an 80 or 90-year-old. And this withered hag, this apparent octogenarian, had the body of a male Olympic swimmer. The long, lean, sinewy arms, the powerful V-shaped upper torso without a single ounce of fat. To install your replacement head, place the head assembly on neck housing and insert guide pins through mounting holes. If, after installing new head, you are unable to discern the contradictions in capitalist modes of production, you have either installed your head improperly or head is defective. In fact, one of my gastroenterologist's unifying obsessions is this latter juxtaposition of parts of selves, people and machines, human subjects and discrete objects. Lehner's fiction is, in this regard, an eloquent reply to Gilder's prediction that our TV culture problems can be resolved by the dismantling of images into discrete chunks we can recombine however we wish. Lehner's world is a Gilderesque dystopia. The passivity and schizoid decay still endure for Lehner in his character's reception of images and waves of data. The ability to combine them only adds a layer of disorientation. When all experience can be deconstructed and reconfigured, there becomes simply too many choices. And in the absence of any credible, non-commercial guides for living, the freedom to choose is about as liberating as a bad acid trip. Each quantum is as good as the next, and the only standard of a particular construct's quality is its weirdness, incongruity, its ability to stand out from a crowd of other image constructs and wow some audience. Lehner's own novel, in its amphetaminic eagerness to wow the reader, marks the far dark frontier of the fiction of image. Literature's absorption of not just the icons, techniques, and phenomena of television, but of television's whole objective. My gastroenterologist's sole aim is finally to wow, to ensure that the reader is pleased and continues to read. The book does this by 1. Flattering the reader with appeals to his erudite postmodern Weltschmerz, and 2. Relentlessly reminding the reader that the author is smart and funny. The book itself is extremely funny, but it's not funny the way funny stories are funny. It's not that funny things happen here. It's that funny things are self-consciously imagined and pointed out, like a comedian's stock, "You ever notice how?" and "You ever wonder what would happen if?" Actually, Lehner's whole high imagist style most often resembles a kind of lapidary stand-up comedy. Suddenly Bob couldn't speak properly. He had suffered some form of spontaneous aphasia. But it wasn't total aphasia. He could speak, but only in a staccato telegraphic style. Here's how he described driving through the Midwest on Interstate 80. Corn, 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 Stuckies. Corn, 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 Stuckies. There's a bar on the highway which caters almost exclusively to authority figures, and the only drink it serves is light beer, and the only food it serves is surf and turf. And the place is filled with cops and state troopers and gym teachers and Green Berets and toll attendants and game wardens and crossing guards and umpires. Lehner's fictional response to television is less a novel than a piece of witty, erudite, extremely high-quality prose television. Velocity and vividness replace development. People flicker in and out. Events are garishly there and then gone and never referred to. There's a brashly irreverent rejection of outmoded concepts like integrated plot or enduring character. Instead, there's a series of dazzlingly creative, parodic vignettes designed to appeal to the 45 seconds of near-zen concentration we call the TV attention span. In the absence of a plot, unifying the vignettes are moods, antic anxiety, the overstimulated stasis of too many choices and no chooser's manual, irreverent brashness toward televisual reality. And after the manner of films, music videos, dreams, and television programs, there are recurring key images. Here, exotic drugs, exotic technologies, exotic foods, exotic bowel dysfunctions. And it is no accident that my cousin, my gastroenterologist's central preoccupation is with digestion and elimination. Its mocking challenge to the reader is the same one presented by television's flood of realities and choices. Absorb me. Prove you're consumer enough. Lehner's work, the best image fiction yet, is both amazing and forgettable, wonderful and oddly hollow. I'm concluding by talking about it at length because, in its masterful reabsorption of the very features TV has itself absorbed from postmodern art, Lehner's book seems like the ultimate union of U.S. television and fiction. It seems also to cast the predicament of image fiction itself into stark relief. The best stuff the subgenres produced to date is hilarious, upsetting, sophisticated, and extremely shallow. Doomed to shallowness by its desire to ridicule a TV culture whose mockery of itself and all value already absorbs all ridicule. Lehner's attempt to respond to television via ironic genuflection is all too easily subsumed into the tired televisual ritual of mock worship. It is dead on the page. It's entirely possible that my plangent noises about the impossibility of rebelling against an aura that promotes and vitiates all rebellion say more about my residency inside that aura, my own lack of vision, than they do about any exhaustion of U.S. fiction's possibilities. The next real literary rebels in this country might well emerge as some weird bunch of anti-rebels, born oglers who dare somehow to back away from ironic watching, who have the childish gall actually to endorse and instantiate single entendre principles, who treat of plain old untrendy human troubles and emotions in U.S. life with reverence and conviction, who eschew self-consciousness and hip fatigue. These anti-rebels would be outdated, of course, before they even started. Dead on the page, too sincere, clearly repressed, backward, quaint, naive, anachronistic. Maybe that'll be the point. Maybe that's why they'll be the next real rebels. Real rebels, as far as I can see, risk disapproval. The old postmodern insurgents risked the gasp and squeal. Shock, disgust, outrage, censorship, accusations of socialism, anarchism, nihilism. Today's risks are different. The new rebels might be artists willing to risk the yawn, the rolled eyes, the cool smile, the nudged ribs, the parody of gifted ironists, the, oh, how banal. To risk accusations of sentimentality, melodrama, of over-credulity, of softness, of willingness to be succored by a world of lurkers and starers who fear, gaze, and ridicule above imprisonment without law. Who knows? Today's most engaged young fiction does seem like some kind of line's end's end. I guess that means we all get to draw our own conclusions. Have to. Are you immensely pleased? 1990. Getting away from already pretty much being away from it all. 8:05:93, 0800 hours. Press day is a week or so before the fair opens. I'm supposed to be at the grounds Illinois building by like 0900 to get press credentials. I imagine credentials to be a small white card in the band of a fedora. I've never been considered press before. My main interest in credentials is getting into rides and stuff for free. I'm fresh in from the East Coast to go to the Illinois State Fair for a swanky East Coast magazine. Why exactly a swanky East Coast magazine is interested in the Illinois State Fair remains unclear to me. I suspect that every so often editors at these magazines slap their foreheads and remember that about 90% of the United States lies between the coasts, and figure they'll engage somebody to do pith-helmeted anthropological reporting on something rural and heartlandish. I think they decided to engage me for this one because I actually grew up around here, just a couple hours' drive from downstate Springfield. I never did go to the state fair, though, growing up. I pretty much topped out at the county fair level. In August, it takes hours for the dawn fog to burn off. The air's like wet wool. 0800 hours is too early to justify the car's AC. I'm on I-55 going south-southwest. The sun's a blotch in a sky that isn't so much cloudy as opaque. The corn starts just past the breakdown lanes and goes right to the sky's hem. The August corn's as tall as a tall man. Illinois corn is now knee-high by about the 4th of May, what with all the advances in fertilizers and herbicides. Locusts churr in every field, a brassy electric sound that dopplers oddly in the speeding car. Corn, corn, soybeans, corn, exit ramp, corn, and every few miles an outpost way off on a reach in the distance. House, tree with tire swing, barn, satellite dish. Grain silos are the only real skyline. The interstate is dull and pale. The occasional other cars all look ghostly, their drivers' faces humidity-stunned. A fog hangs just over the fields like the land's mind or something. The temperature's over 80 and already climbing with the sun. It'll be 90+ by 1000 hours. You can tell. There's already that tightening quality to the air, like it's drawing itself in for a long siege. Credentials 0900 hours. Welcome and briefing 0915 hours. Press tour on special tram 0945 hours. I grew up in rural Illinois, but haven't been back for a long time and can't say I've missed it. The yeasty heat, the lush desolation of limitless corn, the flatness. But it's like bike riding in a way. The native body readjusts automatically to the flatness, and as your calibration gets finer, driving, you can start to notice that the dead-level flatness is only apparent. There are unevennesses, ups and downs, slight but rhythmic. Straight-shot I-55 will start, ever so slightly, to rise maybe 5 degrees over a mile, then go just as gentle back down, and then you see an overpass bridge ahead over a river, the Salt Fork, the Sangamon. The rivers are swollen, but nothing like out around St. Louis. These gentle rises and then dips down to rivers are glacial moraines, edges of the old ice that shaved the Midwest level. The middling rivers have their origin in glacial runoff. The whole drive is a gentle sine wave like this, but it's like sea legs. If you haven't spent years here, you'll never feel it. To people from the coasts, rural Illinois' topography's a nightmare. Something to hunker down and speed through, the sky opaque, the dull crop green constant, the land flat and dull and endless, a monotone for the eyes. For natives, it's different. For me, at least, it got creepy. By the time I left for college, the area no longer seemed dull so much as empty, lonely. Middle of the ocean lonely. You can go weeks without seeing a neighbor. It gets to you. 0805 0900 hours. But so it's still a week before the fair, and there's something surreal about the emptiness of parking facilities so huge and complex that they have their own map. The parts of the fairgrounds that I can see, pulling in, are half permanent structures and half tents and displays in various stages of erection, giving the whole thing the look of somebody half-dressed for a really important date. 08050905 hours. The man processing press credentials is bland and pale, and has a mustache and a short-sleeved knit shirt. In line before me are news hounds from Today's Agriculture, the Decatur Herald and Review, Illinois Crafts Newsletter, 4-H News, and Livestock Weekly. Press credentials turn out to be just a laminated mugshot with a gator clip for your pocket. Not a fedora in the house. Two older ladies from a local horticulture organ behind me engage me in shop talk. One of these ladies describes herself as the unofficial historian of the Illinois State Fair. She goes around giving slideshows on the fair at nursing homes and Rotary lunches. She begins to emit historical data at a great rate. The fair started in 1853. There was a fair every year during the Civil War, but not during World War II, plus no fair in 1893 for some reason. The governor has failed to cut the ribbon personally on opening day only twice, etc. It occurs to me I probably ought to have brought a notebook. I also notice I'm the only person in the room in a t-shirt. It's a fluorescent-lit cafeteria in something called the Illinois Building Senior Center, uncooled. All the local TV crews have their equipment spread out on tables and are lounging against walls talking about the apocalyptic 1993 floods to the immediate west, which floods are ongoing. They all have mustaches and short-sleeved knit shirts. In fact, the only other males in the room without mustaches and golf shirts are the local TV reporters, 4 of them, all in Euro-cut suits. They are sleek, sweatless, deeply blue-eyed. They stand together up by the dais. The dais has a podium and a flag and a banner with "Give Us a Whirl" on it, which I deduce is probably this year's fair's theme, sort of the way senior proms have a theme. There's a compelling frictionlessness about the local TV reporters, all of whom have short blonde hair and vaguely orange makeup. A vividness. I keep feeling a queer urge to vote for them for something. The older ladies behind me tell me they've bet I'm here to cover either the auto racing or the pop music. They don't mean it unkindly. I tell them why I'm here, mentioning the magazine's name. They turn toward each other, faces alight. One, not the historian, actually claps her hands to her cheeks. "Love the recipes," she says. "Adore the recipes," the unofficial historian says. And I'm sort of impelled over to a table of all post-45 females. I'm introduced as on assignment from Harper's Magazine, and everyone looks at one another with starstruck awe and concurs that the recipes really are first-rate, top-hole, the living end. One seminal recipe involving amaretto and something called baker's chocolate is being recalled and discussed when a loudspeaker's feedback brings the fair's official press welcome and briefing to order. The briefing is dull. We are less addressed than rhetorically bludgeoned by fair personnel, product spokespeople, and middle management state politicos. The words excited, proud, and opportunity are used a total of 76 times before I get distracted off the count. I've suddenly figured out that all the older ladies I'm at the table with have confused Harper's with Harper's Bazaar. They think I'm some sort of food writer or recipe scout, here to maybe vault some of the Midwestern food competition winners into the homemakers big time. Miss Illinois State Fair tiara bolted to the tallest coiffure I've ever seen, bun atop bun, multiple layers, a veritable wedding cake of hair, is proudly excited to have the opportunity to present 2 corporate guys, dead-eyed and sweating freely in suits, who in turn report the excited pride of McDonald's and Walmart at having the opportunity to be this year's fair's major corporate sponsors. It occurs to me that if I allow the Harper's Bazaar Food Scout misunderstanding to persist and circulate, I can eventually show up at the dessert competition tents with my press credentials, and they'll feed me free prize-winning desserts until I have to be carried off on a gurney. Older ladies in the Midwest can bake. 08050950 hours. Underway at 4 miles per hour on the press tour, on a kind of flat boat with wheels and a lengthwise bench so ridiculously high that everybody's feet dangle. The tractor pulling us has signs that say ethanol and agri-powered. I'm particularly keen to see the carnies setting up rides in the fairgrounds' Happy Hollow, but we head first to the corporate and political tents. Most every tent is still setting up. Workmen crawl over structural frames. We wave at them, they wave back. It's absurd. We're only going 4 miles per hour. One tent says, corn, touching our lives every day. There are massive, many-hued tents courtesy of McDonald's, Miller Genuine Draft, Osco, Morton Commercial Structures Corporation. The Land of Lincoln Soybean Association, look where soybeans go, on a half-up display. Pekin Energy Corporation, proud of our sophisticated computer-controlled processing technology. Illinois Pork Producers and the John Birch Society. We'll be checking out that tent for sure. 2 tents that say Republican and Democrat. Other smaller tents for various Illinois office holders. It's well up in the 90s and the sky is the color of old jeans. Over a system of crests to Farm Expo, 12 acres of wicked-looking needle-teethed harrows, tractors, harvesters, and seeders, and then Conservation World. 22 acres I never do get straight on the conserving purpose of. Then back around the rear of the big permanent structures. Artisans Building, Illinois Building, Senior Center, Expo Center. It says poultry on the tympanum, but it's the Expo Center. Passing tantalizingly close to Happy Hollow, where half-assembled rides stand in giant arcs, and rays and shirtless guys with tattoos and wrenches slouch around them, fairly oozing menace and human interest, and I want a chance to chat with them before the hollow opens, and there's pressure to actually ride the carnival rides, since I am one of those people who gets sick on near-death experience carnival rides. But on at a crawl up a blacktop path to the livestock buildings on the fairgrounds west upwind side. By this time, most of the press is off the tram and walking in order to escape the tour's PA speaker, which is tinny and brutal. Horse complex, cattle complex, swine barn, sheep barn, poultry and goat barns. These are all long brick barracks open down both sides of their length. Inside some are stalls, others have pens divided into squares with aluminum rails. Inside, they're gray cement, dim and pungent, huge fans overhead, workers in overalls and waiters hosing everything down. No animals yet, but the smells still hang from last year. Horses' odors sharp, cows rich, sheep's oily, swine's unspeakable. No idea what the poultry barn smelled like because I couldn't bring myself to go in. Traumatically pecked once as a child at the Champaign County Fair, I have a long-standing phobic thing about poultry. The ethanol tractor's exhaust is literally flatulent smelling as we crawl out past the grandstand, where there will apparently be evening concerts and harness and auto racing, world's fastest mile dirt track, and head for something called the Help Me Grow tent to interface with the state's First Lady, Brenda Edgar. It occurs to me that the 366-acre terrain of the fairgrounds is awfully hilly for downstate Illinois. It's either a geologic anomaly, or it's been man-enhanced. The Help Me Grow tent is on a grassy ridge that overlooks Happy Hollow. I think it's near where I parked. The dismantled-looking rides out below make the view complex. The Expo Center and Coliseum across the hollow, on an opposite ridge, have odd neo-Georgian facades, a lot like the older buildings at the State University over in Champaign. Nature-wise, the view is lovely. The serious flooding's well to the west of Springfield, but we've had the same rains, and the grass here is lush and deep green. The trees' leaves balloon explosively like trees in Fragonard, and everything smells juicy and highly edible, and still growing here in a month when I remember everything as tired and dry. The first sign of the Help Me Grow area is the nauseous bright red of Ronald McDonald's hair. He's capering around a small, plasticky playground area under candy-stripe tenting. Though the fair's ostensibly unopen, troops of kids mysteriously appear and engage in rather rehearsed-looking play as we approach. 2 of the kids are black, the first black people I've seen anywhere on the fairgrounds. No parents in view. Just outside the tent, the governor's wife stands surrounded by flinty-eyed aides. Ronald pretends to fall down. The press forms itself into a kind of ring. There are several state troopers in khaki and tan, streaming sweat under their Nelson Eddy hats. My view isn't very good. Mrs. Edgar is cool and groomed and pretty in a lacquered way, of the sort of female age that's always suffixed with ish. Her tragic flaw is her voice, which sounds almost heliated. The Mrs. Edgar/McDonald's Help Me Grow program, when you decoct the rhetoric, is basically a statewide crisis line for over-the-edge parents to call and get talked out of beating up their kids. The number of calls Mrs. Edgar says the line's fielded just this year is both and impressive. Shiny pamphlets are distributed. Ronald McDonald, speech slurry and makeup cottage cheesy-ish in the heat, cues the kids to come over for some low-rent sleight of hand and Socratic banter. Lacking a real journalist's killer instinct, I've been jostled way to the back of the ring, and my view is obscured by the towering hair of Miss Illinois State Fair, whose function on the press tour remains unclear. I don't want to asperse, but Ronald McDonald sounds like he's under the influence of something more than fresh country air. I drift away under the tent, where there's a metal water cooler, but no cups. It's hotter under the tent, and there's a reek of fresh plastic. All the toys and plastic playground equipment have signs that say, courtesy of, and then a corporate name. A lot of the photographers in the ring have on dusty green safari vests, and they sit cross-legged in the sun, getting low-angle shots of Mrs. Edgar. There are no tough questions from the media. The tram's tractor is putting out a steady sweat-sock shape of blue-green exhaust. Right at the edge of the tent is where I notice that the grass is different. The grass under the tenting is a different grass, pine green and prickly-looking, more like the St. Augustine grass of the deep U.S. South. Solid, bent-over, investigative journalism reveals that, in fact, it's artificial grass. A huge mat of plastic artificial grass has been spread over the knoll's real grass under the candy-striped tent. This may have been my only moment of complete East Coast cynicism the whole day. A quick look under the edge of the fake grass mat reveals the real grass underneath, flattened and already yellowing. One of the few things I still miss from my Midwest childhood was this weird, deluded but unshakable conviction that everything around me existed all and only for me. Am I the only one who had this queer, deep sense as a kid? That everything exterior to me existed only insofar as it affected me somehow? That all things were somehow, via some occult adult activity, specially arranged for my benefit? Does anybody else identify with this memory? The child leaves a room, and now everything in that room, once he's no longer there to see it, melts away into some void of potential, or else, my personal childhood theory, is trundled away by occult adults and stored until the child's re-entry into the room recalls it back into animate service. Was this nuts? It was radically self-centered, of course, this conviction, and more than a little paranoid. plus the responsibility it conferred. If the whole of the world dissolved and resolved each time I blinked, what if my eyes didn't open? Maybe what I really miss now is the fact that a child's radical, delusive self-centeredness doesn't cause him conflict or pain. His is the sort of regally innocent solipsism of, like, Bishop Berkeley's God. All things are nothing until his sight calls them forth from the void. His stimulation is the world's very being. And this is maybe why a little kid so fears the dark. It's not the possible presence of unseen, fanged things in the dark, but rather the actual absence of everything his blindness has now erased. For me, at least, paced my folks' indulgent smiles, this was my true reason for needing a nightlight. It kept the world turning. Plus, maybe the sense of the world as all and only for him is why special ritual public occasions drive a kid right out of his mind with excitement. Holidays, parades, summer trips, sporting events, fairs. Here, the child's manic excitement is really exultation at his own power. The world will now not only exist for him, but will present itself as special for him. Every hanging banner, balloon, gilded booth, clown wig, turn of the wrench on a tense erection. Every bright bit signifies, refers. Counting down to the special event, time itself will alter from a child's annular system of flashes and sweeps to a more adultish linear chronology, the concept of looking forward to, with successive moments ticking off toward a calendar, ex telos, a new kind of fulfilling and apocalyptic end, the 0 hour of the special occasion, special, of the garish and in all ways exceptional spectacle which the child has made be and which is, he intuits at the same inarticulate depth as his need for a nightlight, for him alone, unique at the absolute center. 0813-0925 hours. Official opening. Ceremony, introductions, verbiage, bromides, really big brass shears for the ribbon across the main gate. It's cloudless and dry, but forehead-tighteningly hot. Noon will be a kiln. Knit shirt press and rabid early fairgoers are massed from the gate all the way out to Sangamon Avenue, where homeowners with plastic flags invite you to park on their lawn for $5. I gather little Jim Edgar, the governor, isn't much respected by the press, most of whom are whispering about Michael Jordan's father's car being found, but the father being missing still. No anthropologist worth his helmet would be without the shrewd counsel of a colorful local, and I've brought a native companion here for the day. I can get people in free with my press credentials, and we're standing near the back. Governor E. is maybe 50 and greyhound thin, and has steel glasses and hair that looks carved out of feldspar. He radiates sincerity, though, after the hacks who introduced him, and speaks plainly and sanely, and I think well, of both the terrible pain of the '93 flood and the redemptive joy of seeing the whole state pull together to help one another, and of the special importance of this year's state fair as a conscious affirmation of real community, of state solidarity, and fellow feeling and pride. Governor Edgar acknowledges that the state's really taken it on the chin in the last couple months, but that it's a state that's resilient and alive, and most of all, he's reminded looking around himself here today, united, together, both in tough times and in happy times like, for instance, this very fair. Edgar invites everybody to get in there, and to have a really good time, and to revel in watching everybody else also having a good time, all as a kind of reflective exercise in civics, basically. The press seem unmoved. I thought his remarks were kind of powerful, though. And this fair, the idea and now the reality of it, does seem to have something uniquely to do with state as community, a grand-scale togetherness. And it's not just the claustrophobic mash of people waiting to get inside. I can't get my finger onto just what's especially communitarian about an Illinois State Fair as opposed to, like, a New Jersey State Fair. I'd bought a notebook, but I left the car windows down last night, and it got ruined by rain. And Native Companion kept me waiting, getting ready to go, and there wasn't time to buy a new notebook. I don't even have a pen, I realize, whereas good old Governor Edgar has 3 different colored pens in his knit shirt's breast pocket. This clinches it. You can always trust a man with multiple pens. The fair occupies space, and there's no shortage of space in downstate Illinois. The fairgrounds take up 300-plus acres on the east side of Springfield, a depressed capital of 109,000, where you can't spit without hitting some sort of Lincoln Site plaque. The fair spreads itself out, and visually so. The main gate's on a rise, and through the 2 sagged halves of cut ribbon, you get a great specular vantage on the whole thing. Virgin and sun-glittered, even the tents looking fresh-painted. It seems garish and innocent and endless and aggressively special. Kids are having, little epileptic fits all around us, frenzied with a need to somehow take in everything at once. I suspect that part of the self-conscious community thing here has to do with space. Rural Midwesterners live surrounded by unpopulated land, marooned in a space whose emptiness starts to become both physical and spiritual. It is not just people you get lonely for. You're alienated from the very space around you, in a way, because out here the land's less an environment than a commodity. The land's basically a factory. You live in the same factory you work in. You spend an enormous amount of time with the land, but you're still alienated from it in some way. It's probably hard to feel any sort of romantic spiritual connection to nature when you have to make your living from it. Is this line of thinking somehow Marxist? Not when so many Illinois farmers still own their own land, I guess. This is a whole different kind of alienation. But so I theorized to Native Companion, who worked detasseling summer corn with me in high school, that the Illinois State Fair's animating thesis involves some kind of structured interval of communion with both neighbor and space. The sheer fact of the land is to be celebrated here. Its yields ogled and stock groomed and paraded, everything on decorative display. That what's special here is the offer of a vacation from alienation, a chance for a moment to love what real life out here can't let you love. Native Companion, rummaging for her lighter, is about as interested in this stuff as she was about the child as empiricist God delusion horse shit back in the car. She apprises me. 0813, 10:40 hours. The livestock venues are at full occupancy animal-wise, but we seem to be the only fairgoers who've come right over from the opening ceremony to tour them. You can now tell which barns are for which animals with your eyes closed. The horses are in their own individual stalls, with half-height doors and owners and grooms on stools by the doors, a lot of them dozing. The horses stand in hay. Billy Ray Cyrus plays loudly on some stable boy's boombox. The horses have tight hides and apple-sized eyes that are set on the sides of their heads like fish. I've rarely been this close to fine livestock. The horses' faces are long and somehow suggestive of coffins. The racers are lanky, velvet over bone. The draft and show horses are mammoth and spotlessly groomed and more or less odorless. The acrid smell in here is just the horse's pee. All their muscles are beautiful. The hides enhance them. Their tails whip around in sophisticated, double-jointed ways, keeping the flies from mounting any kind of coordinated attack. There really is such a thing as a horsefly. The horses all make farty noises when they sigh, heads hanging over the short doors. They're not for petting, though. When you come close, they flatten their ears and show big teeth. The grooms laugh to themselves as we jump back. These are special competitive horses, intricately bred, with high-strung artistic temperaments. I wish I'd brought carrots. Animals can be bought emotionally. Stall after stall of horses, standard horse-type colors. They eat the same hay they stand in. Occasional feed bags look like gas masks. A sudden clattering spray sound like somebody hosing down siding turns out to be a glossy chocolate stallion peeing. He's at the back of his stall getting combed and the door's wide open, and we watch him pee. The stream's an inch in diameter and throws up dust and hay and little chips of wood from the floor. We hunker down and have a look upward, and I suddenly, for the first time, understand a certain expression describing certain human males, an expression I'd heard but never truly understood till just now, prone and gazing upward in some blend of horror and awe. You can hear the cows all the way from the horse complex. The cow stalls are all doorless and open to view. I don't guess a cow presents much of an escape risk. The cows in here are white-spotted dun or black, or else white with big continents of dun or black. They have no lips and their tongues are wide. Their eyes roll and they have huge nostrils. I'd always thought of swine as the really nostrily barnyard animal, but cows have some serious nostrils going on, gaping and wet and pink or black. One cow has a sort of mohawk. Cow manure smells wonderful, warm and herbal and blameless, but cows themselves stink in a special sort of rich, biotic way, rather like a wet boot. Some of the owners are scrubbing down their entries for the upcoming beef show over at the Coliseum. I have a detailed media guide, courtesy of Walmart. These cows stand immobilized in webs of canvas straps inside a steel frame, while ag professionals scrub them down with a hose and brush thing that also oozes soap. The cows do not like this one bit. One cow we watch getting scrubbed for a while, whose face seems eerily reminiscent of former British Prime Minister Winston Churchill's face, trembles and shudders in its straps and makes the whole frame rock and clank, lowing, its eyes rolled almost to the whites. Native Companion and I cringe and make soft, appalled noises. This cow lowing starts all the other cows lowing, or maybe they just see what they're in for. The cow's legs keep half buckling, and the owner kicks at them, the legs. The owner's face is intent but expressionless. White mucus hangs from the cow's snout, other ominous dripping and gushings from elsewhere. It almost tips the steel frame over at one point, and the owner punches the cow in the ribs. Swine have fur. I never thought of pigs as having fur. I've actually never been very close to a pig before, for olfactory reasons. Growing up over near Urbana, the hot days when the wind blew from the U of I swine barns just southwest of our neighborhood were very grim days indeed. The U of I swine barns were actually what made my father finally knuckle under and let us get central AC. Swine smell, Native Companion reports her own father saying, like death his very own self is taking a shit. The swine in here at the State Fair swine barn are show hogs, a breed called Poland China. Their thin fur a kind of white crew cut over pink skin. A lot of the swine are down on their sides, stuporous and throbbing in the barn's heat. The awake ones grunt. They stand and lie on very clean, large curd sawdust in low-fenced pens. A couple of barrows are eating both the sawdust and their own excrement. Again, We're the only tourists here. It also occurs to me that I didn't see a single farmer or ag professional at the opening ceremony. It's like there are two different fairs, different populations. A bullhorn on a wall announces that the junior pygmy goat judging is underway over at the goat barn. Pigs are in fact fat, and a lot of these swine are frankly huge, say, 1/3 the size of a Volkswagen. Every once in a while, you hear about farmers getting mauled or killed by swine. No teeth in view here, though the swine's hoofs look maul-capable. They're cloven and pink and kind of obscene. I'm not sure whether they're called hoofs or feet on swine. Rural Midwesterners learn by like second grade that there's no such word as hooves. Some of the swine have large standing fans going in front of their pens, and 12 big ceiling fans roar, but it's still stifling in here. The smell is both vomity and excremental, like some hideous digestive disorder on a grand scale. Maybe a cholera ward would come close. The owners and swineherds all have on rubber boots, nothing like L.L. Bean East Coast boots. Some of the standing swine commune through the bars of their pens, snouts almost touching. The sleeping swine thrash in dreams, their hind legs working. Unless they're in distress, swine grunt at a low, constant pitch. It's a pleasant sound. But now, one butterscotch-colored swine is screaming. Distressed swine scream. The sound is both human and inhuman enough to make your hair stand. You can hear this one distressed swine all the way across the barn. The professional swinemen ignore the pig, but we fuss on over, native companion making concerned baby talk sounds until I shush her. The pig's sides are heaving. It's sitting up like a dog with its front legs quivering, screaming horribly. This pig's keeper is nowhere in sight. A small sign on its pen says it's a Hampshire swine. It's having respiratory trouble, clearly. I'm guessing it inhaled either sawdust or excrement, or else maybe it's just had it with the smell in here. Its front legs now buckle, so it's on its side spasming. Whenever it can get enough breath together, it screams. It's unendurable, but none of the ag professionals comes vaulting over the pens to administer aid or anything. Native companion and I are literally wringing our hands in sympathy. We both make plangent little noises at the pig. Native companion tells me to go get somebody, instead of standing there with my thumb up my butt. I feel enormous stress, nauseous smells, impotent sympathy, plus we're behind schedule. We are currently missing the junior pygmy goats, philatelic judging at the Expo building, a 4-H dog show at something called Club Mickey D's, the semifinals of the Midwest Arm Wrestling Championships at the Lincoln stage, a ladies' camping seminar, and the opening rounds of the speed casting tournament over at the mysterious Conservation World. A swineherd kicks her Poland China sow awake so she can add more sawdust to its pen. Native companion utters a pained sound. There are clearly exactly 2 animal rights advocates in the swine barn. We both can observe a kind of sullen, callous expertise in the demeanor of the ag pros in here. A prime example of spiritual alienation from land as factory, I posit. Except, why take all the trouble to breed and train and care for a special animal and bring it all the way to the Illinois State Fair if you don't care anything about it? Then it occurs to me that I had bacon yesterday and am even now looking forward to my first corn dog of the fair. I'm standing here, wringing my hands over a distressed swine, and then I'm going to go pound down a corn dog. This is connected to my reluctance to charge over to a swine pro and demand emergency resuscitative care for this agonized Hampshire. I can sort of picture the look the farmer would give me. Not that it's profound, but I'm struck, amid the pig's screams and wheezes, by the fact that these agricultural pros do not see their stock as pets or friends. They are just in the agribusiness of weight and meat. They are unconnected even at the fair, this self-consciously special occasion of connection. And why not, maybe? Even at the fair, their products continue to drool and smell and ingest their own excrement and scream, and the work just goes on and on. I can imagine what the ag pros must think of us, cooing at the swine. We fairgoers don't have to deal with the business of breeding and feeding our meat. Our meat simply materializes at the corn dog stand, allowing us to separate our healthy appetites from fur and screams and rolling eyes. We tourists get to indulge our tender animal rights feelings with our tummies full of bacon. I don't know how keen these sullen farmers' sense of irony is, but mine's been honed East Coast keen, and I feel like a bit of a schmuck in the swine barn. 0813, 1150 hours. Since Native Companion was lured here for the day by the promise of free access to sphincter-loosening high-velocity rides, we make a quick descent into Happy Hollow. Most of the rides aren't even twirling hellishly yet. Guys with ratchet wrenches are still cranking away at the ring of fire. The giant gondola Ferris wheel is only half assembled, and its seat-draped lower half resembles a hideous, molery grin. It's over 100 degrees in the sun, easy. The Happy Hollow Carnival area is a kind of rectangular basin that extends east-west from near the main gate out to the steep, pathless hillside just below livestock. The midway is made of dirt and flanked by carnival game booths and ticket booths and rides. There's a merry-go-round and a couple of sane-paced kids' rides, but most of the rides down here look like genuine near-death experiences. On this first morning, the Hollow seems to be open only technically, and the ticket booths are unmanned, though heartbreaking little streams of AC'd air are blowing out through money slots in the booth's glass. Attendance is sparse, and I notice none of the ag pros or farm people are anywhere in sight down here. What there are carnies. A lot of them slouch and slump in awning's shade. Every one of them seems to chain smoke. The tilt-a-whirl operator's got his boots up on his control panel, reading a motorcycle and naked lady magazine, while two guys attach enormous rubber hoses to the ride's guts. We sidle over for a chat. The operator's 24 and from B Branch, Arkansas, and has an earring and a huge tattoo of a motorcycle with naked lady on his triceps. He's way more interested in chatting with Native Companion than with me. He's been at this gig 5 years, touring with this one here same company here. Couldn't rightly say if he liked it or not, the gig. Like as compared to what? Broke in the trade on the toss a quarter onto the plates game and got, transferred over to the tilt-a-whirl in 91. He smokes Marlboro 100s but wears a cap that says Winston. He wants to know if Native Companion liked to take a quick walk back across the hollow and see something way out of the usual range of what she's used to. All around us are booths for various carny-type games. All the carny game barkers have headset microphones. Some are saying testing and reciting their pitches' lines in tentative warm-up ways. A lot of the pitches seem frankly sexual. You gotta get it up to get it in. Take it out and lay her down. Only $1. Make it stand up. $2, 5 chances. Make it stand up. In the booths, rows of stuffed animals hang by their feet like game, put out to cure. One barker's testing his mic by saying testes instead of testing. It smells like machine grease and hair tonic down here, and there's already a spoiled, garbagey smell. My media guide says 1993's Happy Hollow is contracted to one of the largest owners of amusement attractions in the country, One Blomsness and Tabo All-Star Amusement Enterprises of Crystal Lake, Illinois, up near Chicago. But the carnies themselves all seem to be from the Middle South, Tennessee, Arkansas, Oklahoma. They are visibly unimpressed by the press credentials clipped to my shirt. They tend to look at Native Companion like she's food, which she ignores. There's very little of that childhood sense of all the games and rides being special, and for me, I have to say. I promptly lose $4 trying to get it up and in by tossing miniature basketballs into angled straw baskets in such a way that they don't bounce back out. The game's barker can toss the balls behind his back and get them to stay in, but he's right up next to the baskets. My shots carry 'em out from 8 feet away. The straw baskets look soft, but their bottoms make a suspicious, steely sound when the balls hit. It's so hot that we move in quick staggered vectors between areas of shade. I decline to take my shirt off because there'd be no way to display my credentials. We zigzag gradually westward across the hollow. I am keen to hit the Junior Beef Show, which starts at 1300 hours. Then there are, of course, the dessert competition tents. One of the fully assembled rides near the hollow's west end is something called the Zipper. It's riderless but in furious motion, a kind of Ferris wheel on amphetamines. Individual caged cars are hinged to spin on their own axis as they go around in a tight vertical ellipse. The machine looks less like a zipper than the head of a chainsaw. Its off-white paint is chipped, and it sounds like a shimmying V12, and in general it's something I'd run a mile in tight shoes to avoid riding. But Native Companion starts clapping and hopping around excitedly as we approach the Zipper. This is a person who bungee jumps, to give you an idea. And the operator at the controls sees her, waves back and shouts down to get on over and get some if she's a mind to. He claims they want to test the Zipper somehow. He's up on a kind of steel platform, elbowing a colleague next to him in a way I don't much like. We have no tickets, I point out, and none of the cash-for-ticket booths are manned. By now, we're somehow at the base of the stairway up to the platform and control panel. The operator says, without looking at me, that the matter of tickets this early on opening day ain't no sweat off my balls. The operator's colleague conducts Native Companion up the waffled steel steps and straps her into a cage, upping a thumb at the operator, who gives a sort of rebel yell and pulls a lever. Native C's cage begins to ascend. Pathetic little fingers appear in the cage's mesh. The Zipper operator is ageless and burnt brown and has a mustache waxed to wicked points like steer's horns, rolling a drum cigarette with one hand as he nudges levers upward, and the ellipse speeds up and the individual cages start to spin independently on their hinges. Native Companion is a blur of color inside her cage, but the operator and colleague, whose jeans have worked down his hips to the point where the top of his butt crack is clearly visible, watch studiously as her spinning cage and the clanking empty cages circle the ellipse approximately once a second. I have a particular long-standing fear of things that spin independently inside a larger spin. I can barely even watch this. The Zipper is the color of unbrushed teeth, with big scabs of rust. The operator and colleague sit on a little steel bench before a panel full of black-knobbed levers. Do testicles themselves sweat? They're supposed to be very temperature-sensitive. The colleague spits Skoal into a can he holds and tells the operator to, "Well then, take her to 8 then, you pussy." The Zipper begins to whine and the thing to spin so fast that a detached car would surely be hurled into orbit. The colleague has a small American flag folded into a bandana around his head. The empty cages shudder and clank as they whirl, spinning independently. One long scream, wobbled by Doppler, is coming from Native C's cage, which is going around and around on its hinges while a shape inside tumbles like stuff in a dryer. My particular neurological makeup, extremely sensitive, carsick, airsick, height-sick, my sister likes to say I'm life-sick, makes even just watching this an act of enormous personal courage. The scream goes on and on. It's nothing like a swine's. Then the operator stops the ride abruptly, with Native C's car at the top, so she's hanging upside down inside the cage. I call up, "Is she okay?" but the response is just high-pitched noises. I see the two carnies gazing upward very intently, shading their eyes. The operator stroking his mustache contemplatively. The cage's inversion has made Native Companion's dress fall up. They're ogling her nethers, obviously. As they laugh, the sound literally sounds like tee-hee-hee-hee. A less sensitive neurological specimen probably would have stepped in at this point and stopped the whole grotesque exercise. My own makeup leans more toward disassociation when under stress. A mother in shorts is trying to get a stroller up the steps of the funhouse. A kid in a Jurassic Park t-shirt is licking an enormous flat lollipop with a hypnotic spiral on it. A sign at a gas station we passed on Sangamon Avenue was hand-lettered and said, "Blue block sunglasses, like seen on TV." A Shell station off I-55 near Elkhart sold cans of snuff out of a vending machine. 15% of the female fairgoers here have their hair in curlers. 25% are clinically fat. Midwestern fat people have no compunction about wearing shorts or halter tops. A radio reporter had held his recorder's mic up too close to a speaker during Governor E's opening remarks, causing hellacious feedback. Now the operator's joggling the choke lever so the zipper stutters back and forth, forward and backward, making NC's top car spin around and around on its hinges. His colleague's t-shirt has a stoned Ninja Turtle on it, toking on a joint. There's a distended A-sharp scream from the whirling cage, as if Native C's getting slow roasted. I summon Saliva to step in and really say something stern, but at this point they start bringing her down. The operator is deft at his panel. The car's descent is almost fluffy. His hands on the levers are a kind of parody of tender care. The descent takes forever, ominous silence from Native Companion's car. The two carnies are laughing and slapping their knee. I clear my throat twice. There's a trundly sound as Native Companion's car gets locked down at the platform. Jiggles of movement in the cage, and the door's latch slowly turns. I expect whatever husk of a human being emerges from the car to be hunched and sheet-white, dribbling fluids. Instead, she sort of bounds out. That was fucking great! Did you see that? Son bitch spun that car 16 times. Did you see it? This woman is native Midwestern, from my hometown. My prom date a dozen years ago. Now married with 3 children, teaches water aerobics to the obese and infirm. Her color is high. Her dress looks like the world's worst case of static cling. She's still got her chewing gum in, for God's sake. She turns to the carnies. "You sons bitches, that was fucking great, assholes." The colleague is half-draped over the operator. They're roaring with laughter. Native Companion has her hands on her hips sternly, but she's grinning. Am I the only one who was in touch with the manifestly overt sexual harassment element in this whole episode? She takes the steel stairs down 3 at a time and starts up the hillside toward the food booths. There is no sanctioned path up the incredibly steep hill on the hollow's western side. Behind us, the operator calls out, "They don't call me king of the zipper for nothing, sweet thing." She snorts and calls back over her shoulder, "Oh, you and whose fucking platoon?" And there's more laughter behind us. I'm having a hard time keeping up on the slope. "Did you hear that?" I ask her. "Jesus, I thought I'd bought it for sure at the end. That was so great. Fucking cornholers. But did you see that one spin up top at the end, though?" "Did you hear that Zipper King comment?" I say. She has her hand around my elbow and is helping me up the hillside's slick grass. Did you sense something kind of sexual harassment-ish going on through that whole little sick exercise? Oh, for fuck's sake, Slug, it was fun. Ignore the nickname. Son of a bitch spun that car 18 times. They were looking up your dress. You couldn't see them, maybe. They hung you upside down at a great height and made your dress fall up and ogled you. They shaded their eyes and made comments to each other. I saw the whole thing. Oh, for fuck's sake. I slip a little bit, and she catches my arm. So this doesn't bother you? As a Midwesterner, you're unbothered. Or did you just not have an accurate sense of what was going on back there? So if I noticed or I didn't, why does it have to be my deal? What, because there's assholes in the world, I don't get to ride on the zipper? I don't get to ever spin? Maybe I should never go to the pool or ever get all girled up just out of fear of assholes? Her color is still high. So I'm curious then, about what it would have taken back there, say, to have gotten you to lodge some sort of complaint with the fair's management. You're so fucking innocent, Slug, she says. The nickname's a long story, ignore it. Assholes are just assholes. What's getting hot and bothered going to do about it except keep me from getting to have fun? She has her hand on my elbow this whole time. The hillside's a bitch. This is potentially key, I'm saying. This may be just the sort of regional politico-sexual contrast the swanky East Coast magazine is keen for. The core value in forming a kind of willed politico-sexual stoicism on your part is your prototypically Midwestern appreciation of fun. Buy me some pork skins, you dipshit. Whereas on the East Coast, politico-sexual indignation is the fun. In New York, a woman who'd been hung upside down and ogled would go get a whole lot of other women together, and there'd be this frenzy of politico-sexual indignation. They'd confront the ogler. File an injunction. Management'd find itself litigating expensively violation of a woman's right to non-harassed fun. I'm telling you, personal and political fun merge somewhere just east of Cleveland for women. Native companion kills a mosquito without looking at it. And they all take Prozac and stick their finger down their throat too out there. They might ought to try just climbing on and spinning and ignoring assholes and saying fuck 'em. That's pretty much all you can do with assholes. This could be integral. 08/13/12:35 hours. Lunchtime. The fairgrounds are a St. Vitus's dance of blacktop footpaths, the axons and dendrites of mass spectation, connecting buildings and barns and corporate tents. Each path is flanked, pretty much along its whole length, by booths hawking food. There are tall kaopectate-colored shacks that sell Illinois Dairy Council milkshakes for an off-the-scale $2.50, though they are mind-bendingly good milkshakes, silky and so thick they don't even insult your intelligence with a straw or spoon, giving you instead a kind of small plastic trowel. There are uncountable pork options: Polly's Pork Out, the Pork Patio, fresh-fried pork skins, the Pork Street Cafe. The Pork Street Cafe is a 100% all-pork establishment, says its loudspeaker. Everlast thing. I'm praying this doesn't include the beverages. No way I'm eating any pork after this morning's swine stress anyway. And it's too hot even to think about the dessert competitions. It's at least 95 degrees in the shade here, due east of Livestock, and the breeze is, shall we say, fragrant. But food is getting bought and ingested at an incredible clip all up and down the path. The booths are ubiquitous, and each one has a line in front of it. Everybody's packed in together, eating as they walk. A peripatetic feeding frenzy. Native companion is agitating for pork skins. Zipper or no, she's starvin', she says. To death. She likes to put on a parodic hick accent whenever I utter a term like peripatetic. You do not want details on what pork skins are. So along the path, there are IDC milkshakes, my lunch, lemon shake-ups, ice-cold Melon Man booths, citrus push-ups, and Hawaiian shaved ice you can suck the syrup out of and then crunch the ice, my dessert. But a lot of what's getting bought and gobbled is, to my mind, not hot weather food at all. Bright yellow popcorn that stinks of salt, onion rings big as Lay's, Paco Peno's stuffed jalapeno peppers, Zorba's gyros, shiny fried chicken, Bert's burritos, big as your head, hot Italian beef, hot New York City beef, JoJo's quick fried donuts, the only booth selling coffee, by the way, pizza by the shingle-sized slice, and chitlins and crab rangoon and Polish sausage. Rural Illinois' complete lack of ethnic identity creates a kind of postmodern embarrassment of riches. Foods of every culture and creed become our own, quick-fried and served on cardboard and consumed on foot. There are towering plates of curl fries, which are pubic hair-shaped and make people's fingers shine in the sun, cheese-dip hot dogs, pony pups, hot fritters, Philly steak, ribeye barbecue corral. Joni's original half-pound burgers booth's sign says, 2 choices, rare or mooin'. I can't believe people eat this kind of stuff in this kind of heat. The sky is cloudless and galvanized. The sun fairly pulses. There's the green reek of fried tomatoes. Midwesterners say tomato. The sound of myriad deep fryers forms a grisly sound carpet all up and down the gauntlet of booths. The original 1-pound butterfly pork chop booth sign says, pork, the other white meat, the only discernible arm wave to the health-conscious so far. Non-natives note, it's the Midwest. No nachos, no chili, no avian, nothing Cajun. But holy mackerel, are there sweets, fried dough, black walnut taffy, fiddlesticks, hot Cracker Jack, caramel apples for a felonious $1.50, angel's breath known also as dentist's delight, vanilla fudge that breaks a kind of weird sweat the minute it leaves its booth's freezer. The crowd moves at one slow pace, eating, dense packed between the rows of booths. No ag pros in sight. The crowd's adults are either pale or with the pink tinge of new burn, thin-haired and big-bellied in tight jeans, some downright fat and moving by sort of shifting their weight from side to side, boys minus shirts and girls in primary-colored halters, littler boys and girls in squads, parents with strollers, terribly pale academics in Bermudas and sandals, big women in curlers, lots of people carrying shopping bags, absurd floppy hats, almost all with 80s fashion sunglasses, all seemingly eating, crowded together, 20 abreast, moving slowly, packed in, sweating, shoulders rubbing, the air deep-fried and spicy with antiperspirant and copper tone, jowl to jowl. Picture Tokyo's rush-hour subway on an epic scale. It's a rare grand mass of Midwest humanity, eating and shuffling and rubbing, moving toward the Coliseum and grandstand and expo building and the livestock shows beyond. It's maybe significant that nobody looks like they're feeling oppressed or claustrophobic or bug-eyed at being airlessly hemmed in by the endless crowd we're all part of. Native Companion cusses and laughs when people step on her feet. Something East Coast in me prickles at the bovine and herd-like quality of the crowd, though. That is, us. Hundreds of hands rising from paper tray to mouth as we jostle and press toward our respective attractions. From the air, we'd look like some kind of baton march of docile consumption. Native Companion laughs and says that batons aren't ever till the second day. We're junior beef show bound. You do not want to know what appalling combination of high lipid foods native companion lunches on as we're borne by a living river toward prize-winning beef. The booths keep rolling past. There's ace-high all-butter fudge. There are Rice Krispie squarish things called crackles. Angel hair cotton candy. There are funnel cakes, viz. Cake batter quick-fried to a tornadic spiral and rolled in sugared butter. Eric's saltwater taffy. Something called Zach's fried ice cream. Another artery clogger, elephant ears. An elephant ear is an album-sized expanse of oil-fried dough slathered with butter and cinnamon sugar, sort of cinnamon toast from hell, really and truly shaped like an ear. Surprisingly yummy, it turns out, but sickly soft, the texture of adipose flesh, and undeniably elephant-sized. No one's in line for ears except the morbidly obese. One food venue we fight across the current to check out special is a huge high-tech neonated stand, Dippin' Dots, ice cream of the future. The counter girl sits on a tall stool shrouded in dry ice steam and is at most 13 years old, and my press credentials for the first time make someone's eyes widen, and we get free samples, little cups of what seem to be tiny little ice cream pellets, fluorescent BBs that are kept, the counter girl swears to God, at 55 degrees below zero. Oh God, she doesn't know whether it's 0 degrees Celsius or 0 degrees Fahrenheit. That wasn't in the Dippin' Dots training video. The pellets melt in your mouth after a fashion, more like evaporate in your mouth. The taste is vivid, but the dots' texture's weird, abstract, futuristic. The stuff's intriguing, but just too Jetsonian to really catch on. The counter girl spells her last name for us and wants to say hey to someone named Jody in return for the samples. 0813 1310 hours. Here we've got as balanced in dimension as any heifer you'll see today. A high-volume heifer, but also solid on mass. Good to look at in terms of rib length to depth. Depth of forerib. Notice the depth of flank on the front quarter. We'd like to see maybe perhaps a little more muscle mass on the rear flank. Still an outstanding heifer. We're in the Junior Livestock Center. A lot of cows move in a ring around the perimeter of the dirt circle, each cow led by an ag family kid. The junior pretty clearly refers to the owners, not the animals. Each cow's kid holds a long poker with a right-angled tooth at its end. They take turns, prodding their cow into the center of the ring, to move in a tighter circle while its virtues and liabilities are assessed. We're up in the stands. Native Companion is smitten. The beef show official at the microphone looks uncannily like the actor Ed Harris, blue-eyed and somehow sexily bald. He's dressed just like the kids in the ring, dark new stiff jeans, check shirt, bandana around neck. On him, it doesn't look goofy. Plus, he's got a stunning white cowboy hat. While Miss Illinois Beef Queen presides from a dais decked with flowers sent over from the horticulture show, the beef official stands in the arena itself, his legs apart and his thumbs in his belt, 100% man, radiating livestock savvy. NC seems less smitten than decapitated, frankly. Okay, this next heifer, a lot of depth of rib, but a little tighter in the foreflank. A bit tighter flanked, if you will, from the standpoint of capacity. The cow's owners are farm kids, deep rural kids from back of beyond counties like Piatt, Moultrie, Vermilion, all county fair winners. They are earnest, nervous, pride-puffed, dressed rurally up. Straw-colored crew cuts, high number of freckles per capita. They're kids remarkable for a kind of classic Rockwellian U.S. averageness, the products of balanced diets, vigorous labor, and solid GOP upbringings. The Junior Livestock Center bleachers are over half full, And it's all ag people, farmers, parents mostly, many with video cameras. Cowhide vests and ornate dress boots and simply amazing hats. Illinois farmers are rural and kind of inarticulate, but they are not poor. Just the amount of revolving credit you need to capitalize a fair-sized operation. Seed and herbicide, heavy equipment, crop insurance makes a lot of them millionaires on paper. Media dirges notwithstanding, banks are no more keen to foreclose on Midwestern farmers than they are on third-world nations. They're in that deeply. Nobody's in sunglasses or shorts. Everyone's tanned in an earth tone, all business way. And if the fair's ag pros are also stout, it's in a harder, squarer, somehow more earned way than the tourists on the paths outside. The bleachers' fathers have bushy eyebrows and simply enormous thumbs, I notice. Native C keeps making growly throat noises about the beef official. The JLC is cool and dim and spicy with livestock. The atmosphere is good-natured but serious. Nobody's eating any booth food, and nobody's carrying the fair's complimentary Governor Edgar shopping bags. An excellent heifer from a profile standpoint. Here we have a low-volume heifer, but with exceptional mass in the rear quarter. I can't tell whose cow is winning. Certainly the most extreme heifer out here in terms of frame to depth. Some of the cows looked drugged. Maybe they're just superbly trained. You can imagine these farm kids getting up every day so early they can see their breath and leading their cows in practice circles under the cold stars, then having to do all their chores. I feel good in here. The cows in the ring all have colored ribbons on their tails. The lows and snorts of other cows on deck echo under the stand's bleachers. Sometimes the bleachers shake, like something's butting the struts down there. There are Baroque classifications I can't start to follow. Breed, class, age. A friendly ag lady with a long, tired face beside us explains the kids' pokers, though. They're called show sticks, used to arrange the cow's feet when they're standing, and to prod, scratch, swat, or stroke, depending. The lady's own boy took second in the Polled Hereford. That's him getting congratulated by Miss Illinois Beef Queen for a Livestock Weekly photographer. Native Companion isn't crazy about the smells and bellows in here, but she says if her husband calls me up next week looking for her, it'll mean she's decided to up and follow that Ed Harris fellow home. This is even after I remark that he could use a little more depth in the forerib. The cows are shampooed and mild-eyed and lovely, incontinence notwithstanding. They are also assets. The ag lady beside us says her family's operation will realize maybe like $2,500 for the Hereford in the winter's auction coming up. Illinois farmers call their farms operations, rarely farms, and never spreads. The lady says $2,500 is maybe about around half what the family's spent on the heifer's breeding and upkeep and care. We do this for pride, she says. This is more like it. Pride, care, selfless expense. The little boy's chest puffs out as the official tips his blinding hat. Farm spirit. Oneness with crop and stock. I'm making mental notes till my temples throb. NC asks about the official fellow. The ag lady explains he's a beef buyer for a major Peoria packing plant, and that the bidders in the upcoming winter's auction, 5 brown suits and 3 string ties on the dais, are from McDonald's, Burger King, White Castle, etc. Meaning the mild-eyed winners have been sedulously judged as meat. The ag lady has a particular bone to pick with McDonald's. That's always come in and overbid high on the champions and don't care about anything else. Mess up the pricing. Her husband confirms that they got screwed back to front on last year's bidding. We skip the Junior Swine Show. 0813, 1400 to 1600 hours. We hurtle here and there, sort of surfing on the path's crowds. Paid attendance today is 100,000 plus. A scum of clouds has cut the heat, but I'm on my third shirt. Society horse show at Coliseum. Wheat-weaving demonstration in Hobby Arts and Crafts building. Peonies like supernovas in the horticulture tent, where some of the older ladies from the press tour want to talk corn chowder recipes with me. We have no time. I'm getting the sort of overload headache I always get in museums. Native C is also stressed, and we're not the only tourists with that pinched, glazed, hurry-up look. There are just too many things to experience. Arm wrestling finals where bald men fart audibly with effort. Assyrian National Council in the Fairgrounds Ethnic Village, a riot of gesturing people in sheets. Everyone's very excited at everything. Drum and bugle competition in Miller Lite tent. On the crowded path outside Farm Expo, a man engages in blatant frottage. Corn-fed young ladies in overalls cut off at the pockets. Hideous, tottery Ronald McD working the crowd at Club Mickey D's 3-on-3 hoops competition. 3 of the 6 basketball players are black. The first black people I've seen here since Mrs. Edgar's hired kids. Pygmy Goat Show at Goat Barn. In the media guide Walk Illinois. Then slideshow on prairie reclamation back over at Conservation World. Then open poultry judging, which I've decided to steel myself to see. The afternoon becomes one long frisson of stress. I'm sure we'll miss something crucial. Native C has zinc oxide on her nose and needs to get back home to pick up her kids. Plodding, elbowing, seas of fair-going flesh all looking, still eating. These fairgoers seem to gravitate only to the crowded spots, the ones with long lines already. No one's playing any East Coast games of beat the crowd. Midwesterners lack a certain cunning. Under stress, they look like lost children. But no one gets impatient. Something adult and potentially integral strikes me. Why the fair-going tourists don't mind the crowds, lines, noise, and why I'm getting none of that old special sense of the fair as uniquely for me. The state fair here is for us. Self-consciously so. Not for me or you. The fair's deliberately about the crowds and jostle, the noise and overload of sight and smell and choice and event. It's us showing off for us. A theory. Megalopolitan East Coasters' summer vacations are literally getaways, flights from crowds, noise, heat, dirt, the neural wear of too many stimuli. Thus, ecstatic escapes to mountains, glassy lakes, cabins, hikes in silent woods, getting away from it all. Most East Coasters see more than enough stimulating people and sights Monday through Friday, thank you. They stand in enough lines, buy enough stuff, elbow enough crowds, see enough spectacles. Neon skylines, convertibles with 110-watt sound systems, grotesques on public transport, spectacles at every urban corner, practically grabbing you by the lapels, commanding attention. The East Coast existential treat is thus some escape from confines and stimuli, silence, rustic vistas that hold still, a turning inward, away. Not so in the rural Midwest. Here you're pretty much away all the time. The land here is big, pool table flat, horizons in every direction, even in comparatively cityfied Springfield. See how much farther apart the homes are, how broad the yards. Compare with Boston or Philly. Here, a seat to yourself on all public transport. Parks the size of airports. Rush hour, a 3-beat pause at a stop sign. And the farms themselves are huge, silent, mostly vacant space. You can't see your neighbor. Thus, the vacation impulse in rural Illinois is manifested as a flight toward. Thus, the urge physically to commune, melt, become part of a crowd, to see something besides land and corn and satellite TV and your wife's face. Crowds out here are a kind of adult nightlight. Hence, the sacredness out here of spectacle, public event. High school football, church social, little league, parades, bingo, market day, state fair. All very big, very deep deals. Something in a Midwesterner sort of actuates at a public event. You can see it here. The faces in the sea of faces are like the faces of children released from their rooms. Governor Edgar's state spirit rhetoric at the main gate's ribbon rings true. The real spectacle that draws us here is us. The proud displays and the paths between them, and the special treat booths along the paths are less important than the greater than some we that trudge elbow to elbow, pushing strollers and engaging in sensuous trade, expending months of stored-up attention. A neat inversion of the East Coast's summer withdrawal. God only knows what the West Coast's like. We're about 100 yards shy of the poultry building when I break down. I've been a rock about the prospect of open poultry judging all day, but now my nerve totally goes. I can't go in there. Listen to the untold thousands of sharp squawking beaks in there, I say. Native companion not unkindly offers to hold my hand, talk me through it. It's 93 degrees, and I have pygmy goat shit on my shoe and am almost weeping with fear and embarrassment. I sit down on one of the green pathside benches to collect myself while NC goes to call home about her kids. I've never before realized that cacophony was onomatopoeic. The noise of the poultry building is cacophonous and scrotum-tightening and totally horrible. I think it's what insanity must sound like. No wonder madmen clutch their heads and scream. There's also a thin stink, and lots of bits of feather are floating all over. And this is outside the poultry building. I hunch on the bench. When I was 8 at the Champaign County Fair, I was pecked without provocation. Flown at and pecked by a renegade fowl savagely, just under the right eye, the scar of which looks like a permanent zit. Except, of course, one problem with the pre-nominate theory is that there's more than one us, hence more than one state fair. Ag people at the livestock barns and farm expo, non-farm civilians at the food booths and touristy exhibits and Happy Hollow. The two groups do not much mix. Neither is the neighbor the other pines for. Then there are the carnies. The carnies mix with no one, never seem to leave Happy Hollow. Late tonight I'll watch them drop flaps to turn their carnival booths into tents. They'll smoke cheap dope and drink peppermint schnapps and pee out onto the Midway's dirt. I think carnies must be the rural U.S.'s gypsies. Itinerant, insular, swarthy, unclean, not to be trusted. You are in no way drawn to them. They all have the same hard, blank eyes as people in bus terminal bathrooms. They want your money, and to look up your skirt. Beyond that, you're just blocking the view. Next week they'll dismantle and pack and haul up to the Wisconsin State Fair, where they'll again never set foot off the Midway they pee on. The State Fair is rural Illinois' moment of maximum community. But even at a fair whose whole raison is for us, us's entail thems, apparently. The carnies make an excellent them, and the ag people really hate them, the carnies. While I'm sitting there on the bench, disassociating and waiting for N companion to come back, all of a sudden, an old withered guy in an Illinois Poultry Association cap careers past on one of those weird three-wheeled carts, like a turbocharged wheelchair, and runs neatly over my sneaker. This ends up being my one unassisted interview of the day, and it's brief. The old guy keeps revving his cart's engine like a biker. "Trash," he calls the carnies. "Lowlifes. Wouldn't let my own kids go off down there on a goddamn bet," gesturing down the hill at the twirling rides. He raises pullets down near Olney. He has something in his cheek. "Steal you blind. Drug-addicted and such. Swindle you naked, them games. Trash. Me, every year we drive up, why, I carry my wallet like this here," pointing to his hip. His wallet is on a big steel clip attached to a wire on his belt. The whole thing looks vaguely electrified. Question. But would they want to? Your kids, I mean. Would they want to hit the hollow, ride the rides, eat all butter fudge, test various skills, mingle a little? He spits brownly. "Hell no! We all come for the shows." He means the livestock competitions. "See, some folks talk stock. Drink a beer, work all year round raising them for showbirds. It's for pride, and to see folks. Shows are over Tuesday, why, we go on home." He looks like a bird himself. His face is mostly nose, his skin loose and pebbly like poultry's. His eyes are the color of denim. "Rest of all this here's for city people." Spits. He means Springfield, Decatur, Champaign. "Walk around, stand in line, eat junk, buy souvenirs. Give their wallet to the trash. Don't even know there's folks come here to work up here," gesturing at the barns. He spits again, leaning way out to the side of the cart to do it. "We come up to work, see some folks, drink a beer, bring our own goddamn food. Mother packs a hamper. Hell, what they'd want to go on down there." I think meaning his kids. "Ain't no folks they know down there." He laughs, asks my name. "It's good to see folks," he says. "We all staying up to the motel. Watch your wallet, boy." And he asks after my tire-treaded foot very politely before peeling out toward the chicken den. 08:14, 10:15 hours. Rested, rehydrated. No native companion along to ask embarrassing questions about why the reverential treatment. Plenty of time for the Harper's Bazaar rumor to metastasize. I am primed to hit the dessert competitions. 08:14, 10:25 hours. Dessert competitions. 08:14, 13:15 hours. Illinois State Fair Infirmary, then motel, then Springfield Memorial Medical Center emergency room for distension and possible rupture of transverse colon. False alarm. Then motel, incapacitated till well after sunset, whole day a washout, incredibly embarrassing, unprofessional, indescribable. Delete entire day. 08:15, 0600 hours. Upright and moving just outside the hollow. Still transversely distressed. Unrested. Shaky but resolute. Sneakers already soaked. It rained in brutal sheets last night, damaged tents, tore up corn near the motel. Midwestern thunderstorms are real Old Testament skull clutchers. Richter scale thunder, sideways rain, big zigzags of cartoon lightning. By the time I tottered back over last night, Tammy Wynette had closed early at the grandstand, but Happy Hollow went till midnight, a whole lot of neon in the rain. The dawn is foggy. The sky looks like soap. An enfilade of snores from the booths turned tense along the midway. Happy Hollow is a bog. Someone behind the lowered flaps of the Shoot 2D ducks with an air rifle booth is having a wicked coughing fit, obscenely punctuated. Distant sounds of dumpsters getting emptied. Twitters of various birds. The Blomsness Tabo management trailer has a blinky electric burglar alarm on it. The goddamn cocks are at it already up in the poultry building. Thunder mutters sound way off east over Indiana. Trees shudder and shed drops in the breeze. The blacktop paths are empty, eerie, shiny with rain. 08:15, 06:20 hours. Looking at legions of sleeping sheep. Sheep building. I am the only waking human in here. It's cool and quiet. Sheep excrement has an evil, vomity edge to it, but olfactorily it's not too bad in here. One or two sheep are upright but silent. No fewer than 4 ag pros are in the pens, sleeping right up next to their sheep, about which the less speculation the better, as far as I'm concerned. The roof in here is leaky, and most of the straw is sopped. There are little printed signs on every pen. In here are yearling ewes, brood ewes, ewe lambs, fall lambs. Breed-wise, we've got Corriedales, Hampshires, Dorset Horns, Columbias. You could get a PhD just in sheep from the looks of it. Rambouillets, Oxfords, Suffolks, Shropshires, Cheviots, Southdowns. And these are just like the major classes. I've forgotten to say, you can't see the actual sheep. The actual corporeal sheep themselves are all in tight white bodysuits, cotton maybe, with eye and mouth holes, like superhero suits, sleeping in them, presumably to keep their wool clean until it's judged. No fun later when the temperature starts climbing, though, I bet. Back outside. Floating protean ghosts of fog and evap on the paths. The fairgrounds are creepy, with everything set up but no one about. A creepy air of hasty abandonment, a feeling like you run home from kindergarten and the whole family's up and moved, left you. Plus nowhere dry to sit down and test out the notebook. More like a tablet, purchased along with Bic Ballpoint last night at the SMMC card, gift, and greeting shop. All they had was a little kid's tablet with that weird soft gray paper and some kind of purple brontosaurus-type character named Barney on the cover. 08:15, 07:30 hours. Pentecostal Sunday services in Twilight Ballroom. Services joyless, humorless. Worshippers lean and starchy and dour like characters from Howell's portraits. Not one person smiles the whole time, and there's no little interval where you get to go around shaking people's hands and wishing them peace. It's already 80 degrees, but so damp that people's breath hangs in front of their face. 08:15, 08:20 hours. Press room, 4th floor, Illinois building. I'm pretty much the only credentialed press without a little plywood cubbyhole for mail and press releases. 2 guys from an ag newspaper are trying to hook a fax machine up to a rotary phone jack. Michael Jordan's father's body has been found, and the wire services are going nuts in one corner. Wire service teletypes really do sound exactly like the background on old TV newscasts from childhood. Also, the East St. Louis levee's given way. National Guardsmen are being mobilized. East St. Louis needs guardsmen even when it's dry, from my experience. A State Fair PR guy arrives for the daily press briefing. Coffee and unidentifiable muffinish things courtesy of Walmart. I am hunched and pale. This PM's highlights: Midwest Truck and Tractor Pull, the Bill Oldany 100 USAC Auto Race. Tonight's grandstand shows to be the poor old doddering beach boys who I suspect now must make their entire living from state fairs. The Beach Boys' special guest warm-up is to be America, another poor old doddering band. The PR guy cannot give away all his free press passes to the concert. Plus, I learn I missed some Law & Order dramatics yesterday, apparently. 2 miners from Carbondale arrested riding the zipper last night when a vial of cocaine fell out of one of their pockets and direct hit a state trooper alertly eating a lemon push-up on the midway below. A reported rape or date rape in parking lot 6, assorted bunkos and D&Ds. Plus 2 separate reporters vomited on from a great height in 2 separate incidents under 2 separate near-death experience rides trying to cover the hollow. 08:15, 08:40 hours. A Macy's float-sized inflatable Ronald, seated and eerily Buddha-like, presides over the north side of the Club Mickey D's tent. A family is having their picture taken in front of the inflatable Ronald, arranging their little kids in a careful pose. Notebook entry. Why? 08:15, 08:42 hours. 4th trip to the bathroom in 3 hours. Elimination can be a dicey undertaking here. The fair has scores of Midwest Potty Houses brand portable toilets at various strategic sites. Midwest Potty Houses are man-sized plastic huts, reminiscent of Parisian pissoirs, but also utilized for numéro 2, clearly. Each Midwest potty house has its own undulating shroud of flies, plus your standard heavy-use, no-flush outhouse smell. And I, for one, would rather succumb to a rupture than use a potty house, though the lines for them are long and sanguine. The only real restrooms are in the big exhibit buildings. The Coliseum's is like a grade school boys' room, especially the long communal urinal, a kind of huge porcelain trough. Performance and other anxieties abound here, with upwards of 20 guys all flanking and facing each other, each with his unit out. All the men's rooms have hot air blowers instead of paper towels, meaning you can't wash your face. And all have annoying faucet controls you have to keep a grip on to operate, meaning toothbrushing is a contorted affair. The highlight is watching Midwestern ag guys struggle with suspenders and overall straps as they exit the stalls. 08:15, 08:47 hours. A quick scan of the draft horse show. The Coliseum's interior is the size of a blimp hangar, with an elliptical dirt arena. The stands are permanent and set in cement and go on and up forever. The stands are maybe 5% full. Echoes are creepy, but the smell of the arena's moist earth is lush and nice. The draft horses themselves are enormous, 8 feet high and steroidically muscled. I think they were originally bred to pull things. God only knows their function now. There are 2- and 3-year-old Belgian stallions, Percherons, and the bud-famous Clydesdales with their bell-bottoms of hair. The Belgians are particularly thick through the chest and rear quarter. I'm starting to develop an eye for livestock. Again, the official wears a simply bitching white cowboy hat and stands at ease, legs well apart. This one has a weak chin and something wrong with one of his eyelids, though, at least. All the competitors are again shampooed and combed, black and gunpowder gray, and the dull white of sea foam, their tails cropped, and the stumps decorated with girlish bows that look obscene against all this muscle. The horses' heads bob when they walk, rather like pigeons' heads. They're led in the now familiar concentric circles by their owners, big-bellied men in brown suits and string ties. At obscure PA commands, the owners break their animals into thundering canter, holding their bridles and running just under the head, stomachs bouncing around, the men's. The horses' hooves throw up big clods of earth as they run, so that it sort of rains dirt for several yards behind them. They look mythic when they run. Their giant hoofs are black and have shiny age striations like a tree stump's rings. It's something of a relief to see no fast food buyers on the dais awaiting auction. As with beef, though, a young beauty queen in a tiara presides from a flower-decked throne. It's unclear just who she is. Miss Illinois Horseflesh sounds unlikely, as does Miss Illinois Draft Horse, though there is a 1993 Illinois Pork Queen over in swine. 08:15-09:30 hours. Sun erumpent, mid-90s, puddles and mud trying to evaporate into air that's already waterlogged. Every smell just hangs there. The general sensation is that of being in the middle of an armpit. I'm once again at the capacious McDonald's tent, at the edge, the titanic inflatable clown presiding. Why is there no Walmart tent? There's a fair-sized crowd in the basketball bleachers at one side and rows of folding chairs at the other. It's the Illinois State Junior Baton Twirling Finals. A metal loudspeaker begins to emit disco, and little girls pour into the tent from all directions, twirling and gamboling in vivid costume. There's a symphony of zippers from the seats and stands as video cameras come out by the score, and I can tell it's pretty much just me and 1,000 parents. The Baroque classes and divisions, both team and solo, go from age 3 to 16, with epithetic signifiers, for example. The 4-year-olds compose the sugar and spice division, and so on. I'm in a chair right up front, but in the sun, behind the competition's judges, introduced as varsity twirlers from the, University of Kansas. They are 4 frosted blondes who smile a lot and blow huge grape bubbles. The twirler squads are all from different towns. Mount Vernon and Kankakee seem especially rich in twirlers. The twirlers' spandex costumes, differently colored for each team, are paint-tight and really brief in the legs. The coaches are grim, tan, lithe-looking women, clearly twirlers once, on the far side of their glory now, and very serious-looking, each with the clipboard and whistle. It's all a little like figure skating. The teams go into choreographed routines, each routine with a title and a designated disco or show tune, full of compulsory baton-twirling maneuvers with highly technical names. A mom next to me is tracking scores on what looks almost like an astrology chart, and is in no mood to explain anything to a novice baton watcher. The routines are wildly complex, and the loudspeaker's play-by-play is mostly in code. All I can determine for sure is that I've bumbled into what has to be the single most spectator-hazardous event at the fair. Missed batons go all over, whistling wickedly. The 3-, 4-, and 5-year-olds aren't that dangerous, though they do spend most of their time picking up dropped batons and trying to hustle back into place. The parents of especially fumble-prone twirlers howl in fury from the stands while the coaches chew gum grimly. But the littler girls don't have the arm strength to really endanger anybody. Although one of the judges does take a sugar and spices baton across the bridge of the nose and has to be helped from the tent. But when the 7- and 8-year-olds hit the floor for a series of armed service medleys, spandex with epaulets and officers' caps and batons over shoulders like M16s, errant batons start pinwheeling into the tent ceiling, sides, and crowd with real force. I myself duck several times. A man just down the road takes one in the plexus and falls over in his metal chair with a horrid crash. The batons, one stray I picked up had regulation length embossed down the shaft, have white rubber stoppers on each end, but it's that dry, hard kind of rubber, and the batons themselves are not light. I don't think it's an accident that police nightsticks are also called service batons. Physically, even within same-age teams, there are marked incongruities in size and development. One 9-year-old is several heads taller than another, and they're trying to do an involved back-and-forth duet thing with just one baton, which ends up taking out a bulb in one of the tent's steel hanging lamps and showering part of the stands with glass. A lot of the younger twirlers look either anorexic or gravely ill. There are no fat baton twirlers. The enforcement of this no endomorph rule is probably internal. A fat person'd have to get exactly one look at herself in tight, sequined spandex to abandon all twirling ambitions for all time. Ironically, it's the botched maneuvers that allow one to see how baton twirling, which to me had always seemed sleight-of-handish and occult, works in terms of mechanics. It seems to consist not in twirling so much as sort of spinning the baton on your knuckle, while the fingers underneath work and writhe furiously for some reason, maybe supplying torque. Some serious kinetic force is coming from somewhere, clearly. A sort of attempted sidearm twirl sends a baton Xing out and hitting a big woman's kneecap with a ringing clang, and her husband puts his hand on her shoulder as she sits up very rigid and white, pop-eyed, her mouth a little bloodless hyphen. I miss good old native companion, who's the sort of person who can elicit conversation even from the recently baton-struck. A team of 10-year-olds from the Ginger Snap class have little cotton bunny tails on their costumes' bottoms and rigid papier-mâché ears, and they can do some serious twirling. A squad of 11-year-olds from Towanda does an involved routine in tribute to Operation Desert Storm. To most of the acts there's either a cutesy, ultra-feminine aspect or a stern, butch military one. There's little in between. Starting with the 12-year-olds, one team in black spandex that looks like cheesecake leotards, there is, I'm afraid, a frank sexuality that begins to get uncomfortable. You can already see some of the 16-year-olds out under the basketball hoop doing little warm-up twirls and splits, and they're disturbing enough to make me wish there was a copy of the state's criminal statutes handy and prominent. Also disturbing is that in an empty seat next to me is a gun, a rifle, real-looking, with a white wood stock, which who knows whether it's really real or part of an upcoming martial routine or what, that's been sitting here, ownerless, ever since the competition started. Oddly, it's the cutesy feminine routines that result in the really serious casualties. A dad standing up near the stand's top, with a Toshiba viewfinder to his eye, takes a tomahawking baton directly in the groin and falls forward onto somebody eating a funnel cake, and they take out good bits of several rows below them, and there's an extended halt to the action during which I decamp, steering way clear of the 16-year-olds on the basketball court, and as I clear the last row, yet another baton comes warping cruelly right over my shoulder, caroming viciously off Big R's inflated thigh. 08:15, 11:05 hours. A certain swanky East Coast organ is unfortunately denied journalistic impressions of the Illinois Snakes Seminar, the Midwestern Birds of Prey demonstration, the husband calling contest, and something the media guide calls the Celebrity Moo Moo Classic. All of these clearly must-sees, because they're all also in venues right near the food and dessert tent grotto, which even the abstract thought of another proffered wedge of chocolate silk triple-layer cake in the shape of Lincoln's profile produces a pulsing ache in the bulge I've still got on the left side of my abdomen. So right now, I'm 5 acres and 600 food booths away from midday's must-see events in the slow stream of people entering the expo building. I'd planned on skipping the expo building, figuring it was full of, home furniture refinishing demos and futuristic mock-ups of Peoria's skyline. I'd had no idea it was air-conditioned, nor that it comprises a whole additional different Illinois State Fair with its own separate pros and patrons. It's not just that there are no carnies or ag people in here. The place is jammed with people I've seen literally nowhere else on the fairgrounds. It's a world and gala unto itself, self-sufficient, the fourth us of the fair. The expo building's a huge enclosed mallish thing, AC'd down to 80 degrees, with a cement floor and a hardwood mezzanine overhead. Every interior inch here is given over to adversion and commerce of a very special and lurid sort. Just inside the big east entrance, a man with a headset mic is slicing up a block of wood and then a tomato, standing on a box in a booth that says, Sharp Cut, hawking these spin-offs of Ginsu knives, as seen on TV. Next door is a booth offering personalized pet ID tags. Another's got the infamous mail-order advertised clapper, which turns on appliances automatically at the sound of 2 hands clapping, but also at the sound of a cough, sneeze, or sniff, I discover. Caveat emptor. There's booth after booth, each with an audience whose credulity is heart-rending. The noise in the expo building is apocalyptic and complexly echoed, sound carpeted by crying children and ceiling fans' roar. A large percentage of the booths show signs of hasty assembly and say, as seen on TV in bright brave colors. The booth's salesmen all stand raised to a slight height, all have headset microphones and speakers with built-in amps and rich neutral media voices. It turns out these franchised expo vendors, not unlike the Blomsness carnies, any comparison to whom makes the vendors show canine teeth, though, go from state fair to state fair all summer. One young man demonstrating Quick and Bright, a whole new concept in cleaning, was under the persistent impression that he was in Iowa. There's a neon-bordered booth for something called a rainbow vac, a vacuum cleaner whose angle is that it uses water in its canister instead of a bag, and the canister is clear lucite, so you get a graphic look at just how much dirt it's getting out of a carpet sample. People in polyester slacks and or orthopedic shoes are clustered 3 deep around this booth, greatly moved. But all I can think of is that the thing looks like the world's biggest heavy-use bong, right down to the water's color. There's a predictably strong odor surrounding the Southwestern Leather Works booth. Likewise at distressed leather luggage. Missing hyphen? Misplaced mod? I'm not even halfway down one side of the expo's main floor list-wise. The mezzanine has still more booths. There's a booth that offers clock faces superimposed on varnished photorealist paintings of Christ, John Wayne, Marilyn Monroe. There's a computerized posture evaluation booth. A lot of the headsetted vendors are about my age or younger. Something ever so slightly over-groomed about them suggests a Bible college background. It's just cool enough in here for a sweat-soaked shirt to get clammy. One vendor recites a pitch for Miss Suzanne Summers' Thigh Master while a lady in a leotard lies on her side on the fiberboard counter and demonstrates the product. I'm in the expo building almost 2 hours, and every time I look up, the poor lady's still at it with the Thigh Master. Most of the expo vendors won't answer questions and give me beady looks when I stand there making notes in the Barney tablet. But the Thigh Master lady, friendly, garrulous, violently cross-eyed, in understandably phenomenal physical condition, informs me she gets an hour off for lunch at 1400, but is back on her side all the way to closing at 2300. I remark that her thighs must be pretty well mastered by now, and her leg sounds like a banister when she raps her knuckle against it, and we have a good laugh together until her vendor finally makes her ask me to scram. The Copper Kettle All-Butter Fudge booth does brisk air-conditioned business. There's something called a full immersion body fat analysis for $8.50. A certain CompuVac Inc. offers a $1.50 computerized personality analysis. Its booth's computer panel's tall and full of blinking lights and reel-to-reel tapes, like an old bad sci-fi film computer. My own personality analysis, a slip of paper that protrudes like a tongue from a red-lit slot, says, "Your boldness of nature is offset with the fear of taking risk." My suspicion that there's a guy hunched behind the blinking panel feeding its slot recycled fortune cookie slips is overwhelming but unverifiable. Booth after booth. A Xanadu of Chinsola, obscure non-stick cookware, eyeglasses cleaned free, a booth with anti-cellulite sponges, more Dippin' Dots futuristic ice cream, a woman with Velcro straps on her shoes gets fountain pen ink out of a linen tablecloth with a chapsticky-looking spot remover whose banner says, "As seen on Amazing Discoveries," a wee-hour infomercial I'm kind of a fan of. A plywood booth that for $9.95 will take a photo and superimpose your face on either an FBI wanted poster or a Penthouse cover. An MIA Bring Them Home booth staffed by women playing Go Fish, an anti-abortion booth called Lifesavers that lures you over with free candy. Sand art, shredded ribbon art, Therm L sealed double-pane windows, an indescribable booth for latest advanced rotary nose hair clippers, whose other sign reads, I kid you not, "Do not pull hair from nose, may cause fatal infection." 2 different booths for collectible sports cards, top-ranked investment of the 90s, and tucked way back on one curve of the mezzanine's ellipse, yes, black velvet paintings, including several of Elvis in pensive poses. And people are buying this stuff. The expo's unique products are targeted at a certain type of Midwestern person I'd all but forgotten. I'd somehow not noticed these persons' absence from the paths and exhibits. This is going to sound not just East Coastish, but elitist and snotty. But facts are facts. The special community of shoppers in the expo building are a Midwestern subphylum commonly, if unkindly, known as Kmart people. Farther south, they'd be a certain fringe type of white trash. Kmart people tend to be overweight, polyestered, grim-faced, toting glazed, unhappy children. Toupees are the movingly obvious shiny square-cut kind, and the women's makeup is garish and often asymmetrically applied, giving many of the female faces a kind of demented look. They are sharp-voiced and snap at their families. They're the type you see slapping their kids in supermarket checkouts. They are people who work at, like, Champagne's Craft and Decatur's A.E. Staley and think pro wrestling is real. I'm sorry, but this is all true. I went to high school with Kmart people. I know them. They own firearms and do not hunt. They aspire to own mobile homes. They read the Star without even a pretense of contempt and have toilet paper with little off-color jokes printed on it. A few of these folks might check out the tractor pull or USAC race, but most are in the expo to stay. This is what they've come for. They couldn't give one fat damn about ethanol exhibits or carnival rides whose seats are hard to squeeze into. Agriculture schmagriculture. And Governor Edgar's a closet pinko. They heard it on Rush. They plod up and down, looking put out and intensely puzzled, as if they are sure what they've come for has got to be here someplace. I wish Native C were here. She's highly quotable on the subject of Kmart people. One big girl with tattoos and a heavy-diapered infant wears a t-shirt that says, "Warning, I go from 0 to horny in 2.5 beers." Have you ever wondered where these particular types of unfunny t-shirts come from? The ones that say things like, "horny in 2.5, or "impeach President Clinton and her husband too." Mystery solved. They come from State Fair expos. Right here on the main floor's a monster-sized booth, more like an open bodega, with shirts and laminated buttons and license plate borders, all of which, for this subphylum, testify. This booth seems integral somehow. The seamiest fold of the Midwestern underbelly. The Lascaux caves of a certain rural mentality. 40 isn't old, if you're a tree, and the more hair I lose, the more head I get, and retired, no worries, no paycheck, and I fight poverty, I work. As with New Yorker cartoons, there's an elusive sameness about the shirt's messages. A lot serve to ID the wearer as part of a certain group, and then congratulate that group for its sexual dynamism. Coon hunters do it all night, and hairdressers tease it till it stands up, and save a horse, ride a cowboy. Some presume a weird kind of aggressive relation between the shirt's wearer and its reader. "We'd get along better if you were a beer," and "lead me not into temptation. I know the way myself," and "what part of no don't you understand?" There's something complex and compelling about the fact that these messages are not just uttered but worn, like they're a badge or credential. The message compliments the wearer somehow, and the wearer in turn endorses the message by spreading it across his chest, which fact is then in further turn supposed to endorse the wearer as a person of plucky or risque wit. It's also meant to cast the wearer as an individual, the sort of person who not only makes but wears a personal statement. What's depressing is that the t-shirt statements are not only pre-printed and mass-produced, but so dumbly unfunny that they serve to place the wearer squarely in that large and unfortunate group of people who think such messages not only individual, but funny. It all gets tremendously complex and depressing. The lady running the booth's register is dressed like a '68 yippie, but has a hard, carny face and wants to know why I'm standing here, memorizing t-shirts. All I can manage to tell her is that the "horny" on these 2.5 beers shirts is misspelled, and now I really feel like an East Coast snob laying judgments and semiotic theories on these people who ask of life only a Republican in the White House and a black velvet Elvis on the wood-grain mantel of their mobile home. They're not hurting anybody. A good third of the people I went to high school with now probably wear these T-shirts, and proudly. And I'm forgetting to mention the expo building's other nexus of commerce: church booths. The populist evangelism of the rural Midwest. An economy of spirit. It's not your cash they want. A Church of God booth offers a computerized Bible quiz. Its computer is CompuVac-ish in appearance. I go 18 for 20 on the quiz and am invited behind a chamois curtain for a person-to-person faith exploration, which thanks anyway. The conventional vendors get along fine with the Baptists and Jews for Jesus, who operate booths right near them. They all laugh and banter back and forth. The sharp-cut guy sends all the vegetables he's micro-sliced over to the Lifesavers booth, where they put them out with the candy. The scariest spiritual booth is right up near the west exit, where something called Covenant Faith Triumphant Church has a big hanging banner that asks, "What is the one man-made thing in heaven?" And I stop to ponder. Which, with charismatics, is instant death, because a breathless, bushy-browed woman is out around the booth's counter like a shot, and in my personal space, she says, "Give up? Give up, do you?" I tell her I'll go ahead and bite. She's looking at me very intensely, but there's something off about her gaze. It's like she's looking at my eyes rather than into them. "What one man-made thing?" I ask. She puts her finger to her palm and makes screwing motions. Signifying coitus? I don't say coitus out loud, though. "Not but one thing," she says. "The holes in Christ's palms," screwing her finger in. It's scary. Except, isn't it pretty well known that Roman crucifixes were nailed at the wrists, since palm flesh won't support weight? But now, I've been drawn into an actual dialogue, going so far as to let the lady take my arm and pull me toward the booth's counter. "Looky here for a second now," she says. She has both hands around my arm. I feel a sinking in my gut. I'm programmed from childhood to know that I've made a serious error. A Midwestern child of academics gets trained early on to avoid these weird-eyed, eager, rural Christians who accost your space, to say, "Not interested" at the front door, and "No thanks" to mimeoed leaflets, to look right through street corner missionaries as if they were New York City panhandlers. I have erred. The woman more or less throws me up against the Covenant Faith counter, on which counter is a fine oak box, yay big, with a propped sign. "Where will you be when you look like this?" "Take you a look-see in here." The box has a hole in the top. Inside the box is a human skull. I'm pretty sure it's plastic. The interior lighting's tricky, but I'm pretty sure the skull isn't genuine. I haven't inhaled for over a minute now. The woman is looking at the side of my face. "Are you sure?" is the question, she says. I manage to make my straightening up motion lead right into a backing away motion. "Are you 100% sure?" Overhead, on the mezzanine, the Thigh-Master lady's still at it, on her side, head on her arm, smiling cross-eyed into space. 08:15, 13:36 hours. I'm on a teetery stool watching the Prairie State Cloggers competition in a twilight ballroom that's packed with ag folks and well over 100 degrees. An hour ago, I'd nipped in here to get a bottle of soda pop on my way to the truck and tractor pull. By now, the pull's got to be nearly over, and in half an hour, the big USAC dirt track auto race starts, which I've already reserved a ticket for. but I can't tear myself away from the scene in here. This is far and away the funnest, most emotionally intense thing at the fair. Run, don't walk, to your nearest clogging venue. I'd imagined goony Jed Clampett types in tattered hats and hobnailed boots, a stompin' and a whoopin', etc. Clogging, Scotch-Irish in origin, and the dance of choice in Appalachia, I guess did used to involve actual clogs and boots and slow stomps. But clogging has now miscegenated with square dancing and honky-tonk boogie to become a kind of intricately synchronized, absolutely kick-ass country tap dance. There's teams from Pekin, Leroy, Rantoul, Cairo, Morton. They each do 3 numbers. The music is up-tempo country or 4/4 dance pop. Each team has anywhere from 4 to 10 dancers. They're 75% women. Few of the women are under 35. Few are still under 175 pounds. They're country mothers, red-cheeked gals with bad dye jobs and big, pretty legs. They wear western wear tops and midi skirts with multiple ruffled slips underneath, and every once in a while they'll grab handfuls of cloth and flip the skirts up like can-can dancers. When they do this, they either yip or whoop as the spirit moves them. The men all have thinning hair and cheesy rural faces, and their skinny legs are rubberized blurs. The men's western shirts have piping on the chest and shoulders. The teams are all color-coordinated, blue and white, black and red. The white shoes all the dancers wear look like golf shoes with metal taps clamped on. Their numbers are to everything from Shit-Kicker Waylon and Tammy to Aretha, Miami Sound Machine, Neil Diamond's America. The routines have some standard tap dance moves, sweep, flare, chorus line kicking, but it's fast and sustained and choreographed down to the last wrist flick. And square dancing's genes can be seen in the upright, square-shouldered postures on the floor, a kind of florally enfolding tendency to the choreography, some of which features high-speed promenades. But it's adrenaline dancing, meth-paced and exhausting to watch because your own feet move, and it's erotic in a way that makes MTV look lame. The cloggers' feet are too fast to be seen, really, but they all tap out the exact same rhythm. A typical routines is something like ta-ta-ta-ta, ta-ta-ta-ta, ta-ta-ta. The variations around the basic rhythm are baroque. When they kick or spin, the 2-beat absence of tap complexifies the pattern. The audience is packed in right to the edge of the portable hardwood flooring. The teams are mostly married couples. The men are either rail-thin or have big hanging guts. A couple of the men are great, fluid, austere-like dancers, but mostly it's the women who compel. The males have constant sunny smiles, but the women look orgasmic. They're the really serious ones, transported. Their yips and whoops are involuntary, pure exclamation. They are arousing. The audience claps savvily on the backbeat and whoops when the women do. It's almost all folks from the ag and livestock shows, the flannel shirts, khaki pants, seed caps, and freckles. The spectators are soaked in sweat and extremely happy. I think this is the ag community's special treat, a chance here to cut loose a little while their animals sleep in the heat. The psychic transactions between cloggers and crowd seem representative of the fair as a whole, a culture talking to itself, presenting credentials for its own inspection. This is just a smaller and specialized rural us, bean farmers and herbicide brokers and 4-H sponsors, and people who drive pickup trucks because they really need them. They eat non-fair food from insulated hampers and drink beer and pop and stomp in perfect time. and put their hands on neighbors' shoulders to shout in their ear while the cloggers twirl and fling sweat on the crowd. There are no black people in the Twilight Ballroom. The looks on the younger ag kids' faces have this awakened, astonished aspect, like they didn't realize their own race could dance like this. 3 married couples from Rantoul, wearing full Western bodysuits the color of raw coal, weave an incredible filigree of high-speed tap around Aretha's RESPECT, and there's no hint of racial irony in the room. The song has been made these people's own emphatically. This 90s version of clogging does have something sort of pugnaciously white about it, a kind of performative nose-thumbing at Jackson and Hammer. There's an atmosphere in the room, not racist, but aggressively white. It's hard to describe. The atmosphere's the same at a lot of rural Midwest public events. It's not like if a black person came in, he'd be ill-treated. It's more like it would just never occur to a black person to come in here. I can barely hold the tablet to scribble journalistic impressions. The floor is rumbling under so many boots and sneakers. The record player's old-fashioned and the loudspeakers are shitty, and it all sounds fantastic. 2 little girls are playing jacks under the table I'm next to. 2 of the dancing Rantoul wives are fat, but with great legs. Who could practice this kind of dancing as much as they must and stay fat? I think maybe rural Midwestern women are just congenitally big, but these people clogging get down. And they do it as a troupe, a collective, with none of the narcissistic look-at-me grandstanding of great dancers in rock clubs. They hold hands and whirl each other around and in and out, tapping like mad, their torsos upright and almost formal, as if only incidentally attached to the blur of legs below. It goes on and on. I'm rooted to my stool. Each team seems the best yet. On the crowd's other side, across the floor, I can see the old poultry farmer, he of the carny hatred and electrified wallet. He's still got his billed poultry cap on, making a megaphone of his hands to whoop with the women, leaning way forward in his geriatric scooter, body bobbing like he's stomping in time, while his little black boots stay clamped in their stays. 08:15, 1636 hours. Trying to hurry to grandstand, trapped in masses on Central Path out past Foodorama. I'm eating a corn dog cooked in 100% soybean oil. I can hear the hornety engines of the USAC 100 race, which must have started quite a while ago. Huge plume of track dust hanging over grandstand. Distant, tinny burble of excited PA announcer. The corn dog tastes strongly of soybean oil, which itself tastes like corn oil that's been strained through an old gym towel. Tickets for the race are an obscene $13.50. Baton twirling is still underway in the McDee's tent. A band called Captain Rat and the Blind Rivets is playing at the Lincoln stage, and as the Path's mass goes by, I can see dancers in there. They look jagged and arrhythmic and blank, bored in that hip young East Coast taut way, facing in instead of out, not touching their partners. The people not dancing don't even look at them, and after the clogging the whole thing looks unspeakably lonely and numb. 08:15, 1645 hours. The official name of the race is the William Wild Bill Oldani Memorial 100 Sprint Car Race of the Valvoline USAC Silver Crown Series True Value Championship Circuit. The grandstand seats 9,800 and is packed. The noise is beyond belief. The race is nearly over. The electric sign on the infield says lap 92. The board says the leader is number 26, except his black and green skull car's in the middle of the pack. Apparently he's lapped people. The crowd's mostly men, very tan, smoking, mustaches, build caps with automotive associations. Most of the spectators wear earplugs. The ones in the real know wear those thick airline worker noise filter earmuffs. The 17-page program is mostly impenetrable. There are either 49 or 50 cars, called either Pro Dirt or Silver Crown cars, and they're basically go-karts from hell, with a soapbox derby chassis and huge dragster tires, gleaming tangles of pipes and spoilers jutting out all over, and unabashedly phallic bulges up front where I suspect the engines are. What I know about auto racing could be inscribed with a dry magic marker on the lip of a Coke bottle. The program says these models are what they used to race at Indy in the 1950s. It's unclear whether that means these specific cars or this genre of car or what. I'm pretty sure Indy refers to the Indianapolis 500. The car's cockpits are open and webbed in straps and roll bars. The drivers wear helmets the same color as their cars, with white ski-masky things over their faces to keep out the choking dust. The cars come in all hues. Most look to be sponsored by either Skoal or Marlboro. Pit crews in surgical white lean out into the track and flash obscure commands written on little chalkboards. The infield is clotted with trailers and tow trucks and official stands and electric signs. Women in skimpy tops stand on different trailers, seeming very partisan indeed. It's all very confusing. Certain facts in the program just don't add up, like the winner's purse is only $9,200, yet each car supposedly represents a six-figure annual investment for various sponsors. Whatever they invest in, it isn't mufflers. I can barely take my hands off my ears long enough to turn the program's pages. The cars sound almost like jets, that insectile whine, but with a diesely lawnmowerish component you can feel in your skull. Part of the problem is the raw concrete of the grandstand seating. Another's the fact that the seating's on just one side of the grandstand, on the straightaway. When the main mass of cars passes, it's unendurable. Your very skeleton hurts from the noise, and your ears are still belling when they come around again. The cars go like mad bats on the straightaways and then shift down for the tight turns, their rear tires wobbling in the dirt. Certain cars pass other cars, and some people cheer when they do. Down at the bottom of my section of seats, a little boy, held up on a cement fence support by his father, is rigid, facing away from the track. His hands clamped over his ears so hard his elbows stick way out, and his face is a rictus of pain as the cars go by. The little boy and I sort of rictus at each other. A fine, dirty dust hangs in the air and coats everything, tongues included. Then, all of a sudden, binoculars come out, and everyone stands as there's some sort of screeching slide and crash on a far turn, all the way across the infield, and firemen in full-length slickers and hats go racing out there in fire trucks, and the PA voice's pitch goes way up, but is still incomprehensible. And a man with those airline earmuffs in the official stands leans out and flails at the air with a bright yellow flag, and the go-karts throttle down to Autobahn speed, and the official pace car, a Trans Am, comes out and leads them around, and everybody stands up, and I stand too. It's impossible to see anything but a swizzle stick of smoke above the far turn, and the engine noise is endurable, and the PA silent, and the relative quiet hangs there while we all wait for news, and I look around hard at all the faces below the raised binoculars, but it's not at all clear what sort of news we're all hoping for. 08:15, 17:30 hours. 10-minute line for an IDC milkshake. Oily blacktops stink on heated paths. I ask a little kid to describe the taste of his funnel cake, and he runs away. Ears still mossily ringing. Everything sounds kind of carphonish. Display of a 17.6-pound zucchini squash outside the Agri-Industries Pavilion. One big zucchini, all right. Several of the dessert tent ladies are at the Tupperware retrospective, no kidding. Right nearby, though, and I make myself scarce in a hurry. In the Colosseum, the only historical evidence of the tractor pull is huge ideograms of tire tracks, mounds of scored dirt, dark patches of tobacco juice, smells of burnt rubber and oil. 2 buildings over is a curiously non-state pride-related exhibit by the Harley-Davidson Corporation of motorcycles of distinction. Also a deltiology exhibit, card after card, some back from the 1940s, mostly of crops, thunderclouds massing at horizons, flat sweeps of very black land. In a broad tent next door is the Motorsport Spectacular Exhibition, which is kind of surreal. A whole lot of really shiny and fast-looking sports cars in utter stasis, just sitting there, hoods up, innards exposed, clusters of older men in berets studying the cars with great intensity. Some with white gloves and jeweler's loops. Between 2 minor corporate tents is the serendipitous snout of the Sertomo mobile hearing test trailer, inside which a woman with a receding hairline scores me over-decibeled but orally hail. 15 whole minutes both in and outside the huge State Comptroller Roland Burris tent fails to uncover the tent's function. Next door, though, is a bus on display from the city of Peoria's all-ethanol bus system. It is painted to resemble a huge ear of corn. I don't know whether actual fleets of green and yellow corn buses are deployed in Peoria, or whether this is just a stunt. 08:15, 1800 hours. Back again at the seemingly inescapable Club Mickey D's. All signs of baton twirlers and fallen spectators have been erased. The tent's now set up for Illinois Golden Gloves boxing. Out on the floor is a kind of square made up of 4 boxing rings. The rings are made out of clothesline and poles anchored by cement-filled tires, 1 ring per age division, 16s, 14s, 12s, 10s. Here's another unhyped but riveting spectacle. If you want to see genuine interhuman violence, go check out a Golden Gloves tourney. None of your adult pros' silky footwork or rope-a-dope defenses here. Here, asses are thoroughly kicked in what are essentially playground brawls with white-tipped gloves and brain-shaped headguards. The combatants' tank tops say things like Rockford Junior Boxing and Elgin Fight Club. The ring's corners have stools for the kids to sit on and get worked over by their team's coaches. The coaches look like various childhood friends of mine's abusive fathers, florid, blue-jawed, bull-necked, flinty-eyed, the kind of men who bowl, watch TV in their underwear, and oversee sanctioned brawls. Now a fighter's mouthguard goes flying out of the 14's ring, end over end, trailing strings of spit, and the crowd around that ring howls. In the 16's ring is a Springfield kid, a local hero, one Darrell Hall, against a slim, fluid Latino named Salivano from Joliet. Hall outweighs Salivano by a good 20 pounds. Hall also looks like just about every kid who ever beat me up in high school, right down to the wispy mustache and upper lip's cruel twist. The crowd around the 16's ring is all his friends, guys with muscle shirts and varsity gym shorts and gelled hair, girls in cut-off overalls and complex systems of barrettes and scrunchies. There are repeated shouts of, "Kick his ass, Darrell!" The Latino sticks and moves. Somebody in this tent is smoking a joint, I can smell. The 16s can actually box. The ceiling's lights are bare bulbs in steel cones, hanging cockeyed from a day of batons. Everybody here pours sweat. A few people look askance at the little clicker I carry. The reincarnation of every high school cheerleader I ever pined for is in the 16s crowd. The girls cry out and sort of frame their face in their hands whenever Daryl Hall gets hit. I do not know why cut-off overall shorts have evaded the East Coast's fashion ken. They are devastating. The fight in 14s is stopped for a moment to let the ref wipe a gout of blood from one kid's glove. Salivano glides and jabs, sort of orbiting Hall. Hall is implacable, a hunched and feral fighter, boring in. Air explodes through his nose when he lands a blow. He keeps trying to back the Latino against the clothesline. People fan themselves with wood-handled fans from the Democratic Party. Mosquitoes work the crowd. The refs keep slapping at their necks. The rains have been bad, and the mosquitoes this August are the bad kind, big and vaguely hairy, field-bred, rapacious. The kind that can swarm on a calf overnight, and the farmer finds his calf in the morning splay-legged and bled kosher. This actually happens. Mosquitoes are not to be fucked with out here. East Coast friends laugh at my dread of mosquitoes, and they make fun of the little battery-powered box I carry whenever I'm outside at night. Even in, like, New York City or Boston, I carry it. It's from an obscure catalog and produces a sound like a dragonfly, a.k.a. Odonata anasoptera, sworn eternal foe to all mosquitoes everywhere, a faint high-speed clicking that sends any right-thinking mosquito out of its mind with fear. On East 55th, carrying the little box is maybe a bit neurotic. Here with me, ripe and sweaty and tall in this crowd, the good old trusty clicker saves more than just my ass. I can also see the 10s from this vantage, a vicious free-for-all between two tiny kids whose headguards make their heads look too big for their bodies. Neither 10-year-old has any interest in defense. Their shoes-toes touch as they windmill at each other, scoring at will. Scary dads chew gum in their corners. One kid's mouth guard keeps falling out. Now the 16s crowd explodes as their loutish Daryl catches Salivano with an uppercut that puts him on his bottom. Salivano gamely rises, but his knees wobble and he won't face the ref. Hall raises both arms and faces the crowd, disclosing a missing incisor. The girls betray their cheerleading backgrounds by clapping and jumping up and down at the same time. Hall shakes his gloves at the ceiling as several girls call his name, and you can feel it in the air's very ions. Daryl Hall is going to get laid before the night's over. The digital thermometer in the Ronald God's big left hand reads 93 degrees at 18:15 hours. Behind him, big ominous scoop of coffee ice cream clouds are piling up at the sky's western reef, but the sun's still above them, and very much a force. People's shadows on the paths are getting pointy. It's the part of the day when little kids go into jagged crying fits from what their parents naively call exhaustion. Cicadas chirr in the grass by the tent. The 10-year-olds stand literally toe-to-toe and wail the living shit out of each other. It's the sort of implausibly savage mutual beating you see in fight movies. Their ring now has the largest crowd. The fight'll be all but impossible to score. But then it's over in an instant at the second intermission when one of the little boys sitting on his stool being whispered to by a coach with tattooed forearms suddenly throws up. Prodigiously. For no apparent reason. It's kind of surreal. Vomit flies all over. Kids in the crowd go, "Ew!" Several partially digested food booth items are identifiable. Maybe that's the apparent reason. The sick fighter starts to cry. His scary coach and the ref wipe him down and help him from the ring, not ungently. His opponent tentatively puts up his arms. 08:15, 1930 hours. And there is, in this state, with its origin and reason in food, a strong digestive sub-theme running all through the 93 fair. In a way, we're all here to be swallowed up. The main gate's maw admits us. Slow, tight-packed masses move peristaltically along complex systems of branching paths, engage in complex cash and energy transfers at the villi alongside the paths, and are finally, both filled and depleted, expelled out of exits designed for heavy flow. And there are the exhibits of food, and of the production of food, the unending food booths and the peripatetic consumption of food, the public potties and communal urinals, the moist body temp heat of the fairgrounds, the livestock judged and applauded as future food, while the animals stand in their own manure chewing cuds. Plus there are those great literalizers of all metaphor, little kids, boxers and fudge gluttons, sunstroke casualties, those who overflow just from the adrenaline of the specialness of it all, the rural Midwesterners of tomorrow, all throwing up. And so the old heave-ho is the last thing I see at Golden Gloves boxing, and then the first thing I see at Happy Hollow, right at sunset, standing with stupid Barney tablet on the midway, looking up at the ring of fire. A set of flame-colored train cars sent around and around the inside of a 100-foot neon hoop, the operator stalling the train at the top and hanging the patrons upside down, jackknifed over their seatbelts, with loose change and eyeglasses raining down. Looking up, I witness a single, thick coil of vomit arc from a car. It describes a 100-foot spiral and lands with a meaty splat between two young girls whose T-shirts say something about volleyball and who look from the ground to each other with expressions of slapstick horror. And when the flame train finally breaks at the ramp, a mortified-looking little kid totters off, damp and green, staggering over toward a lemon shake-up stand. I am basically scribbling impressions as I jog. I've put off a real survey of the near-death experiences until my last hour, and I want to get everything catalogued before the sun sets. I've had some distant looks at the nighttime hollow from up on the Preslots Ridge, and have an idea that being down here in the dark amid all this rotating neon and the mechanical clowns and plunging machinery's roar and piercing screams and Barker's amplified pitches and high-volume rock would be like every bad 60s movie's depiction of a bum acid trip. It strikes me hardest in the hollow that I am not spiritually Midwestern anymore, and no longer young. I do not like crowds, screams, loud noise, or heat. I'll endure these things if I have to. But they are no longer my idea of a special treat, or sacred community interval. The crowds in the hollow, mostly high school couples, local toughs, and kids in single-sex packs, as the demographics of the fair shift to prime time, seem radically gratified, vivid, actuated, sponges for sensuous data, feeding on it all somehow. It's the first time I've felt truly lonely at the fair. Nor, I have to say, do I understand why some people will pay money to be careened and suspended and dropped and whipped back and forth at high speeds and hung upside down until they vomit. It seems to me like paying to be in a traffic accident. I do not get it. Never have. It's not a regional or cultural thing. I think it's a matter of basic neurological makeup. I think the world divides neatly into those who are excited by the managed induction of terror and those who are not. I do not find terror exciting. I find it terrifying. One of my basic life goals is to subject my nervous system to as little total terror as possible. The cruel paradox, of course, is that this kind of makeup usually goes hand in hand with a delicate nervous system that's extremely easy to terrify. I'm pretty sure I'm more frightened looking up at the Ring of Fire than the patrons are riding it. Happy Hollow has not one, but two tilt-a-whirls. An experience called Wipeout straps customers into fixed seats on a big lit disc that spins with a wobble like a coin that won't quite lie down. The infamous pirate ship puts 40 folks in a plastic galley and swings it in a pendulous arc until they're facing straight up and then down. There's vomit on the sides of the pirate ship, too. The carny operating the P ship is made to wear an eye patch and parrot and hook, on the tip of which hook burns an impaled Marlboro. The operator of the funhouse is slumped in a plastic control booth that reeks of sinsemilla. The 104-foot giant gondola wheel is a staid old Ferris wheel that puts you facing your seatmate in a kind of steel teacup. Its rotation is stately, but the cars at the top look like little lit thimbles, and you can hear thin female screams from up there as their dates grab the teacup sides and joggle. The lines are the longest for the really serious near-death experiences. Ring of Fire, the Zipper, High Roller. Witchladder runs a high-speed train around the inside of an ellipse that is itself spinning at right angles to the train's motion. The crowds are dense and reek of repellent. Boys in fishnet shirts clutch their dates as they walk. There's something intensely public about young Midwestern couples. The girls have tall, teased hair and bee-stung lips, and their eye makeup runs in the heat and gives them a vampirish aspect. The overt sexuality of modern high school girls is not just a coastal thing. There's a Midwestern term, drape, for the kind of girl who hangs onto her boyfriend in public like he's a tree in a hurricane. A lot of the girls on the Midway are drapes. I swing my trusty dragonfly clicker before me in broad, censorish arcs as I jog. I'm on a strict and compressed timetable. The Amur Express sends another little train at 60-plus miles per hour around a topologically deformed ring, half of which is enclosed in a fiberglass tunnel with neon hearts and arrows. Bug zappers up on the light poles are doing a brisk business. A fallen packet of Trojans lies near the row of lucite cubes in which slack-jawed cranes try to pick up jewelry. The hollow's basically an east-west vector, but I jog in rough figure eights, passing certain venues several times. The funhouse operator's sneakers are sticking out of his booth. The rest of him is out of view. Kids are running into the funhouse for free. For a moment, I'm convinced I've spotted Alan Thicke, of all celebrities, shooting an air rifle at a row of 2D cardboard Iraqis for a Jurassic Park stuffed animal. It seems journalistically irresponsible to describe the Hollow's rides without experiencing at least one of them firsthand. The Kitty Copter is a carousel of miniature Sikorsky prototypes rotating at a sane and dignified clip. The propellers on each helicopter rotate as well. My copter is admittedly a bit snug, even with my knees drawn up to my chest. I get kicked off the ride when the whole machine's radical tilt reveals that I weigh quite a bit more than the maximum 100 pounds, and I have to say that both the carny in charge and the other kids on the ride were unnecessarily snide about the whole thing. Each ride has its own PA speaker with its own charge of adrenalizing rock. The Kittycopter's speaker is playing George Michael's I Want Your Sex as the little bastards go around. The late-day hollow itself is an enormous sonic mash from which different sounds take turns protruding. Mostly whistles, sirens, calliopes, Mechanized clown cackles, heavy metal tunes, human screams hard to distinguish from recorded screams. It isn't Alan Thicke, on closer inspection. Both the Thunderbolts and the Octopus hurl free-spinning modular cars around a topologically complex plane. The Thunderbolt's north side and entrance ramp show still more evidence of gastric distress. Then there's the Gravitron, an enclosed, top-shaped structure inside which is a rubberized chamber that spins so fast you're mashed against the wall like a fly on a windshield. It's basically a centrifuge for the centrifugal separation of people's brains from those brains' blood supply. Watching people come out of the Gravitron is not a pleasant experience at all, and you do not want to know what the ground around the exit looks like. A small boy stands on one foot, tugging the operator's khaki sleeve, crying that he lost a shoe in there. The best description of the carnies' tan is that they're somehow sinisterly tan. I notice that many of them have the low brow and prognathous jaw typically associated with fetal alcohol syndrome. The carny operating the scooter, bumper cars, fast, savage, under-insulated, a sure trip to the chiropractor, has been slumped in the same position in the same chair every time I've seen him, staring past the frantic cars and tearing up used ride tickets with the vacant intensity of someone on a locked ward. I lean casually against his platform's railing so that my credentials dangle prominently and ask him, in a neighborly way, how he keeps from going out of his freaking mind with the boredom of his job. He turns his head very slowly, revealing a severe facial tic. "The fuck you talking about?" The same two carnies as before are at the zipper's controls in the exact same clothes, looking up into the full cars and elbowing each other. The midway smells of machine oil and fried food, smoke and cutter repellent, and mall-bought adolescent perfume, and ripe trash in the bee-swarmed cans. The very nearest to death ride looks to be the Kamikaze, way down at the western end near the Zyklone roller coaster. Its neon sign has a grinning skull with a headband and says simply, Kamikaze. It's a 70-foot pillar of white-painted iron with two 50-foot hammer-shaped arms hanging down, one on either side. The cars are at the end of these arms, 12-seaters enclosed in clear plastic. The two arms swing ferociously around, as in 360 degrees, vertically, and in opposite directions, so that at the top and bottom of every rotation it looks like your car is going to get smashed up against the other car, and you can see faces in the other car hurtling toward you, gray with fright and squishy with G's. An 8-ticket, $4 waking nightmare. No. Now I've found the worst one. It wasn't even here yesterday. It must have been brought in special. It may not even be part of the carnival proper. It's the Sky Coaster. The Sky Coaster stands regally aloof at the hollow's far western edge, just past the uphill bowling for dinnerware game, in a kind of grotto formed by Blomsness Tabo trailers and dismantled machinery. At first, all you can see is the very yellow of some piece of heavy construction equipment. Then, after a second, there's some other, high overhead stuff that from the east is just a tangle of expressionist shadows against the setting sun. A small but steady stream of fairgoers leads into the Sky Coaster grotto. It's a 175-foot construction crane, a BRH-200. One of the really big mothers with a tank's traction belts instead of wheels, a canary yellow cab, and a long proboscis of black steel, 200 feet long, canted upward at maybe 70 degrees. This is half of the Sky Coaster. The other half is a 100-foot-plus tower assembly of cross-hatched iron that's been erected a couple hundred yards north of the crane. There's a folding table in front of the clothesline cordoning off the crane, and there's a line of people at the table. The woman taking their money is 50-ish and a compelling advertisement for sunscreen. Behind her on a vivid blue tarp are two meaty blonde guys in Sky Coaster t-shirts helping the next customer strap himself into what looks like a combination straitjacket and utility belt bristling with hooks and clips. It's not yet entirely clear what's going on. From here, the noise of the hollow behind is both deafening and muffled, like high tide behind a dike. My media guide, sweated into the shape of a buttock from my pocket, says, "If you thought bungee jumping was a thrill, wait until you soar high above the fairgrounds on Sky Coaster." The rider is fastened securely into a full-body harness that hoists them, hopefully, onto a tower and releases them to swing in a pendulum-like motion while taking in a spectacular view of the fairgrounds below. The hand-painted signs at the folding table are more telling. $40, Amex, Visa, MasterCard, no refunds, no stopping halfway up. The two guys are leading the customer up the stairs of a construction platform maybe 10 feet high. One guy's at each elbow, and I realize they're helping hold the customer up. Who would pay $40 for an experience you have to be held up even to walk toward? Why pay money to cause something to occur you will be grateful to survive? I simply do not get it. Plus, there's also something slightly off about this customer. Odd. For one thing, he's wearing tinted aviator glasses. No one in the rural Midwest wears aviator glasses, tinted or otherwise. Then I see what it really is. He's wearing $400 Banffy loafers, without socks. This guy, now lying prone on the platform below the crane, is from the East Coast. He's a ringer. I almost want to shout it. A woman's on the blue tarp, already in harness, rubber-kneed, waiting her turn. A steel cable descends from the tip of the crane's proboscis, on its end a fist-sized clip. Another cable leads from the crane's cab along the ground to the tower, up through ring-tipped pitons all up the tower's side, and over a pulley right at the top, another big clip on the end. One of the blonde guys waves the tower's cable down and brings it over to the platform. Both the crane's and tower's cable's clips are attached to the back of the East Coast man's harness, fastened and locked. The man's trying to look around behind him to see what all's attached to him as the two big blondes leave the platform. Yet another blonde man in the crane's cab throws a lever, and the tower's cable pulls tight in the grass and up the tower's side and down. The crane's cable stays slack as the man is lifted into the air by the tower's cable. The harness covers his shorts and shirt, so he looks babe naked as he rises. The one cable sings with tension as the East Coaster is pulled slowly to the top of the tower. He's still stomach down, limbs wriggling. At a certain height, he starts to look like livestock in a sling. You can tell he's trying to swallow until his face gets too small to see. Finally, he's all the way up at the top of the tower, his ass against the cable's pulley, trying not to writhe. I can barely take notes. They cruelly leave him up there a while, slung, a smile of slack cable between him and the crane's tip. The grotto's crowd mutters and points, shading eyes against the red sun. One teenage boy describes the sight to another teenage boy as harsh. I myself am constructing a mental list of the violations I would undergo before I'd let anyone haul me, ass first, to a great height and swing me like high-altitude beef. One of the blonde guys has a bullhorn and is playing to the crowd's suspense, calling up to the slung East Coaster, "Are you ready?" The East Coaster's response noises are more bovine than human. His tinted aviator glasses hang askew from just one ear. He doesn't bother to fix them. I can see what's going to happen. They're going to throw a lever and detach the tower cable's clip, and the man in sockless banfees will free fall for what'll seem forever, until the crane's cable's slack is taken up, and the line takes his weight and goes tight behind him and swings him way out over the grounds to the south, his arc's upward half almost as high as the tower was, and then he'll fall all over again, back, and get caught and swung the other way, back and forth, the man prone at the arc's trough, and seeming to stand at either apex, swinging back and forth and erect and prone against a rare meat sunset. And just as the crane's cab's blonde reaches for his lever, and the crowd mightily inhales, just then I lose my nerve. In my very last moment at the fair, I recall my childhood's serial nightmare of being swung or whipped in an arc that threatens to come full circle, and I decline to be part of this, even as witness. And I find, again, in extremis, access to childhood's other worst nightmare, the only sure way to obliterate all. And the sun and sky and plummeting yuppie go out like a light. 1993. Greatly exaggerated. In the 1960s, the post-structuralist metacritics came along and turned literary aesthetics on its head by rejecting assumptions their teachers had held as self-evident, and making the whole business of interpreting texts way more complicated by fusing theories of creative discourse with hardcore positions in metaphysics. Whether you're a fan of Barthes, Foucault, de Man, and Derrida or not, you at least have to credit them with this fertile miscegenation of criticism and philosophy. Critical theory is now a bona fide area of study for young American philosophers interested in both continental poetics and Anglo-American analytic practice. H.L. Hicks is one of these young, judging by his author photo about 12, U.S. philosophers, and I'm pretty sure that his 1992 Mort d'Arthur, an autopsy, is a Ph.D. dissertation that was more than good enough to see print as part of Temple University Press's The Arts and Their Philosophies series. One of the wickedly fun things about following literary theory in the 1990s is going to be watching young critics/philosophers now come along and attack their post-structuralist teachers by criticizing assumptions those teachers have held as self-evident. This is just what Professor Hicks is doing with one of the true clarion calls that marked the shift from new criticism and structuralism to deconstruction, Roland Barthes' 1968 announcement of the death of the author. Barthes' seminal essay has prompted 23 years of vigorous inter-journal debate among European theorists, pro-death, and U.S. philosophers, anti-death mostly, a debate that Hicks has impressively compiled and arranged between two covers, and a debate that he has, rather less impressively, sought to resolve by accusing all parties of not being nearly complicated enough in their understanding of the term authors in and extensions. If you're not a critical theory jockey, then to appreciate why the metaphysical viability of the author is a big deal, you have to recognize the difference between a writer, the person whose choices and actions account for a text's features, and an author, the entity whose intentions are taken to be responsible for a text's meaning. Hicks, paraphrasing the ever-limpid Alexander Nehamas, uses the old saw about monkeys and typewriters to illustrate the distinction. It is surely possible, though obviously unlikely, that 1,000 monkeys at 1,000 typewriters could by sheer chance produce an encyclopedia. If they did, they would be able to account for all the features of the text. Everything in the text was put there by monkeys at Smith Coronis, but there would be no way to account for the meaning of the text's features because the monkeys could not have meant anything by their typing. Authors are monkeys who mean. And for Romantic and early 20th century critics, textual interpretation was author-based. For Wordsworth, the critic regards a text as the creative instantiation of a writer's very self. Rather more clinically, I.A. Richards saw criticism as all and only an effort to nail down the relevant mental condition of a text's creator. Axiomatic for both schools was the idea of a real author, an entity for whose definition most critics credit Hobbes's Leviathan, which describes real authors as persons who, first, accept responsibility for a text, and, second, own that text, that is, retain the right to determine its meaning. It's just this definition of author that Barth in '68 was trying to refute, arguing with respect to the first criterion that a writer cannot determine his text's consequences enough to be really responsible. Salinger wasn't hauled into court as an accessory when John Lennon was shot, and with respect to the second, that the writer's not the text's owner in Hobbes's sense, because it is really critical readers who decide and thus determine what a piece of writing means. It's Barth's second argument here that's the real post-structural death certificate, and this line is really just an involution of the new critics' World War II-era reaction against Richards and the Romantics. The new critics, rather level-headedly at first, sought to dethrone the author by attacking what they called the intentional fallacy. Writers are sometimes wrong about what their texts mean, or sometimes have no idea what they really mean. Sometimes the text's meaning even changes for the writer. It doesn't matter what the writer means, basically, for the new critics. It matters only what the text says. This critical overthrow of creative intent set the stage for the post-structural show that opened a couple decades later. The deconstructionist and post-structuralist mean the same thing, by the way. Post-structuralist is what you call a deconstructionist who doesn't want to be called a deconstructionist. Explicitly following Husserl and Brentano and Heidegger, the same way the new critics had co-opted Hegel. See the debate over ownership of meaning as a skirmish in a larger war in Western philosophy over the idea that presence and unity are ontologically prior to expression. There's been this long-standing deluded presumption, they think, that if there is an utterance, then there must exist a unified, efficacious presence that causes and owns that utterance. The post-structuralists attack what they see as a post-Platonic prejudice in favor of presence over absence and speech over writing. We tend to trust speech over writing because of the immediacy of the speaker. He's right there, and we can grab him by the lapels and look into his face and figure out just exactly what one single thing he means. But the reason why the post-structuralists are in the literary theory business at all is that they see writing, not speech, as more faithful to the metaphysics of true expression. For Barthes, Derrida, and Foucault, writing is a better animal than speech because it is iterable. It is iterable because it is abstract, and it is abstract because it is a function not of presence but of absence. The reader's absent when the writer's writing, and the writer's absent when the reader's reading. For the deconstructionist, then, a writer's circumstances and intentions are indeed a part of the context of a text, but context imposes no real cinctures on the text's meaning, because meaning in language requires a cultivation of absence rather than presence, involves not the imposition but the erasure of consciousness. This is so because these guys, Derrida following Heidegger, and Barthes Mallarmé, and Foucault God knows who, See literary language as not a tool, but an environment. A writer does not wield language. He is subsumed in it. Language speaks us. Writing writes, etc. Hicks makes little mention of Heidegger's poetry, language, thought, or Derrida's margins of philosophy, where all this stuff is set out most clearly, but he does quote enough Barthes. To write is to reach that point where only language acts, performs, and not me. So you get the idea that author as owner is not just superfluous but contradictory, and in Foucault, the writing of our day has freed itself from the necessity of expression. It is an interplay of signs, regulated less by the content it signifies than by the very nature of the signifier. So you can see that even the new critic's holy text disappears as the unitary lodestone of meaning and value. For Hicks's teachers, trying to attribute writing's meaning to a static text or a human author is like trying to knit your own body, your own needles. Hicks has an even better sartorial image. Previously, the text was a cloth to be unraveled by the reader. If the cloth were unwound all the way, the reader would find the author holding the other end. But Barthes makes the text a shroud, and no one, not even a corpse, is holding the other end. Hicks himself is a good weaver. Mort d'Arthur is a tight piece of work. Its first half is a critical overview of some of the major positions on authorial vital signs. Not only is there Hobbes and Fry on what an author is, there's Foucault versus Nehamas on just how to recognize what an author is, and Barthes versus William Gass on whether to even bother trying to find an author. There are also brief critical summaries of Derrida, Culler, Stecker, Booth, and Burke. Hicks's discussion isn't comprehensive, quite. Heidegger and Hegel are scarcely mentioned. Husserl, a major influence on Derrida, is absent, as are such important contemporary figures in the debate as Stanley Cavell, whose "must we mean what we say" is at least as important to Hicks's subject as Booth's rhetoric of fiction. Paul de Man, Edward Said, and Gayatri Spivak. And Hicks's analysis of the players he does cover suffers from the scholarly anality that's so common to published dissertations, an obsession with the jots and tittles of making excruciatingly clear what he's saying and where he's going. Wearying T-crossings like, I will isolate 3 of his claims in particular, disagreeing with 2 of them and agreeing with the other, and micro-precise critiques like, Wimsatt and Beardsley's error may be hidden behind the passive voice, Keynes is hidden behind the present tense, make the reader wish Hicks's editor had helped him delete gestures that seem directed at thesis committees rather than paying customers. Hicks's obsessive attention to detail is perhaps justified, though, by the fact that Mort d'Arthur aims to be more than just a compendium of views on the dead author controversy. Hicks promulgates his own theory of authorship, one that he claims clears up the debate and lays the foundation for a more sophisticated approach to literary criticism in the wake of deconstructionism's plumicide. Though his solution to the problem isn't the universal solvent he leads the reader to expect, his project is still a neat example of that modern commissure, where continental theory and analytic practice fuse. What Hicks offers as a resolution to the debate is a combination of Derridean metaphysics that rejects assumptions of unified causal presence and a Wittgensteinian analytic method of treating actual habits of discourse as a touchstone for figuring out what certain terms really mean and do. Hicks, early in his summary of modern theories about the author, divides the extant views into 2 opposed camps. The anti-death guys still see the author as the origin/cause of a text, and the pro-death guys see the author as the function/effect of a text. Hicks posits that both sides of the debate mistake one aspect of the author for the whole. All the debaters have oversimplified what author really means. They've done this because they've made what Hicks calls the assumption of homogeneity, simplistically regarding author as referring to a unitary entity or phenomenon. If we examine the way author is really used in critical discourse, Hicks argues, we are forced to see the word's denotation as really a complex interaction of the activities of the historical writer, the guy with the pencil. That writer's influences and circumstances, the narrative persona adopted in a text, the extant text itself, the critical atmosphere that surrounds and informs the interpretation of the text, the individual reader's actual interpretations of the text, and even the beliefs and actions consequent to that interpretation. In other words, the entire post-1968 squabble has been pointless, because the theorists involved haven't bothered to consider what author truly means and embraces before they set about interring or resuscitating the patient. The wicked fun here is to watch how Hicks uses the deconstructionists' own instruments against them. Derrida's attack on the presumption of metaphysical presence in literary expression forms Hicks's blueprint for attacking the assumption of homogeneity, and Hicks's attempt to undermine and overturn an essentially binary opposition of author as cause versus author as effect is a textbook post-structural move. What's more original and more interesting is Hicks's use of a kind of Austin Wittgenstein ordinary language analysis on the extension of the predicate author. Instead of joining his teachers in the metaphysical stratosphere they zoom around in, Hicks quite plausibly suggests that we examine how smart readers really do use the term author in various kinds of critical discourse in order to figure out what the nature of the beast is before we whip out the spade or the defib paddles. His project, as he outlines it, seems both sensible and fun to watch. Hicks's actual analysis of authority is way less sensible and way less fun. For one thing, his actual argumentation is wildly uneven. In the same breath, he'll recommend identification as necessary for determining viability, then say that a thorough definition of author is prima facie important because no satisfactory theory of text and reading is possible until there's a solid theory of the author, which begs the post-structuralist's whole question of whether a text even requires an author in order to be and to mean. Hicks clearly does think a text requires an author. And so what pretends to be a compromise between the bury him and the save him camps is really a sneaky pro-life apology. But the incredibly baroque definition of author Hicks comes up with by the book's final chapter, post-mortem, seems finally to commit the very homicide Barth called for. The difference is that where Barth simply argued that the idea of an author is now, for critical purposes, otiose, Hicks so broadens the denotation of author that the word ceases really to identify anything. Nouns, after all, are supposed to pick things out. But while Hicks claims that to deny the assumption of homogeneity, though it entails that the historical writer is not the exclusive locus of meaning, does not entail that meaning has no locus. He ends up preserving the idea of a meaning locus by making that locus such a swirling soup of intricate actions and conditions and relations that he essentially erases the author by making the denotation of his signifier vacuous. It ends up being a kind of philosophical Westmorelandism. Hicks destroys the author in order to save him. Though his conclusions do not resolve the problem they address, Hicks's attempts to organize and defend them yield some impressive scholarly writing. He has a rare gift for the neat assembly of different sides of questions, and his complex theory has the virtue of being able to account for many of the ambiguities in the way we do in fact make such claims as that Luke is the author of the third gospel, Jefferson is the author of the Declaration of Independence, George Eliot is the author of Middlemarch, and Franklin W. Dixon is the author of The Hardy Boys at Skeleton Cove. His section on schizoscription is a fascinating discussion of the implied author in first-person persona lit, like Browning's My Last Duchess and Swift's A Modest Proposal, and it affords, believe it or not, a genuinely intelligible theory of how irony works. And ingenious examples like that of the brain-damaged patient in A.R. Luria's The Man with the Shattered World, who could write but not read what he wrote, not only help Hicks argue against the notion that the writer is the ultimate insider with respect to his own work, they're also just plain cool. It's Hicks's flair for images and examples that may make Morte d'Arthur of interest to general lit lovers. His prose is often witty and conversational, and his talent for constructing test cases offers a welcome relief from the painstaking academic detail he tends to fall into. I'm not sure just how much familiarity with 20th century literary theory the book requires. Hicks does, roundaboutly, give most of the background to the dead author conundrum. But a reader who's not comfortable with ghastly jargon like Foucault's The Conception of Écriture sustains the privileges of the author through the safeguard of the a priori is going to get flummoxed, because Hicks tends to toss quotations like this around without much gloss. It's finally hard for me to predict just whom, besides professional critics and hardcore theory weenies, 226 dense pages on whether the author lives is really going to interest. For those of us civilians who know in our gut that writing is an act of communication between one human being and another, the whole question seems sort of arcane. As William Anti-Death Gas observes in Habitations of the World, critics can try to erase or overdefine the author into anonymity for all sorts of technical, political, and philosophical reasons, and this anonymity may mean many things, but one thing which it cannot mean is that no one did it. 1992. David Lynch keeps his head. 1. What movie this article is about. David Lynch's Lost Highway, written by Lynch and Barry Gifford, featuring Bill Pullman, Patricia Arquette, Balthazar Getty. Financed by CIBY 2000, France. Copyright 1996 by one Asymmetrical Productions, Lynch's company, whose offices are right next door to Lynch's own house in the Hollywood Hills, and whose logo, designed by Lynch, is a very cool graphic. Lost Highway is set in Los Angeles, and the desertish terrain immediately inland from it. Actual shooting goes from December 95 through February 96. Lynch normally runs a closed set with redundant security arrangements and an almost Masonic air of secrecy around his movie's productions. But I am allowed on to the Lost Highway set on 8 through 10 January 1996. This is not just because I'm a fanatical Lynch fan from way back, though I did make my pro-Lynch fanaticism known when the asymmetrical people were trying to decide whether to let a writer onto the set. The fact is, I was let onto Lost Highway set because of Premiere Magazine's Industry Juice, and because there's rather a lot at stake for Lynch and asymmetrical on this movie. See Section 5, and they probably feel like they can't afford to indulge their allergy to PR and the media machine quite the way they have in the past. 2. What David Lynch is really like. I have absolutely no idea. I rarely got closer than 5 feet away from him and never talked to him. One of the minor reasons asymmetrical productions let me onto the set is that I don't even pretend to be a journalist, and have no idea how to interview somebody, and saw no real point in trying to interview Lynch, which turned out, perversely, to be an advantage, because Lynch emphatically didn't want to be interviewed while Lost Highway was in production, because when he's shooting a movie, he's incredibly busy and preoccupied and immersed, and has very little attention or brain space available for anything other than the movie. This may sound like PR bullshit, but it turns out to be true. For example, the first time I lay actual eyes on the real David Lynch on the set of his movie, he's peeing on a tree. I am not kidding. This is on 8 January in West LA's Griffith Park, where some of Lost Highway's exteriors and driving scenes are being shot. Lynch is standing in the bristly underbrush off the dirt road between the base camp's trailers and the set, peeing on a stunted pine. Mr. David Lynch, a prodigious coffee drinker, apparently pees hard and often, and neither he nor the production can afford the time it'd take him to run down the base camp's long line of trailers to the trailer where the bathrooms are every time he needs to pee. So my first sight of Lynch is only from the back, and, understandably, from a distance. Lost Highway's cast and crew pretty much ignore Lynch's urinating in public, and they ignore it in a relaxed rather than a tense or uncomfortable way, sort of the way you'd ignore a child's alfresco peeing. Trivia tidbit. What movie people on location sets call the special trailer that houses the bathrooms? The Honey Wagon. 3. Entertainments David Lynch has created/directed that are mentioned in this article: Eraserhead, 1977, The Elephant Man, 1980, Dune, 1984, Blue Velvet, 1986, Wild at Heart, 1989, 2 televised seasons of Twin Peaks, 1990 to 92, Twin Peaks, Fire Walk With Me, 1992, and the mercifully ablated TV program On the Air, 1992. 4. Other Renaissance mannish things he's done. Has directed music videos for Chris Isaak. Has directed the theater teaser for Michael Jackson's lavish 30-minute Dangerous video. Has directed commercials for Klein's Obsession, Saint Laurent's Opium, Alka-Seltzer, the National Breast Cancer Campaign, and New York City's New Garbage Collection Program. I haven't yet been able to track down clips of the NBCC spots, but the mind reels at the possibilities implicit in the conjunction of D. Lynch and radical mastectomy. Has produced Into the Night, an album by Julie Cruz, of songs co-written by Lynch and Angelo Badalamenti, songs that include the Twin Peaks theme and Blue Velvet's Mysteries of Love. Mysteries of Love, only snippets of which are on Blue Velvet's soundtrack, has acquired an underground reputation as one of the great make-out tunes of all time, well worth checking out. Had for a few years a weekly LA Reader comic strip, The Angriest Dog in the World. Has co-written with Badalamenti, who's also doing the original music for Lost Highway. Industrial Symphony No. 1, the 1990 video of which features Nicolas Cage and Laura Dern and Julie Cruz. And the hieratic dwarf from Twin Peaks and topless cheerleaders and a flayed deer, and which sounds pretty much like the title suggests it would. Industrial Symphony No. 1 was also performed live at the Brooklyn Academy of Music in 1992 to somewhat mixed reviews. Has had a bunch of gallery shows of his abstract expressionist paintings, reviews of which have been rather worse than mixed. Has co-directed with James Signorelli 1992's Hotel Room, a feature-length video of vignettes all set in one certain room of an NYC railroad hotel, a hoary mainstream conceit ripped off from Neil Simon and sufficiently Lynchianized in Hotel Room to be then subsequently rip-offable by Tarantino et posse in 1994's Four Rooms. 92 having been a year of simply manic creative activity for Lynch, apparently. Has published Images, Hyperion, 1993, $40. A sort of coffee table book consisting of movie stills, prints of Lynch's paintings, and some of Lynch's art photos, some of which art photos are creepy and moody and sexy and cool, and some of which are just photos of spark plugs and dental equipment and seem kind of dumb. Dentistry seems to be a new passion for Lynch, by the way. The photo on the title page of Lost Highway's script, which is of a guy with half his face normal and half unbelievably distended and ventricose and gross, was apparently culled from a textbook on extreme dental emergencies. There's great enthusiasm for this photo around asymmetrical productions, and they're looking into the legalities of using it in Lost Highway's ads and posters, which, if I was the guy in the photo, I'd want a truly astronomical permission fee. 5. This article's special focus, or angle, with respect to Lost Highway, suggested not all that subtly by certain editorial presences at Premiere Magazine. With the smash Blue Velvet, a Palme d'Or at Cannes for Wild at Heart, and then the national phenomenon of Twin Peaks' first season, David Lynch clearly established himself as the USA's foremost avant-garde/commercially viable avant-garde/offbeat director, and for a while there it looked like he might be able single-handedly to broker a new marriage between art and commerce in U.S. movies, opening formula-frozen Hollywood to some of the eccentricity and vigor of art film. Then 1992 saw Twin Peaks' unpopular second season, the critical and commercial failure of Fire Walk With Me, and the bottomlessly horrid On the Air, which was euthanized by ABC after 6 very long-seeming weeks. This triple whammy had critics racing back to their PCs to reevaluate Lynch's whole oeuvre. The former subject of a Time cover story in 1990 became the object of a withering ad hominem backlash. Stuff like the LA Weekly's, "Hip audiences assume Lynch must be satiric, but nothing could be further from the truth. He isn't equipped for critiquing anything, satirically or otherwise. His work doesn't pass through any intellectual checkpoints. One reason so many people say, 'huh,' to his on-screen fantasies is that the director himself never does." So the obvious Hollywood Insider-type question with respect to Lost Highway is whether the movie is going to rehabilitate Lynch's reputation. This is a legitimately interesting question, although, given the extreme unpredictability of the sorts of forces that put people on Time covers, it's probably more realistic to shoot for whether LH ought to put Lynch back on top of whatever exactly it was he was on top of. For me, though, a more interesting question ended up being whether David Lynch really gives much of a shit about whether his reputation is rehabilitated or not. The impression I get from rewatching his movies and from hanging around his latest production is that he doesn't much. This attitude, like Lynch himself, like his work, seems to me to be both admirable and sort of nuts. 6. What Lost Highway is apparently about. According to Lynch's own blurb on the title page of the script's circulating copy, it's a 21st century noir horror film, a graphic investigation into parallel identity crises, a world where time is dangerously out of control, a terrifying ride down the Lost Highway. which is a bit overheated prose-wise, maybe, but was probably put there as a high-concept soundbite for potential distributors or something. The spiel's second line is what comes closest to describing Lost Highway, though parallel identity crises seems like kind of an uptown way of saying the movie is about somebody literally turning into somebody else. And this, despite the many new and different things about Lost Highway, makes the movie almost classically Lynchian. The theme of multiple/ambiguous identity has been almost as much a Lynch trademark as ominous ambient noises on his soundtracks. 7. Last bit of 6 used as a segue into a quick sketch of Lynch's genesis as a heroic auteur. However concerned with fluxes in identity his movies are, David Lynch has remained remarkably himself throughout his filmmaking career. You could probably argue it either way, that Lynch hasn't compromised/sold out, or that he hasn't grown all that much in 20 years of making movies. But the fact remains that Lynch has held fast to his own intensely personal vision and approach to filmmaking, and that he's made significant sacrifices in order to do so. I mean, come on, David can make movies for anybody, says Tom Sternberg, one of Lost Highway's producers. But David's not part of the Hollywood process. He makes his own choices about what he wants. He's an artist. This is essentially true, though, like most artists, Lynch has not been without patrons. It was on the strength of Eraserhead that Mel Brooks's production company hired Lynch to make The Elephant Man in 1980, and that movie earned Lynch an Oscar nomination, and was in turn the reason that no less an Hollywood process figure than Dino De Laurentiis picked Lynch to make the film adaptation of Frank Herbert's Dune, offering Lynch not only big money but a development deal for future projects with De Laurentiis's production company. 1984's Dune is unquestionably the worst movie of Lynch's career, and it's pretty darn bad. In some ways, it seems that Lynch was miscast as its director. Eraserhead had been one of those sell-your-own-plasma-to-buy-the-film-stock masterpieces with a tiny and largely unpaid cast and crew. Dune, on the other hand, had one of the biggest budgets in Hollywood history, and its production staff was the size of a small Caribbean nation, and the movie involved lavish and cutting-edge special effects. Half the 14-month shooting schedule was given over to miniatures and stop-action. Plus, Herbert's novel itself is incredibly long and complex, and so besides all the headaches of a major commercial production financed by men in Ray-Bans, Lynch also had trouble making cinematic sense of the plot, which even in the novel is convoluted to the point of pain. In short, Dune's direction called for a combination technician and administrator, and Lynch, though as good a technician as anyone in film, is more like the type of bright child you sometimes see who's ingenious at structuring fantasies and gets totally immersed in them, but will let other kids take part in them, only if he retains complete imaginative control over the game and its rules and appurtenances. In short, very definitely not an administrator. And Dune really is visually awesome, especially the desert planet's giant worm monsters, who, with their tripartitely phallic snouts, bear a weird resemblance to the mysterious worm Henry Spencer keeps in the mysterious thrumming cabinet in Eraserhead. Watching Dune again on video, you can see that some of its defects are clearly Lynch's responsibility. For example, casting the nerdy and potato-faced Kyle MacLachlan as an epic hero, and the police's resoundingly unthespian Sting as a psycho villain, or, worse, trying to provide plot exposition by having characters' thoughts audibleized, with that slight thinking-out-loud reverb, on the soundtrack while the camera zooms in on the character making a thinking face. A cheesy old device that Saturday Night Live had already been parodying for years when Dune came out. The overall result is a movie that's funny while it's trying to be deadly serious, which is as good a definition of a flop as there is, and Dune was indeed a huge, pretentious, incoherent flop. But a good part of the incoherence is the responsibility of De Laurentiis' producers, who cut thousands of feet of film out of Lynch's final print right before the movie's release, apparently already smelling disaster and wanting to get the movie down to more like a normal theatrical running time. Even on video, it's not hard to see where a lot of these cuts were made. The movie looks gutted, unintentionally surreal. In a strange way, though, Dune actually ended up being Lynch's big break as a filmmaker. The version of Dune that finally appeared in the theaters was, by all reliable reports, heartbreaking for him. The kind of debacle that in myths about innocent, idealistic artists in the maw of the Hollywood process signals the violent end of the artist's innocence. Seduced, overwhelmed, fucked over, left to take the public heat and the mogul's wrath, the experience could easily have turned Lynch into an embittered hack, though probably a rich hack, doing FX-intensive gore fests for commercial studios. Anybody who wants to see how the process and its inducements destroy what's cool and alive in a director should consider the recent trajectory of Robert Rodriguez, from the plasma-financed vitality of El Mariachi to the gory pretension of Desperado to the empty and embarrassing From Dusk Till Dawn. Very sad. Or it could have sent him scurrying to the safety of Academe, making obscure, plotless 16mm for the pipe and beret crowd. The experience did neither. Lynch both hung in and, on some level, gave up. Dune convinced him of something that all the really interesting independent filmmakers, Campion, the Coens, Jarmusch, Jaglom, seemed to steer by. The experience taught me a valuable lesson, he told an interviewer years later. I learned I would rather not make a film than make one where I don't have final cut. And this, in an almost Lynchianly weird way, is what led to Blue Velvet. Blue Velvet's development had been one part of the deal under which Lynch had agreed to do Dune, and the latter's huge splat caused 2 years of rather chilly relations between Dino and Dave. While the latter complained about the final cut of Dune and wrote Blue Velvet's script, and the former wrathfully clutched his head, and the De Laurentiis Entertainment Group's accountants did the post-mortem on a $40 million stillbirth. Then, sort of out of nowhere, De Laurentiis offered Lynch a deal for making Blue Velvet, a very unusual sort of arrangement that I'll bet anything was inspired by Lynch's bitching over Dune's final cut, and De Laurentiis' being amused and pissed off about that bitching. For Blue Velvet, De Laurentiis offered Lynch a tiny budget and an absurdly low directorial fee, but 100% control over the film. It seems clear that the offer was a kind of punitive bluff on the mogul's part, a kind of be careful what you publicly pray for thing. History, unfortunately, hasn't recorded what De Laurentiis' reaction was when Lynch jumped at the deal. It seems that Lynch's innocent idealism had survived Dune, and that he cared less about money and production budgets than about regaining control of the fantasy. Lynch not only wrote and directed Blue Velvet, he cast it, edited it, even co-wrote the original music with Badalamenti. Using McLaughlin perfectly this time, since the role of Jeffrey actually calls for potato-faced nerdiness, plus Eraserhead's Jack Nance and Dune's Dean Stockwell and Brad Dourif, none of whom has ever been creepier, plus using Dallas's Priscilla Pointer, and everything's Hope Lang as Scary Moms. The sound and cinematography were done by Lynch's cronies Alan Splett and Frederick Elms. Blue Velvet was, again, in its visual intimacy and sure touch, a distinctively homemade film. The home being, again, D. Lynch's Skull, and it was a surprise hit, and it remains one of the 80s great U.S. films. And its greatness is a direct result of Lynch's decision to stay in the process, but to rule in small personal films, rather than to serve in large corporate ones. Whether you believe he's a good auteur or a bad one, his career makes it clear that he is indeed, in the literal cahier du cinéma sense, an auteur, willing to make the sorts of sacrifices for creative control that real auteurs have to make, choices that indicate either raging egotism or passionate dedication, or a childlike desire to run the whole sandbox, or all three. Trivia tidbit. Like Jim Jarmusch's, Lynch's films are immensely popular overseas, especially in France and Japan. It's not an accident that the financing for Lost Highway is French. It's primarily because of foreign sales that no Lynch movie has ever lost money, though it took a long time for Dune to clear the red. 6a. More specifically, judging by the script and rough-cut footage, what Lost Highway is apparently about. In its rough-cut incarnation, the movie opens in motion, driving, with the kind of frenetic behind-the-wheel perspective we know from Blue Velvet and Wild at Heart. It's a nighttime highway, a minor two-laner, and we're moving down the middle of the road, the divided center line flashing strobishly just below our perspective. The sequence is beautifully lit and shot at half-time, 6 frames per second, so that it feels like we're going very fast indeed. Nothing is visible in the headlights. The car seems to be speeding in a void. The shot is thus hyperkinetic and static at the same time. Tidbit. How Lynch and his cinematographer for Blue Velvet filmed that hellacious forced joyride in Frank Booth's car, the scene where Frank and Jack Nance and Brad Dourif have kidnapped Jeffrey Beaumont and are menacing him inside the car while they're going what looks like 100 plus down a dismal rural two-laner. The reason it looks like the car's going so fast is that lights outside the car are going by so fast. In fact, the car wasn't even moving. A burly grip was bouncing madly up and down on the back bumper to make the car jiggle and roll. And other crew people with handheld lamps were sprinting back and forth outside the car to make it look like the car was whizzing past streetlights. The whole scene's got a claustrophobia in motion feel that they never could have gotten if the car had actually been moving. The production's insurance wouldn't have allowed that kind of speed in a real take, and the whole thing was done for about $8.95. Music is always vitally important to Lynch films, and Lost Highway may break new ground for Lynch because its title song is actually post-50s. It's a dreamy David Bowie number called I'm Deranged. A way more appropriate theme song for the movie, though, in my opinion, would be the Flaming Lips' recent Be My Head, because get a load of this. Bill Pullman is a jazz saxophonist whose relationship with his wife, a brunette Patricia Arquette, is creepy and occluded and full of unspoken tensions. They start getting incredibly mysterious videotapes in the mail that are of them sleeping or of Bill Pullman's face looking at the camera with a grotesquely horrified expression, etc. And they're wigging out, understandably, because they regard it as pretty obvious that somebody's breaking into their house at night and videotaping them. And they call the cops, which cops show up at their house and turn out, in best Lynch fashion, to be just ineffectual blowholes of Dragnet-era cliches. Anyway, while the creepy video thing is underway, there are also some scenes of Pullman looking very natty and East Village, in all black and jamming on his tenor sax in front of a packed dance floor. Only in a David Lynch movie would people dance ecstatically to abstract jazz. And of Patricia Arquette seeming restless and unhappy in a kind of narcotized, disassociated way, and generally being creepy and mysterious, and making it clear that she has a kind of double life involving decadent, lounge lizardy men, men of whom Bill Pullman would doubtless not approve one bit. One of the creepier scenes in the movie's first act takes place at a decadent Hollywood party held by one of Patricia Arquette's mysterious lizardy friends. At the party, Bill Pullman is approached by somebody the script identifies only as the Mystery Man, who claims not only that he's been in Bill Pullman and Patricia Arquette's house, but that he's actually there at their house right now. And he apparently is, because he pulls out a cellular. The movie's full of great LA touches, like everybody having a cellular, and invites Bill Pullman to call his house, and Bill Pullman has an extremely creepy three-way conversation with the Mystery Man at the party, and the same Mystery Man's voice there at his house. The Mystery Man is played by Robert Blake, which, by the way, get ready for Robert Blake in this movie. But so then, driving home from the party, Bill Pullman criticizes Patricia Arquette's decadent friends, but doesn't say anything specific about the creepy and metaphysically impossible conversation he just had with one guy in two places, which I think is supposed to reinforce our impression that Bill Pullman and Patricia Arquette are not exactly confiding intimately in each other at this stage of their relationship. This impression is further reinforced in some creepy sex scenes in which Bill Pullman has frantic, wheezing sex with a Patricia Arquette who just lies there blank and inert, and all but looking at her watch. Sex scenes that are creepy in part because they're exactly what the viewer himself imagines having sex with Patricia Arquette would be like. But then the thrust of Lost Highway's first act is that a final and climactic mysterious video comes in the mail, and it shows Bill Pullman standing over the mutilated corpse of Patricia Arquette. We see it only on the video. And then Bill Pullman's arrested and convicted and put on death row. Then there are some scenes of Bill Pullman on a penal institution's death row, looking about as tortured and uncomprehending as any noir protagonist ever in the history of film has looked. And part of his torment is that he's having terrible headaches, and his skull is starting to bulge out in different places and, in general, to look really painful and weird. Then there's this scene where Bill Pullman's head turns into Balthazar Getty's head, as in the Bill Pullman character in Lost Highway turns into somebody completely else, somebody played by Lord of the Flies' Balthazar Getty, who's barely out of puberty and looks nothing like Bill Pullman. The scene is indescribable, and I won't even try to describe it except to say that it's as ghastly and riveting and totally indescribable as anything I've seen in a U.S. movie. The administration of the penal institution is understandably nonplussed when they see Balthazar Getty in Bill Pullman's cell instead of Bill Pullman. Balthazar Getty is no help in explaining how he got there, because he's got a huge hematoma on his forehead and his eyes are rolling around, and he's basically in the sort of dazed state you can imagine somebody being in when somebody else's head has just changed painfully into his own head. The penal authorities ID Balthazar Getty as a 24-year-old LA auto mechanic who lives with his parents, who are apparently a retired biker and biker chick, meaning he's a whole other valid, ideable human being, with an identity and a history instead of just being Bill Pullman with a new head. No one's ever escaped from this prison's death row before, apparently, and the penal authorities and cops, being unable to figure out how Bill Pullman escaped and getting little more than dazed winces from Balthazar Getty, decide, in a move whose judicial realism may be a bit shaky, to let Balthazar Getty just go home, which he does. Balthazar Getty goes home to his room full of motorcycle parts and Snap-on Tool cheesecake posters and slowly gets his wits back, though he still has what now looks like a wicked carbuncle on his forehead and has no idea what happened or how he ended up in Bill Pullman's cell. And he wanders around his parents' seedy house with a facial expression that looks the way a bad dream feels. There are a few scenes of him doing stuff like watching a lady hang up laundry while an ominous low-register noise sounds, and his eyes look like they're some timelessly horrific fact that's slipped his mind, and he both wants to recall it and doesn't want to. His parents, who smoke dope and watch huge amounts of TV, and engage in a lot of conspiratorial whispering and creepy looks, like they know important stuff Balthazar Getty and we don't know. Don't ask Balthazar Getty what happened. And again, we get the feeling that relationships in this movie are not what you would call open and sharing, etc. But it turns out that Balthazar Getty is an incredibly gifted professional mechanic who's been sorely missed at the auto shop where he works. His mother has apparently told Balthazar Getty's employer, who's played by Richard Pryor, that Balthazar Getty's absence has been due to a fever. At this point, we're still not sure whether Bill Pullman has really and truly metamorphosized into Balthazar Getty, or whether this whole turning into Balthazar Getty thing is taking place in Bill Pullman's head, a sort of prolonged extreme stress pre-execution hallucination, a la Gilliam's Brazil or Bierce's Occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge. But the evidence for literal metamorphosis mounts in the movie's second act, because Balthazar Getty has a fully valid life and history, including a girlfriend who keeps looking suspiciously at Balthazar Getty's hellacious forehead carbuncle and saying he doesn't seem himself, which, with repetition, stops being an arch pun and becomes genuinely frightening. Balthazar Getty also has a loyal clientele at Richard Pryor's auto shop, one of whom, played by Robert Loggia, is an extremely creepy and menacing crime boss-type figure with a thuggish entourage and a black Mercedes 6.9, with esoteric troubles that he'll trust only Balthazar Getty to diagnose and fix. Robert Loggia clearly has a history with Balthazar Getty and treats Balthazar Getty with a creepy blend of avuncular affection and patronizing ferocity. And so, on this one day, when Robert Loggia pulls into Richard Pryor's auto shop with his troubled Mercedes 6.9, sitting in the car alongside Robert Loggia's thugs is an unbelievably gorgeous gun mall-type girl, played by Patricia Arquette and clearly recognizable as as Bill Pullman's wife, except now she's a platinum blonde. If you're thinking Vertigo here, you're not far astray. Lynch has a track record of making allusions and homages to Hitchcock. For example, Blue Velvet's first shot of Kyle MacLachlan spying on Isabella Rossellini through the louvered slots of her closet door is identical in every technical particular to the first shot of Anthony Perkins spying on Janet Leigh's ablutions in Psycho, that are more like intertextual touchstones than outright allusions, and are always taken in weird and creepy and uniquely Lynchian directions. Anyway, the Vertigo illusion here seems less important than the way Patricia Arquette's Dusa-like doubleness acts as a counterpoint to the movie's other identity crisis. Here are two different women, for a while, portrayed by what is recognizably the same actress, while two totally different actors portray what are simultaneously the same person for a while, and two different identities. So when Balthazar Getty's new blue-collar incarnation of Bill Pullman and Patricia Arquette's apparent blonde incarnation of Bill Pullman's wife make eye contact, sparks are generated on a scale that lends the hackneyed "I feel I know you from somewhere" component of erotic attraction whole new fresh layers of creepy literality. Then there are some scenes that fill in the new blonde Patricia Arquette incarnation's seedy history, and some scenes showing how deeply and ferociously attached to the blonde Patricia Arquette Robert Loggia is, and some scenes that make it abundantly clear that Robert Loggia is a total psychopath who is most definitely not to be fucked around with or snuck around behind the back of with the girlfriend of. And then we get some scenes showing that Balthazar Getty and the blonde Patricia Arquette are, Getty's forehead carbuncle notwithstanding, apparently instantly and ferociously attracted to one another. And then some more scenes, where they consummate this attraction with all the heavily stilted, effectless vigor Lynch's sex scenes are famous for. A stilted, tranced quality that renders the sex scenes both sexually hot and aesthetically cold, a sort of meta-erotic effect you could see Gus Van Sant trying to emulate when he had the sex scenes in My Own Private Idaho, rendered as series of complexly postured stills which, instead of giving them Lynch's creepy, tranced quality, made them look more like illustrations from the Kama Sutra. And then there are some more scenes that reveal that Robert Loggia's character also has more than one identity in the movie, and that at least one of these identities knows both the decadent, lounge-lizardy, mysterious friend of Bill Pullman's deceased wife and the Mephistophelian mystery man, with whom Loggia begins making creepy and ambiguous threatening phone calls to Balthazar Getty's home, which Balthazar Getty has to listen to and try to interpret, while his parents, who are played by Gary Busey and an actress named Lucy Dayton, smoke pot and exchange mysterious, significant looks in front of the TV. It's probably better not to give away too much of Lost Highway's final act, though you maybe ought to be apprised that the blonde Patricia Arquette's intentions toward Balthazar Getty turn out to be less than honorable, that Balthazar Getty's carbuncle all but completely heals up, that Bill Pullman does reappear in the movie, that the brunette Patricia Arquette also reappears, but not in the, so to speak, flesh, that both the blonde and the brunette P. Arquette turn out to be involved, via lizardy friends, in the world of porn, as in hardcore, an involvement whose video fruits are shown, at least in the rough cut, in so much detail that I don't see how Lynch's movie is going to escape an NC-17 rating, and that Lost Highway's ending is by no means an upbeat or feel-good ending. Also, that Robert Blake, while a good deal more restrained and almost effete than Dennis Hopper was in Blue Velvet, is at least as riveting and creepy and unforgettable as Hopper's Frank Booth was, and that his mystery man is pretty clearly the devil, or at least somebody's very troubling idea of the devil, a kind of pure floating spirit of malevolence a la Twin Peaks' Leland/Bob/Scary Owl. 6b. Approximate number of ways Lost Highway seems like it can be interpreted. Roughly 37. The big interpretive fork, as mentioned, looks to be whether we are meant to take the sudden, unexplained shift in Bill Pullman's identity straight, that is, as literally real within the movie, or as some Kafkaesque metaphor for guilt and denial and psychic evasion, or whether we're to see the whole thing, from invasive videos through death row, through metamorphosis into mechanic, etc., as one long hallucination on the part of a natty jazz saxophonist who could very much benefit from some professionally dispensed medication. The least interesting possibility seems to be to the last, and I'd be very surprised if anybody at Asymmetrical will want Lost Highway interpreted as one long psychotic dream. Or the movie's plot could, on still another hand, simply be incoherent and make no rational sense and not be conventionally interpretable at all. This won't necessarily make it a bad David Lynch movie. Eraserhead's dream logic makes it a narrative only in a very loose, nonlinear way, and large parts of Twin Peaks and Fire Walk With Me make no real sense and yet are compelling and meaningful and just plain cool. Lynch seems to run into trouble only when his movies seem to the viewer to want to have a point. That is, when they set the viewer up to expect some kind of coherent connection between plot elements, and then fail to deliver any such point. Examples here include Wild at Heart, where the connections between Santos and Mr. Reindeer, the Colonel Sanders-ish-looking guy who commissions hits by pushing silver dollars through hitmen's mail slots, and the Harry Dean Stanton character and the death of Lula's father are intricately set up and then don't go anywhere either visually or narratively. And the first half hour of Fire Walk With Me, which concerns the FBI investigation of the pre-Palmer murder of another girl, and sets us up to think it's going to have important connections to the Palmer case, and instead is full of odd cues and clues that go nowhere, and is the part of the movie that even pro-Lynch critics singled out for special savagery. Since it might bear on the movie's final quality, be apprised that Lost Highway is the most expensive movie Lynch has ever made on his own. Its budget is something like $16 million, which is 3 times Blue Velvet's and at least 50% more than either Wild at Heart's or Fire Walk With Me's. But so it is, at this point, probably impossible to tell whether Lost Highway is going to be a Dune-level turkey, or a Blue Velvet caliber masterpiece, or something in between, or what. The one thing I feel I can say with total confidence is that the movie will be Lynchian. 8. What Lynchian means and why it's important. An academic definition of Lynchian might be that the term refers to a particular kind of irony where the very macabre and the very mundane combine in such a way as to reveal the former's perpetual containment within the latter. But like postmodern or pornographic, Lynchian is one of those Potter Stewart-type words that's definable only ostensively. That is, we know it when we see it. Ted Bundy wasn't particularly Lynchian, but good old Jeffrey Dahmer, with his victims' various anatomies neatly separated and stored in his fridge alongside his chocolate milk and shed spread, was thoroughgoingly Lynchian. A recent homicide in Boston, where the deacon of a South Shore church gave chase to a vehicle that had cut him off, forced the car off the road, and shot the driver with a high-powered crossbow, was borderline Lynchian. A domestic-type homicide, on the other hand, could fall on various points along the continuum of Lynchianism. Some guy killing his wife in and of itself doesn't have much of a Lynchian tang to it, though if it turns out the guy killed his wife over something like a persistent failure to refill the ice cube tray after taking the last ice cube, or an obdurate refusal to buy the particular brand of peanut butter the guy was devoted to, the homicide could be described as having Lynchian elements. And if the guy sitting over the mutilated corpse of his wife, whose retrograde 50s bouffant is, however, weirdly unmussed, with the first cops on the scene as they all wait for the boys from Homicide and the ME's office, begins defending his actions by giving an involved analysis of the comparative merits of Jif and Skippy, and if the beat cops, however repelled by the carnage on the floor, have to admit that the guy's got a point, that if you've developed a sophisticated peanut butter palate and that palate prefers Jif, there's simply no way Skippy's going to be anything like an acceptable facsimile, and that a wife who fails repeatedly to grasp the importance of Jif is making some very significant and troubling statements about her empathy for and commitment to the sacrament of marriage as a bond between two bodies, minds, spirits, and palates. You get the idea. For me, Lynch's movie's deconstruction of this weird irony of the banal has affected the way I see and organize the world. I have noted since 1986 that a good 65% of the people in metropolitan bus terminals between the hours of midnight and 6 a.m. tend to qualify as Lynchian figures, flamboyantly unattractive, enfeebled, grotesque, freighted with a woe out of all proportion to evident circumstances. Or we've all seen people assume sudden and grotesque facial expressions, for example, like when receiving shocking news, or biting into something that turns out to be foul, or around small kids for no particular reason other than to be weird, but I've determined that a sudden grotesque facial expression won't qualify as a really Lynchian facial expression unless the expression is held for several moments longer than the circumstances could even possibly warrant, is just held there, fixed and grotesque, until it starts to signify about 17 different things at once. And as an aside, but a true aside, I'll add that I have had, since 1986, a personal rule with regard to dating, which is that any date where I go to a female's residence to pick her up and have any kind of conversation with parents or roommates that's an even remotely Lynchian conversation is automatically the only date I ever have with that female, regardless of her appeal in other areas. And that this rule, developed after seeing Blue Velvet, has served me remarkably well and kept me out of all kinds of hair-raising entanglements and jams, and that friends to whom I've promulgated the rule, but who have willfully ignored it and have continued dating females with clear elements of Lynchianism in their characters or associations, have done so to their regret. Trivia tidbit. Bill Pullman's distended and long-held expression of torment as he screams over Patricia Arquette's body in Lost Highway is nearly identical to the scream face Jack Nance wears during Eraserhead's opening's conception montage. 9. Lynchianism's ambit in contemporary movies. In 1995, PBS ran a lavish 10-part documentary called American Cinema, whose final episode was devoted to the edge of Hollywood and the increasing influence of young independent filmmakers, the Coens, Jim Jarmusch, Carl Franklin, Q. Tarantino et al. It was not just unfair, but bizarre that David Lynch's name was never once mentioned in the episode, because his influence is all over these directors. The Band-Aid on the neck of Pulp Fiction's Marcellus Wallace, unexplained, visually incongruous, and featured prominently in 3 separate setups, is textbook Lynch. So are the long, self-consciously mundane dialogues on pork, foot massages, TV pilots, etc., that punctuate Pulp Fiction's violence, a violence whose creepy/comic stylization is also resoundingly Lynchian. The peculiar narrative tone of Tarantino's films, the thing that makes them seem at once strident and obscure, not quite clear in a haunting way, is Lynch's tone. Lynch invented this tone. It seems to me fair to say that the commercial Hollywood phenomenon that is Mr. Quentin Tarantino would not exist without David Lynch as a touchstone, a set of elusive codes and contexts in the viewer's deep brain core. In a way, what Tarantino's done with the French New Wave and with Lynch is what Pat Boone did with Little Richard and Fats Domino. He's found, rather ingeniously, a way to take what is ragged and distinctive and menacing about their work and homogenize it, churn it until it's smooth and cool and hygienic enough for mass consumption. Reservoir Dogs, for example, with its comically banal lunch chatter, creepily otiose code names, and intrusive soundtrack of campy pop from decades past, is Lynch made commercial, that is, faster, linearer, and with what was idiosyncratically surreal now made fashionably, that is, hiply, surreal. In Carl Franklin's powerful One False Move, the director's crucial decision to focus only on the faces of witnesses during violent scenes, that is, to have the violence played out on watching faces, to render its effect as affect, is thoroughgoingly Lynchian. So is the relentless noir-parodic use of chiaroscuro lighting in the Coens' Blood Simple and The Hudsucker Proxy, and in all Jim Jarmusch's films, especially Jarmusch's 1984 Stranger Than Paradise, which, in terms of cinematography, blighted setting, wet fuse pace, heavy dissolves between scenes, and a Bressonian style of acting that is at once manic and wooden, is all but an homage to Lynch's early work. Other homages you've maybe seen include Gus Van Sant's use of a quirky superstition about hats on beds as an ironic plot engine in Drugstore Cowboy, Mike Leigh's use of incongruous parallel plots in Naked, Todd Haynes' use of a creepy ambient industrial thrum score in Safe, and Van Zant's use of surreal dream scenes to develop River Phoenix's character in My Own Private Idaho. In this same My Own Private Idaho, the German John's creepy expressionist lip-sync number, where he uses a handheld lamp as a microphone, is a more or less explicit reference to Dean Stockwell's unforgettable lamp sync scene in Blue Velvet. Or take the granddaddy of In Your Ribs Blue Velvet references, the scene in Reservoir Dogs where Michael Madsen, dancing to a cheesy 70s tune, cuts off a hostage's ear. This just isn't subtle at all. None of this is to say that Lynch himself doesn't owe debts to Hitchcock, to Cassavetes, to Bresson, and Darren, and Vina. But it is to say that Lynch has in many ways cleared and made arable the contemporary anti-Hollywood territory that Tarantino et al. Are cash-cropping right now. Lynch's influence extends into mainstream Hollywood movies too, by the way. The surfeit of dark, dense machinery, sudden gouts of vented steam, ambient industrial sounds, etc., in Lynch's early stuff has clearly affected James Cameron and Terry Gilliam, and Gilliam has taken to the limit Lynch's preoccupation with blatantly Freudian fantasies, Brazil, and interpretations of ancient myth and modern psychoses, The Fisher King. And across the spectrum, in the world of caviar for the general art films, one has only to look at Adam Egoyan or Guy Maddin's abstruse, mood-lit, slow-moving angst fests, or at the Frenchman Arnaud de Pléchin's 1992 La Sentinelle, which the director describes as a brooding, intuitive study in split consciousness, and which is actually about a disassociated med student's relationship with a severed head, or actually at just about anything recent that's directed by a French male under 35. To see Lynch's sensibility stamped like an exurge on art cinema's hot young Turks, too. Recall that both The Elephant Man and Blue Velvet came out in the 1980s. That metastatic decade of cable, VCRs, merchandising tie-ins, and multinational blockbusters, all the big money stuff that threatened to empty the American film industry of everything that wasn't high concept. Lynch's moody, creepy, obsessive, unmistakably personal movies were to high concept what the first great 40s noir films were to toothy musicals, unforeseen critical and commercial successes that struck a nerve with audiences and expanded studios and distributors' idea of what would sell. It is to say that we owe Lynch a lot. And it is also to say that David Lynch, at age 50, is a better, more complex, more interesting director than any of the hip young rebels making violently ironic films for New Line and Miramax today. It is particularly to say that, even without considering recent cringers like Four Rooms or From Dusk Till Dawn, D. Lynch is an exponentially better filmmaker than Q. Tarantino. For unlike Tarantino, D. Lynch knows that an act of violence in an American film has, through repetition and desensitization, lost the ability to refer to anything but itself. This is why violence in Lynch's films, grotesque and coldly stylized and symbolically heavy as it may be, is qualitatively different from Hollywood's, or even anti-Hollywood's, hip cartoon violence. Lynch's violence always tries to mean something. 9a. A better way to put what I just tried to say. Quentin Tarantino is interested in watching somebody's ear getting cut off. David Lynch is interested in the ear. 10. The issue of whether and in what way David Lynch's movies are sick. Pauline Kael has a famous epigram to her 1986 New Yorker review of Blue Velvet. She quotes somebody she left the theater behind as saying to a friend, "Maybe I'm sick, but I want to see that again." And Lynch's movies are indeed, in all sorts of ways, some more interesting than others, sick. Some of them are brilliant and unforgettable. Others are jejune and incoherent and bad. It's no wonder that Lynch's critical reputation over the last decade has looked like an EKG. It's sometimes hard to tell whether the director's a genius or an idiot. This is part of his fascination. If the word sick seems excessive to you, simply substitute the word creepy. Lynch's movies are inarguably creepy, and a big part of their creepiness is that they seem so personal. A kind way to put it is that Lynch seems to be one of these people with unusual access to their own unconscious. A less kind way to put it would be that Lynch's movies seem to be expressions of certain anxious, obsessive, fetishistic, Oedipally arrested, borderline-ish parts of the director's psyche, expressions presented with very little inhibition or semiotic layering, that is, presented with something like a child's ingenious and sociopathic lack of self-consciousness. It's the psychic intimacy of the work that makes it hard to sort out what you are feeling about one of David Lynch's movies and what you are feeling about David Lynch. The ad hominem impression one tends to carry away from a Blue Velvet or a Fire Walk With Me is that they're really powerful movies, but that David Lynch is the sort of person you really hope you don't get stuck next to on a long flight or in line at the DMV or something. In other words, a creepy person. Depending on whom you talk to, Lynch's creepiness is either enhanced or diluted by the odd distance that seems to separate his movies from the audience. Lynch's movies tend to be both extremely personal and extremely remote. The absence of linearity and narrative logic, the heavy multivalence of the symbolism, the glazed opacity of the characters' faces, the weird ponderous quality of the dialogue, the regular deployment of grotesques as figurants, the precise painterly way scenes are staged and lit, and the over-lush, possibly voyeuristic way that violence, deviance, and general hideousness are depicted, these all give Lynch's movies a cool, detached quality, one that some cineasts view as more like cold and clinical. Here's something that's unsettling but true. Lynch's best movies are also his creepiest/sickest. This is probably because his best movies, however surreal, tend to be anchored by strongly developed main characters. Blue Velvet's Jeffrey Beaumont, Fire Walk With Me's Laura, The Elephant Man's Merrick and Treves. When his characters are sufficiently developed and human to evoke our empathy, it tends to cut the distance and detachment that can keep Lynch's films at arm's length, and at the same time it makes the movies creepier. We're way more easily disturbed when a disturbing movie has characters in whom we can see parts of ourselves. For example, there's way more general ickiness in Wild at Heart than there is in Blue Velvet, and yet Blue Velvet is a far creepier/sicker/nastier film, simply because Jeffrey Beaumont is a sufficiently 3D character for us to feel about/for/with. Since the really disturbing stuff in Blue Velvet isn't about Frank Booth or anything Jeffrey discovers about Lumberton, but about the fact that a part of Jeffrey himself gets off on voyeurism, and primal violence and degeneracy. And since Lynch carefully sets up his film both so that we feel about/for/with Jeffrey, and so that I anyway, find some parts of the sadism and degeneracy he witnesses compelling and somehow erotic, it's little wonder that I find Lynch's movie sick. Nothing sickens me like seeing on screen some of the very parts of myself I've gone to the movies to try to forget about. Wild at Heart's characters, on the other hand, aren't round or 3D. This was apparently by design. Sailor and Lula are inflated parodies of Faulknerian passion. Santo and Marietta and Bobby Peru are cartoon ghouls, collections of wicked grins and kabuki hysterics. The movie itself is incredibly violent. Horrible beatings, bloody auto wrecks, dogs stealing amputated limbs, Willem Dafoe's head blown off by a shotgun and flying around the set like a pricked balloon. But the violence comes off less as sick than as empty, a stream of stylized gestures. And empty not because the violence is gratuitous or excessive, but because none of it involves a living character through whom our capacities for horror or shock could be accessed. Wild at Heart, though it won at Cannes, didn't get very good reviews in the U.S. It wasn't an accident that the most savage attacks came from female critics, nor that they particularly disliked the film's coldness and emotional poverty. See, for just one example, film comments Kathleen Murphy, who saw Wild at Heart as little more than a litter of quotation marks, as voyeurs were encouraged to twitch and giggle at a bracketed reality, well-known detritus from pop culture memory, a kind of cinematic voguing that passes for the play of human emotions. This was not the only pan job along these lines, and to be honest, most of them had a point. The thing is that Lynch's uneven oeuvre presents a whole bunch of paradoxes. His best movies tend to be his sickest, and they tend to derive a lot of their emotional power from their ability to make us feel complicit in their sickness. And this ability in turn depends on Lynch's defying a historical convention that has often served to distinguish avant-garde, non-linear art film from commercial narrative film. Non-linear movies, that is, ones without a conventional plot, usually reject the idea of strong individual characterization as well. Only one of Lynch's movies, The Elephant Man, has had a conventional linear narrative. This isn't counting Dune, which was in the dreadful position of looking like it wanted to have one, but not in fact having one. But most of them, the best, have devoted quite a lot of energy to character. That is, they've had human beings in them. It may be that Jeffrey, Merrick, Laura et al. Function for Lynch as they do for audiences, as nodes of identification and engines of emotional pain. The extent, large, to which Lynch seems to identify with his movie's main characters is one more thing that makes the films so disturbingly personal. The fact that he doesn't seem to identify much with his audience is what makes the movies cold, though the detachment has some advantages as well. Trivia tidbit with respect to 10. Wild at Heart, starring Laura Dern as Lula and Nicolas Cage as Sailor, also features Diane Ladd as Lula's mother. The actress Diane Ladd happens to be the actress Laura Dern's real mother. Wild at Heart itself, for all its heavy references to The Wizard of Oz, is actually a Pomo-ish remake of Sidney Lumet's 1959 The Fugitive Kind, which starred Anna Magnani and Marlon Brando. The fact that Cage's performance in Wild at Heart strongly suggests either Brando doing an Elvis imitation or vice versa is not an accident, nor is the fact that both Wild at Heart and The Fugitive Kind use fire as a key image, nor is the fact that Sailor's beloved snakeskin jacket a symbol of my belief in freedom and individual choice. is just like the snakeskin jacket Brando wore in The Fugitive Kind. The Fugitive Kind happens to be the film version of Tennessee Williams' little-known Orpheus Descending, a play which in 1960 enjoyed a new vogue in the wake of Lumet's film adaptation, ran off-Broadway in New York City, and featured Bruce Dern and Diane Ladd, Laura Dern's parents, who met and married while starring in this play. The extent to which David Lynch could expect a regular civilian viewer of Wild at Heart to know about any of these textual and organic connections is zero. The extent to which he cares whether anybody got it or not is apparently also zero. 11. Last bit of 10 used as a segue into the issue of what exactly David Lynch seems to want from you. Movies are an authoritarian medium. They vulnerabilize you and then dominate you. Part of the magic of going to a movie is surrendering to it, letting it dominate you. The sitting in the dark, the looking up, the tranced distance from the screen, the being able to see the people on the screen without being seen by the people on the screen being so much bigger than you, prettier than you, more compelling than you, etc. Film's overwhelming power isn't news. But different kinds of movies use this power in different ways. Art film is essentially teleological. It tries in various ways to wake the audience up or render us more conscious. This kind of agenda can easily degenerate into pretentiousness and self-righteousness and condescending horse twaddle. But the agenda itself is large-hearted and fine. Commercial film doesn't seem like it cares very much about an audience's instruction or enlightenment. Commercial film's goal is to entertain, which usually means enabling various fantasies that allow the moviegoer to pretend he's somebody else, and that life is somehow bigger and more coherent, and more compelling and attractive, and in general just more entertaining than a moviegoer's life really is. You could say that a commercial movie doesn't try to wake people up, but rather to make their sleep so comfortable and their dreams so pleasant that they will fork over money to experience it. This seduction, a fantasy for money transaction, is a commercial movie's basic point. An art film's point is usually more intellectual or aesthetic, and you usually have to do some interpretive work to get it, so that when you pay to see an art film, you're actually paying to do work. Whereas the only work you have to do with respect to most commercial films is whatever work you did to afford the price of the ticket. David Lynch's movies are often described as occupying a kind of middle ground between art film and commercial film. But what they really occupy is a whole third different kind of territory. Most of Lynch's best films don't really have much of a point, and in lots of ways they seem to resist the film interpretive process by which movies, certainly avant-garde movies, central points are understood. This is something the British critic Paul Taylor seems to get when he says that Lynch's movies are to be experienced rather than explained. Lynch's movies are indeed susceptible to a variety of sophisticated interpretations. But it would be a serious mistake to conclude from this that his movie's point is film interpretation is necessarily multivalent or something. They're just not that kind of movie. Nor are they seductive, though, at least in the commercial senses of being comfortable or linear or high concept or feel good. You almost never, in a Lynch movie, get the sense that the point is to entertain you, and never that the point is to get you to fork over money to see it. This is one of the unsettling things about a Lynch movie. You don't feel like you're entering into any of the standard unspoken, unconscious contracts you normally enter into with other kinds of movies. This is unsettling because, in the absence of such an unconscious contract, we lose some of the psychic protections we normally, and necessarily, bring to bear on a medium as powerful as film. That is, if we know on some level what a movie wants from us, we can erect certain internal defenses that let us choose how much of ourselves we give away to it. I know I'm not putting this well. It seems too complicated to be put well. It has something to do with the fact that some movies are too scary or intense for younger viewers. A little kid whose psychic defenses aren't yet developed can be terribly frightened by a horror movie that you or I would regard as cheesy and dumb. The absence of point or recognizable agenda in Lynch's films, though, strips these subliminal defenses and lets Lynch get inside your head in a way movies normally don't. This is why his best films' effects are often so emotional and nightmarish. We're defenseless in our dreams, too. This may, in fact, be Lynch's true and only agenda, just to get inside your head. The way Lost Highway makes the idea of head entry literal is not an accident. He sure seems to care more about penetrating your head than about what he does once he's in there. Is this good art? It's hard to say. It seems, once again, either ingenious or psychopathic. 12. One of the relatively picayune Lost Highway scenes I got to be on the set of. Given his movie's penchant for creepy small towns, Los Angeles might seem an unlikely place for Lynch to set Lost Highway, and at first, I'm thinking its choice might represent either a cost-cutting move or a grim sign of Lynch having finally gone Hollywood. L.A. in January, though, turns out to be plenty Lynchian in its own right. Surreal/banal juxtapositions and interpretations are every place you look. The cab from LAX has a DDS machine attached to the meter so you can pay the fare by major credit card. Or there's my hotel's lobby, which is filled with beautiful Steinway piano music, except when you go over to put $1 in the piano player's snifter or whatever, it turns out there's nobody playing. The piano's playing itself, but it's not a player piano. It's a regular Steinway with a weird computerized box attached to the underside of its keyboard. The piano plays 24 hours a day and never once repeats a song. My hotel's in what's either West Hollywood or the downscale part of Beverly Hills. 2 clerks at the registration desk start arguing the point when I ask where exactly in LA we are. The argument goes on for an absurdly long time, with me just standing there. Premiere Magazine puts its writers in extremely snazzy hotels, by the way. I strongly doubt all hotels in LA are like this. My hotel room has unbelievably fancy and expensive French doors that open out onto a balcony, except the balcony's exactly 10 inches wide and has an iron fence with decorations so sharp-looking you don't want to get anywhere near it. I don't think the French doors and balcony are meant to be a joke. There's an enormous aqua and salmon mall across the street, very upscale, with pricey futuristic escalators slanting up across the mall's exterior. And yet, I never in 3 days see a single person or descend the escalator. The mall is all lit up and open and seems totally deserted. The winter sky seems smogless but unreal. It's blue, the same super-saturant blue as Blue Velvet's opening's famous sky. L.A. has a big city's street musicians, but here the musicians play on median strips instead of on the sidewalk or subway, and patrons throw change and fluttering bills at them from their speeding cars, many with the casual accuracy of long practice. On the median strips between the hotel and David Lynch's sets, most of the street musicians were playing instruments like finger cymbals and citterns. Fact: in my 3 days here for Premiere Magazine, I will meet two different people named Balloon. The major industry around here seems to be valet parking. Even some of the fast food restaurants here have valet parking. I'd love to have the West Hollywood Beverly Hills concession on maroon valet sports coats. A lot of the parking attendants have long, complicated hair and look sort of like the Italian male model who's on Harlequin romance covers. In fact, pretty much everybody on the street seems ridiculously good-looking. Everybody is also extremely well and fashionably dressed. By the third day, I figure out that the way to tell poor and homeless people is that they look like they dress off the rack. I know things like this sound like a cheap gag, but I swear I'm serious. The incongruous realism of cheap gags is what made the whole thing Lynchian. The only even marginally ravaged-looking persons in view are the hard-faced Latin guys selling oranges out of grocery carts on whatever median strips aren't already taken by cittern players. Supermodels can be seen running across four-lane roads against the light and getting honked at by people in fuchsia Saabs and tan Mercedeses. And it's true, the big stereotype. From any given vantage, at any given time, there are about 4 million cars to be seen on the roads, and none of them seems to be unwaxed. People here have got not only vanity license plates, but vanity license plate frames. And just about everybody talks on the phone as they drive. After a while, you get the crazy but unshakable feeling that they're all talking to each other. That whoever's talking on the phone as they drive is talking to somebody else who's driving. On the first night's return from the set, a Carmen Ghia passed us on Mulholland, with its headlights off and an older woman behind the wheel holding a paper plate between her teeth and still talking on a phone. So the point is, Lynch isn't as out of his filmic element in L.A. as one might have initially feared. Plus, the location helps make this movie personal in a new way, because L.A. is where Lynch and his S.O., Miss Mary Sweeney, make their home. Mary Sweeney is one of Lost Highway's 3 producers. Her main responsibilities seem to be the daily rushes and the rough cut, and its storage and organization. She was Lynch's editor on Fire Walk with Me. Corporate and technical headquarters for Asymmetrical Productions is the house right next door to theirs. 2 houses down on the same street is the house Lynch has chosen to use for the home of Bill Pullman and brunette Patricia Arquette in Lost Highway's first act. It's a house that looks rather a lot like Lynch's own, a house whose architecture could be called Spanish in roughly the same way Goya could be called Spanish. A film's director usually has a number of assistant directors, whose various responsibilities are firmly established by Hollywood convention. The first assistant director's responsibility is the maximally smooth, ordered flow of the set. He's in charge of coordinating details, shouting for quiet on the set, worrying and yelling at people, and being disliked for it. This allows the director himself to be kind of a benign and unhassled monarch, occupied mostly with high-level creative concerns and popular with the crew in a kind of grandfatherly way. Lost Highway's first assistant director is a veteran first AD named Scott Cameron, who wears khaki shorts and has stubble and is good-looking in a kind of unhappy way. One Lost Highway crew person described Scott Cameron as the Mozart of stress, whatever that's supposed to mean. The second assistant director is in charge of scheduling and is the person who makes up the daily call sheet, which outlines the day's production schedule and says who has to show up where and when. There's also a second assistant director, not third assistant for some firmly established reason, who's in charge of interfacing with the actors and actresses and making sure their makeup and costumes are okay and going to summon them from their trailers when the stand-ins are done blocking off the positions and angles for a scene, and everything's ready for the first string to come on. Part of the second AD's daily call sheet is a kind of charty-looking précis of the scenes to be shot that day. It's called a one-line schedule or one-liner. Here is what January 8th's one-liner says. 1. Scene 112. Interior Mr. Eddie's Mercedes. Day. 1 pages. Mr. Eddie, Robert Loggia, drives Mercedes. Pete listens for car trouble. Balthazar Getty, about whom the less said the better, probably, except maybe to say that he looks sort of like Tom Hanks and John Cusack and Charlie Sheen all mashed together and then emptied of some vital essence. He's not particularly tall, but he looks tall in Lost Highways footage because he has extremely poor posture, and David Lynch has, for some reason, instructed him to exaggerate the poor posture. As a hot young male actor, Balthazar Getty is to Leonardo DiCaprio roughly what a Ford Escort is to a Lexus. His breakthrough role was as Ralph in the latest Lord of the Flies, in which he was bland and essenceless, but not terrible. He was miscast and misdirected as a homeless kid in Where the Day Takes You, like how does a homeless kid manage to have fresh mousse in his hair every day? And really good in a surly bit part in Mr. Holland's Opus. To be frank, it's almost impossible for me to separate predictions about how good Balthazar Getty's going to be in Lost Highway from my impressions of him as a human being around the set, which latter impressions were so uniformly negative that it's probably better not to say too much about it. For just one thing, he'd annoy the hell out of everybody between takes by running around trying to borrow everybody's cellular phone for an emergency. I'll confess that I eavesdropped on some of his emergency cellular phone conversations, and in one of them he said to somebody, "But what did she say about me?" 3 times in a row. For another thing, he was a heavy smoker, but never had his own cigarettes, and was always bumming cigarettes from crew people, who you could tell were making about 1% of what he was making on this movie. I admit that none of these are exactly capital offenses, but they added up. Getty also suffered from comparison with his stand-in, who was apparently his friend and who always stood right near him, wearing an identical auto shop jumpsuit with Pete sewn in cursive on the breast, and an identically gruesome ersatz carbuncle on his forehead, and who was laid back and cool and very funny. For example, when I expressed surprise that so much time on a movie set was spent standing around waiting with nothing to do, Balthazar Getty's stand-in was the one who said, "We actually work for free. It's the waiting around we get paid for," which maybe you had to be there, but in the context of the mind-shattering boredom of standing around the set all day, seemed incredibly funny. Okay, fuck it. The single most annoying thing about Balthazar Getty was that whenever David Lynch was around, Getty would be very unctuous and over-respectful and ass-kissy, but when Lynch wasn't around, Getty would make fun of him and do an unkind imitation of his distinctive speaking voice. That wasn't a very good imitation, but was clearly intended to be disrespectful and mean. 2. Scene 113. Exterior Mulholland Drive, day. 1/8 pages. Mr. Eddie takes the car for a cruise. Infinity moves up fast behind them. 3. Scene 114. Exterior, Mr. Eddie's Mercedes, day. 1/8 pages. Mr. Eddie lets Infinity pass and forces it off-road. These car-intensive scenes are, as was mentioned, being shot in Griffith Park, a roughly Delaware-sized expanse out in the foothills of the Santa Monicas. Imagine a kind of semi-arid Yellowstone, full of ridges and buttes and spontaneous little landslides of dirt and gravel. Asymmetrical's advance team has established what's called a base camp of about a dozen trailers along one of the little roads between Mulholland and the San Diego Freeway, and security has blocked off areas of several other roads for the driving scenes. Burly guys with walkie-talkies and roadie black t-shirts forming barricades at various places to keep joggers and civilian drivers from intruding into the driving shots or exposing the production to insurance liability during stunts. 11 trailers, actually, most of them from Foothill Studio Equipment Rentals of Glendale and Transcord Mobile Studios of Burbank. All the trailers are detached and up on blocks. The Honey Wagon is the 4th trailer in the line. There are trailers for lights, props, FX, wardrobe, grippish stuff, and some for the bigger stars in the cast, though the stars' trailers don't have their names or a gold star on the door or anything. The FX trailer flies a Jolly Roger. Hard grunge issues from the lighting trailer. And outside a couple of other trailers, tough-looking crew people sit in canvas chairs reading Car Action and Guns and Ammo. Some portion of the movie's crew spends just about all their time in base camp doing various stuff in trailers, though it's hard to figure out just what they're doing because these crew people have the kind of Carney-esque vibe about them of people who spend a lot of time with their trailers and regard the trailers as their special territory, and aren't particularly keen on having you climb up in there and see what they're doing. But a lot of it is highly technical. The area closest to daylight, in the back of the lighting and/or camera-related trailer, for example, has tripods and light poles and attachments of all lengths and sizes lined up very precisely like ordnance. Shelves near the tripods have labeled sections for 2 times Mighty, 2 times 8 Junior, 2 times Mickey Moles, 2 times Baby BJs, on and on. Boxes of lenses in rows have labels like Long Primes, 50mm E T2 4-foot, 75mm E T2 4-foot, 100mm E T2 4-foot, A-Filts 4x5 diops, SPC 200-108A, B-Filts 4x5, Wide Primes 30mm C T3 4-foot, 40mm E T2 3.5-foot. LA civilians are easygoing about being turned back from the barricades and seem as blasé as New Yorkers about movies being filmed on their turf. Griffith Park, though lovely in a kind of desiccated, lunar way, turns out to be a thoroughgoingly Lynchian filming environment, with profusive sunshine and imported beer-colored light, but a weird kind of subliminal ominousness about it. This ominousness is hard to put a finger on or describe in any sensuous way. It turns out that there's a warning out that day for a Santa Ana wind, a strange weather phenomenon that causes fire hazards, and also a weird but verifiable kind of high-ion anxiety in man and beast alike. LAFD inspectors were all over the set, glaring at you if you lit a cigarette. And nicotinic conditions were pretty rugged because Scott Cameron decreed that people could smoke only if they were standing near the sand-filled butt can, of which there was apparently only one, and David Lynch, a devoted smoker of American Spirit all-natural cigarettes, tended to commandeer the butt can, and people who wanted to smoke and were not near Lynch pretty much had to chew their knuckle and wait for him to turn his back so they could steal the can. LA's murder rate is apparently higher during Santa Ana wind periods than any other time. And in Griffith Park, it's easy to confirm that something's up atmospherically. Sounds sound harsher. Smells smell stronger. Breathing tastes funny. The sunlight has a way of diffracting into spikes that penetrate all the way to the back of the skull, and overall there's a weird leathery stillness to the air. The West Coast equivalent of the odd aquarial stillness that tends to precede Midwestern thunderstorms. The air smells of sage and pine and dust and distant creosote. Wild mustard, yucca, sumac, and various grasses from a kind of 5 o'clock shadow on the hillsides, and scrub oak and pine jut at unlikely angles, and some of the trees' trunks are creepily curved and deformed. And there are also a lot of obstreperous weeds and things with thorns that discourage much hiking around. The texture of the site's flora is basically that of a broom's business end. A single red-tailed hawk circles overhead through the whole first day of shooting, just one hawk, and always the same circle, so that after a while the circle seemed etched. The road where the set is like a kind of small canyon between a butte on one side and an outright cliff on the other. The cliff affords both a good place to study the choreography of the set and, in the other direction, a spectacular view of Hollywood to the right, and to the left, the SF Valley and the Santa Monicas, and the distant sea's little curved rind of blue. It's hard to get straight on whether Asymmetrical chose this particular bit of Griffith Park, or whether it was simply assigned to them by the LA office that grants location licenses to movies. But it's a good, tight, cozy site. The whole thing forms a rough triangle, with the line of base camp trailers extending down one small road, and the catering trailer and salad bars and picnic tables for lunch spread out along a perpendicular road and a hypotenusally angled larger road between them. That's where the actual location set is. It's the C-squared road with the set that's got the great hill and cliff for viewing. Basically what happens all morning is that Robert Loggia's sinister black Mercedes 6.9 and the tailgating Infinity and the production's big, complicated camera truck will go off and be gone for long stretches of time, tooling back and forth along the same barricaded mile of what is ostensibly Mulholland Drive, while Lynch and his director of photography try to capture whatever particular combinations of light and angle and speed add up to a distinctively Lynchian shot of people driving. While the car filming is going on, the other 60 or so members of the location crew and staff all perform small maintenance and preparatory tasks and lounge around and shoot the shit and basically kill enormous amounts of time. There are on location today grips, prop masters, sound people, script people, dialogue coaches, camera people, electricians, makeup and hair people, a first aid guy, production assistants, stand-ins, stunt doubles, producers, lighting technicians, on-set dressers, set decorators, ADs, unit publicists, location managers, costume people with rollable racks of clothes like you see in New York City's garment district, continuity people, script people, special effects coordinators and technicians, LAFD cigarette discouragers, a representative of the production's insurance underwriter, a variety of personal assistants and factotum and interns, and a substantial number of persons with no discernible function at all. The whole thing is tremendously complex and confusing, and a precise census is hard to take because a lot of the crew look generally alike, and the functions they perform are extremely technical and complicated, and performed with high-speed efficiency. And when everybody's in motion, the set's choreography is the visual equivalent of an Altman Group dialogue, and it takes a while even to start picking up on the various distinguishing cues in appearance and gear that allow you to distinguish one species of crew personnel from another. So that the following rough taxonomy doesn't start emerging until late on 9 January. Grips tend to be large, beefy, blue-collar guys with walrus mustaches and baseball caps and big wrists and beer guts, but extremely alive, alert, intelligent eyes. They look like very bright professional movers, which is basically what they are. The production's electricians, lighting guys, and FX guys, who are also, as a rule, male and large, are distinguished from the grips via their tendency to have long hair in a ponytail and to wear T-shirts advertising various brands of esoteric high-tech gear. None of the grips wear earrings, but over 50% of the technical guys wear earrings, and a couple have beards, and 4 of the 5 electricians, for some reason, have Fu Manchu mustaches. And with their ponytails and pallor, They all have the distinctive look of guys who work in record or head shops. Plus, in general, the recreational chemical vibe around these more technical blue-collar guys is very decidedly not a beer-type vibe. The male camera operators, for some reason, tend to wear pith helmets, and the Steadicam operator's pith helmet in particular looks authentic and armed combat souvenirish, with a fine mesh of coir all over it for camouflage and a jaunty feather in the band. A majority of the camera and sound and makeup crew are female, but a lot of these too have a similar look. 30-ish, makeupless, insouciantly pretty, wearing faded jeans and old running shoes and black t-shirts, and with lush, well-conditioned hair tied carelessly out of the way so that strands tend to escape and trail and have to be shoved out of the eyes periodically or brushed away with the back of a ringless hand. In some, the sort of sloppily pretty tech-savvy young woman you can just tell smokes pot and owns a dog. Most of these hands-on technical females have that certain expression around the eyes that communicates the exact same attitude communicated by somebody's use of the phrase, "been there, done that." At lunch, several of them won't eat anything but bean curd, and they make it clear that they don't regard certain Grip's comments about what bean curd looks like as in any way worthy of response. One of the technical women, the production still photographer, whose name is Suzanne, and is fun to talk to about her dog, has on the inside of her forearm a tattoo of the Japanese character for strength, and she can manipulate her forearm's muscles in such a way as to make the ideogram bulge Nietzscheanly out and then recede. A lot of the script people and wardrobe people and production assistants are also female, but they're of a different genus. Younger, less lean, and more vulnerable, without the technically savvy self-esteem of the camera/sound women. As opposed to the hands-on women's Weltschmerzian cool, the script and PA females all have the same pained, "I went to a really good college and what am I doing with my life" look in their eyes. The sort of look where you know that if they're not in twice-a-week therapy, it's only because they can't afford it. Another way to distinguish different crew people's status and function is to look at what kind of personal communication gear they have. The rank-and-file Grips are pretty much the only people without any kind of personal communicative gear. The rest of the hands-on and technical crew carry walkie-talkies, as do the location manager, the people in touch with the camera truck, and the burly guys manning the road's barricades. Many of the other crew carry cellular phones in snazzy hip-side holsters, and the amount of cellular phone talking going on more than lives up to popular stereotypes about LA and cellulars. After absorbing so much about it from the media, actually visiting Los Angeles in person produces a curious feeling of relief at finding a place that actually confirms your stereotyped preconceptions instead of confounding them and making you loathe your own ignorance and susceptibility to media stereotype, namely stuff like cellular phones, rampant pulchritude, the odd ambient blend of New Age gooiness and right-wing financial acumen. For example, one of the two predominant people named Balloon, a guy who wore Birkenstocks and looked like he subsisted entirely on cellulose, had worked out an involved formula for describing statistical relationships between margin calls on certain kinds of commodity futures and the market value of certain types of real estate, and had somehow gotten the impression that I and/or Premier Magazine ought to be interested in describing the formula in this article in such a way as to allow Balloon to start up a kind of pricey newsletter type thing where people would for some reason pay large amounts of money for access to this formula, and for the better part of an afternoon he was absolutely unshakable, his obtuseness almost zen, like a Lynchian bus station wacko, with an advanced degree from the LSE, and the only way to peel him off me was to promise on my honor to find some way to work him and his formula into this article, an honor obligation I've now fulfilled, though if Premiere wants to take the old editorial machete to it, there's not really any way I can be held responsible. By the way, in case you think I'm lying or exaggerating about having met 2 unconnected persons named Balloon on this visit, the other Balloon was part of a rather unaccomplished banjo and maraca street duo on the median strip just outside the lavish, deserted mall across the street from the gorgeous balcony that was too narrow and hazardously fenced to step onto, and the reason I approached this Balloon was that I wanted to know whether the wicked welts on his face and neck area were by any chance from errant quarters or $50 thrown at him from speeding cars, which they turned out not to be. The second AD, a young black lady named Simone, whom I get to interact with a lot because she's always having to inform me that I'm in the way of something and need to move, though she isn't ever crabby or impolite about it, has an actual cellular headset instead of just a holstered cellular phone. Though with Simone the headset isn't an affectation. The poor lady spends more time conferring on the phone than any non-teenage human being I've ever seen, and the headset leaves her hands free to write stuff on the various clipboards she carries around in an actual clipboard holder. The set's true executive class, line producer, unit publicist, underwriter, DP, have personal pagers that sometimes will all sound at once, but just slightly out of sync, producing in the weird, ionized Santa Ana air a sound blend that fully qualifies as Lynchian. And that's how you can tell people apart telecommunicationally. The exception to every rule is Scott Cameron, the first AD, who bears with Sisyphean resignation the burden of 2 walkie-talkies, a cellular phone, a pager, and a very serious battery-powered bullhorn, all at the same time. But then about once an hour, everybody's walkie-talkie starts crackling, and then a couple minutes later, Lynch and the actual shooting team and cars come hauling back into base, and everybody on the crew springs into frantic but purposeful action so that from the specular vantage of the roadside cliff, the set resembles an anthill that's been stirred with a stick. Sometimes the shooting team comes back just to change cars for a shot. The production has somehow acquired 2 identical black Mercedes 6.9s, and each is now embellished with different kind of filmmaking attachments and equipment. For a particular shot inside the moving Mercedes, some of the grips construct a kind of platform out of reticulate piping and secure it to the hood of the car with clamps and straps, and then various other technicians attach a 35mm Panavision camera, several different complicatedly angled mole and bambino lights, and a 3-foot by 5-foot bounce to various parts of the hood's platform. Looks like a blank canvas or stunted sail. Helps concentrate light where they want it. This stuff is locked down tight, and the second assistant camera person, a breathtaking and all-business lady everyone addresses as Chesney, fiddles complexly with the camera's anamorphic lens and various filters. It's unclear whether this is her first name or her last name, or a diminutive or what. Chesney is dressed in standard grunge flannel and dirty sneakers, has about 8 feet of sun-colored hair piled high on her head and held tenuously in place with sunglasses, and can handle an anamorphic lens like nobody's business. When sunlight off the Mercedes' windshield becomes a problem, the director of photography and the camera guy in the especially authentic-looking pith helmet and Chesney all huddle and confer and decide to brace a gauzy diffusion filter between the camera and the windshield. There's one young guy on the crew whose entire function seems to be going around with a bottle of Windex and a roll of paper towels and Windexing every glass surface blindingly clean. The camera truck is a complex green pickup, whose side door says it's the property of Camera Trucks Unlimited. The back part has 3 tiers for gear, lights, a Steadicam, a video monitor and sound feed, and then little seats for David Lynch and the director of photography, and a camera operator. When it's back at base, technical crew people converge on the truck in clusters of entomological-looking avidity and efficiency. During the crew's frantic activity, all of it punctuated with loud bullhorn commands from Scott Cameron, the technicians from the camera truck and the stand-ins from the cars take their own turns standing around and talking on cellulars, and rooting through the baskets of corporate snacks on the snack table, looking for stuff they like. That is, it's their turn to stand around and kill time. The exterior driving shots all have stand-ins in the cars, but usually when the shooting team returns to base, the actual name actors will emerge from their trailers and join the royal. Robert Loggia, in particular, likes to come out and stand around chatting with his stand-in, who's of the same meaty build and olive complexion, and has the same strand-intensive balding pattern and craggy facial menace as Loggia, and of course is identically dressed in mobster Armani, so that from the distance of the roadside cliff, their conversation looks like its own surreal meta-commentary on parallel identity crisis. David Lynch himself uses the downtime between takes to confer with ADs and producers, and to drink coffee and/or micturate into the undergrowth, and to smoke American spirits and walk pensively around the Mercedeses and camera truck's technical fray, sometimes holding one hand to his cheek in a way that recalls Jack Benny. Now 50 years old, Lynch still looks like an adult version of the kind of kid who gets beat up a lot at recess. He's large, not exactly fat, but soft-looking, and is far and away the palest person anywhere in view, his paleness dwarfing even the head-shop pallor of the lighting and FX guys. He wears a black long-sleeved dress shirt with every possible button buttoned, baggy tan chinos that are too short and flap around his ankles, and a deep-sea fisherman's cap with a very long bill. The tan